All right. It is the 11th of May, the year of our Lord, 2022. It's the Alaboom. Uh, hello, Barry Son.
Hello, Lynn, son.
What's new?
Not much. My body hates me, but
Well, your body has a lot in common with me.
okay.
Ah,
And you got a lot of common with my wife. So where are you?
yeah, there you go.
Oh, certified.
Um,
Oh.
I do have a grievance, but I'm gonna wait for more people because this is a hootenanny of a grievance that
Annie.
hootenanny, if you will, a prolonged uh, aggravating situation that though I did have a minor. This is one I can kind of share. I did have a minor uh, uh, like pickup drop off situation where it's just like somebody just doesn't understand the common courtesy of waiting for somebody to you know uh, like basically if you're dropping off your kid, there's like this kind of moment where it's like, yeah, you don't go just speeding past the car. And man, I thought about, like, I was dropping off my daughter and there was just somebody like who, like, because you can move to the left and there's two lanes basically, and the whole idea is that you move very slow and you just take your time. And yeah, like literally, like somebody just zoomed by as my daughter was just starting to get out of the car, and I would like had this image of me driving after them and like smashing into the back of their car over and over again until I got them to pull over so I could beat them to death with a baseball bat that I have in my car. But I bet that didn't happen.
Who taught you in your no space as a child, Lance?
Yeah,
So
no,
angry.
well, that's you mess with one of my kids. Basically,
Angry.
I can let a lot of stuff go, and I could but mess with
It
my wife or my
didn't
daughter
happen, and you
or
went
my
through this
son.
whole imaginary scenario in your head.
Oh yeah, I was smiling. I was smiling at the idea of smashing this person's face in with a bat. But you know, I had my little fantasy chain moment and envisioned how good it would feel, and then I moved on with my life and just let it go because what else are you gonna do? Hey, I have anybody. Well, yeah, Kabuki Kid without my trademark bandana. First of all, they're bandanas, but they're more of like an elastic head covering just to keep my hair out of my eyes. Notice I have it tucked behind my ears, but like if I'm doing anything, my hair comes out like this and it bothers me. So, but I embraced my inner wizard today, and I just need a staff now. But no, uh, but uh, show recommendation for you, uh, Barry Darso. I'm going to strongly suggest watching Tokyo Vice.
I started that.
It's on HBO. It is. You have to pay attention because there's subtitles. Because
Yeah,
like I would say, over half of the dialogue is in
Japanese.
and you have to watch it. But
It did start, I think, 2 episodes in or something. Yeah, I think it was 2 episodes in.
yeah, no, excellent. I mean, oh, excuse me. It's a bit of a slow burn. It takes its time, but very good. And I can't wait for season 2. And I've already espoused my love for Our Flag Means Death. I hope that gets picked up for season 2 because that show is amazing. Not what you think it is, but
No, it's not.
no.
I saw 1 or 2 of them. I forget what's on what. There's so many different You
If
know,
only you could like say Google it or something like that.
no, it's on the TV. Like I forget what's on what and what day it comes out. I've always had that issue. I just don't really. I've been funny with TV like that. Yeah.
Um, let's see. If you missed out on the last late pledge, for shame. For shame. But we should have the late pledge up here in 2 or 3 weeks. So if you missed out, and then you can finalize your pledge as well. But yeah, 508 grand. That's pretty awesome. Let me think. If you got the next level miniatures, you have until May 31st to either do a late pledge for that on GameFound or to finalize your pledge on GameFound. So if you fall into either of those boxes, please take care of that. Because I don't want to I don't want people to not get their stuff.
What he said.
Yeah.
The show, everybody. Yeah, the show.
Oh, and friend of the show, he said, thank you for doing that, Wiki Kid. Thank you for pledging. No, friend of the show, Kevin Burkhartsmeyer, is doing another Kickstarter for the Game Topper. So
another one? I thought we just got done one.
No. He just got done. He got done with the fulfillment and stuff. Let me see. He said he might show up tonight. I'm not going to hold my breath though. He says it gets late and he gets tired.
He's old.
He needs to sleep. Well, he's not that old.
Yeah, I know. He's a busy person. He does a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Let me see. Let me find the old Game Topper thing. I looked at it very briefly. They if you had the Game Topper, you can get there's legs for it that you're going to be able to put in.
So, got a whole table. Oh yeah, I remember him talking about that.
Yeah. So now of course I got to find the dang thing. Joel, Fuge did Joel Eddy, Joel Eddy, did a really good video on it about like the one size is perfect for playing Warhammer on. He did a really good video. So but let's see here. Yeah, so he's at just under 100 grand. I think they launched today. So good for him and good for him. But if you don't have one, I heartily endorse the Game Topper. I have one on my table over there, and some days sometimes I take it off just because but like if I'm playing board games, D&D I need because my table's a weird size, so it's like but like for when I play D&D, I leave it off because I need the extra table space. But when I'm playing board games, I do just for like having the super cool add-ons of like the ability to hold the cards in the thing and drink holders and the little the dice trays, things like that. It's super cool. So I as I say, heartily recommend getting one. I think, and the thing is that there's I had to laugh. One of his videos shows that like one of the he still has an old video with a TMG logo on it. I had to giggle when I saw that. So but I wanted to tell him, hey, TMG doesn't exist anymore. But and the Cthulhu mat that they have, the Cthulhu mat looks amazing. I love the Cthulhu mat where it's perfect for like immersion for sleeping gods. I think it's perfect for that. But anyway, hopefully he'll come on and he can do his hucksters or whatever like that. I do like one of his videos though where it shows him putting like did a like it showed him like grabbing his like the carry-on thing and like putting it over his shoulder. And I'm not, I mean, look, it's two giant pieces of, of metal, and I mean it's not, and it has to have some weight to it so it stays put on top of your table, right? But you could tell like there was nothing in the one that he had. It was just like, hey, look, I'm holding it. I did a little bit of that too. Just like, no, it definitely would. It definitely weighs a little bit, if you will. Oh, excuse me, man. I mean, be yawning already. But go back it, and I don't know if you already have a game topper. I wouldn't say back it again because you probably don't need another one. But I think if you like get some add-ons and stuff, some of the stuff that you don't have, cup holders, and I hope he comes on here because I giggle when like he talks about his military grade aluminum and stuff like that. I'm waiting for him to say Corinthian leather. But anyway.
It's vegan leather now. Nobody likes Corinthian leather.
Yeah. Hello, Matthew.
Hello.
Matthew.
Come on early because I can't stay late.
Oh, why is that? You
Trying to go to bed earlier now.
Turn it into a pumpkin or what?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to go to bed earlier. I'm getting up at like 6:30 now, so
6:30.
Why?
so I can get more done in the morning.
I guess. I mean, I get up at 7 because I have to drive my kids to school at 7:30. But on days that I don't, yeah. I mean, I try to sleep in, but I usually can't. My internal body clock wakes me up, and then like around 8:30. I mean, it's tough for me to, unless I stay up really late, and then my body overrides it. But otherwise,
Yeah,
I just have to get up. No, I was thinking the other thing was that hey buddy, son, I was thinking about sleep the other day. You know what I've talked about this like in the last like year or so. Like if I can't have something that will take away like my own mind getting lost in itself, like thinking about like what do I have to take care of today? It's like what work do I have left? Do the kids have anything after school? Do I need to make sure? Do I need to call my mother today? Like there's all these things. Then I'm up, like I can't fall asleep, because I'm thinking about all this stuff, and then I might as well just get out of bed and go do something. But if I have my headphones in and I'm like just listening to something, anything. I mean, not so much like I can't do white noise. I can't like listen to something that's like, oh, the gentle rocking of a boat and the wind whistling, that doesn't do anything for me. It's got to be like a podcast or something so I can just
that's funny.
Listen to what they're talking about and think about what they're talking about, and then I'm out. I'm back asleep. But the thing is that I always wake up and I have a pair of headphones that I wear when I fall asleep. And what happens is that like whatever podcast is over, right? And so then I'm trying to grab my phone. I'm like, okay, just find something else to listen to quick, make sure my headphones are still attached, make sure everything's good to go. Because the longer I stay awake trying to figure this out before I fall asleep, I got 30 seconds to pull this off, or else I'm going to be awake and it's only like 4:00 in the morning. And finally.
It's funny. It's kind of like the opposite of me. I go to bed. If I want to fall asleep, I'll start thinking about all the stuff that I have to do tomorrow, or if I'm like, what am I going to do for this particular project? And then out.
Nice. I used to think about my D&D campaigns, and that would help me fall asleep. Like sit there and like think about what are they going to go, what are they going to do. I see somebody said they're like the early worms, or the early bird gets the worm. But like my brother has a saying, he says the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese.
Touche. Yeah, I mean, Giselle gets up at like Ozark 30. So I'm trying to get, I mean, I won't get up as early as she does. She's up in like 5 something, but just because she can't sleep anymore. But I mean,
What? Because you're kicking her or what?
yeah, no, something internally. She just clicked. It used to be 4 o'clock something. Now it's 5. So I don't know. But yeah, lately I've been like last night I went to bed and I put my earbuds in and I listened to I'm listening to Mistborn.
Okay.
And usually it's like, okay, and the guy's voice is pretty it's got a good timbre to it, and it's, you know, pretty bassy, and it's good for just calming down and stuff. But a fight broke out in the story, so I'm like, huh? What's going on? So literally I was like riveted for about 15 minutes while he narrated this whole battle of these 2 characters, and then it kind of, he's like, well, I'm up now. So I pulled up my phone and I did the Wordle and then went to bed.
Did the Wordle.
I got today's Wordle in 2 guesses.
Oh, look at the McBraggington over here.
Yeah, it was a lucky first guess. That's all it was. Yeah, yesterday took me 6 though. That's one of the things I do. I crawl into bed and I pick up my phone and I do the Wordle, and that kind of like caps off the day for me. And I go to bed. Only if it's after midnight though, because if it's not, I've already done it for the day.
I forget to do that. I have a perfect 100% on Wordle, but I only have a streak of like 47, and I've got.
I think I've missed 2,
104 right or something like that.
Yeah, I think I've missed 2 of them.
Well, I cheat and I do the adieu, ADIEU, as well as my opening guess, and so then that usually gets my vowels, and if I don't get my vowels, then like my second guess is almost always like like depending upon, like it'll be like throw, because then I get T and R, or I'll do store, STORE, you know, so I get the big consonants out of the way, and then I've broken things down.
Yeah.
So the way I do it isn't going to get me a lot of second guesses. I've gotten a few just because it was obvious, but I'm almost assured a victory just because of the fact that then my third guess, I just waste about, like I use 5 letters that you know, I use up 4 letters, then, you know, yeah, it's down to a science.
Yeah,
I take all the fun out of it.
Yeah, I know. My first guess, one of my popular ones I use is crate.
Oh, that's a good one.
CRATE, or irate I've used before as well. But anyways. Yep.
So whenever I listen to books on audio or whatever to help me fall asleep, I got to listen to something I already know, because I get annoyed when I fall asleep, and then I'm like, well, because I fell asleep, where did I fall asleep at? Now I got to figure out where I got to go back to. Like I'll listen to. There's a few YouTube channels that that are like fly underneath the radar that have a lot of audiobook stuff, and so like there's one that has The Hobbit. I've done that. Just listen to The Hobbit again. You know, just like, you know, it's like
I have a great little app that actually cuts off. You could set a sleeper on it. If you don't juggle your phone for 10 minutes, it'll just stop. It gets quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter, then just stops. So you're never more than 10, 15 minutes, however much you set it away. You don't have to rewind or go back that far. But I also have turned it off, and because I didn't want to rattle my phone every few minutes, and then completely lost hours, like 8 hours.
I can see that.
But you know, so we finished Ozark last night.
Oh well, no spoilers.
No.
Just,
but you were.
Did you like the ending?
I did. Yeah, I did. I kind of wished another character would have kicked the bucket as well.
I can
But-
probably guess who, but I
Yeah.
mean, once again, no spoilers.
Yeah.
I'll go into the chat here real quick here, and I'll say, like, there you go.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I would say that I think they tried to push people towards that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it was
here,
very
I,
good.
I want to know without sorry everybody, this is great riveting radio.
I gotta say though, yes, I did notice that.
I thought that was a very nice touch.
It was, yeah.
Because it removed all doubt from
Yeah.
the situation, right? And also, I mean, once again, great that
Yeah, I gotta say that show has really made me a big fan of Julia Garner.
yeah.
We just love her character in that show.
No, I mean it was a good show. But
Yeah.
don't you feel the same feeling I do, where it's just like I want them to tell me more. I want them to continue.
Well,
telling the stories.
and they did their job then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. I mean,
yeah.
it's just like
Yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Jason Bateman. I've watched Jason Bateman since he was in like It's Your Move, right? Way back when. So
when what's his face? The guy from
Married with
Children was the boyfriend trying to get with the mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, you hate her so much, that one character.
Yeah. No. Well, and it's
And
designed.
the
to do
writing
that,
was
right?
so good for it too. Yeah.
So no, it was anyway, we'll move on.
Oh, and I watched a good movie on Netflix, I think it was. I might have mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but it was called The Hunt.
Yeah, I seen that a lot. Yeah.
And it was just a parody on those. Did I mention this before, Barry? Did we talk about this before?
I don't know if you did, Matt.
So it's basically a parody on one of those human hunting horror flicks
Yeah.
where people get captured and they get hunted. And oh my god, I laughed a lot with that movie. That was good.
Yeah, it was good.
I was telling I was suggesting to before you got on Tokyo Vice on HBO.
Started watching it.
Yeah.
So good.
My problem though is I'm usually watching stuff while I'm working, and so I can't read.
Yeah,
Subtitles.
you have to. It was kind of like when I was watching Narcos. Like, I mean, it was a thing where I had to sit there, and Narcos was amazing.
Yeah.
But you had to sit there and watch it.
And
You
watch it,
couldn't. You couldn't be doing
Yeah.
something else. You couldn't be like, oh, let me like cook dinner while I do this. No, you were all in, and you had to be, which isn't bad. You know, the like the olden days, right? You know, like when you actually had to pay attention to what you're watching.
I gotta say, you guys, if you have Max, you should watch Minx.
Yeah, my wife. I didn't get into that. My wife.
It's
I think
really
my
good.
wife watched it all. I didn't.
I tried to restart Banshee and I just couldn't get into it, even though
I
had
like
multiple
Banshee a
people
lot.
tell me it was good. I went to see Doctor Strange 2. Again, no spoilers, but I went to
Good.
see Doctor Strange 2. I like it is after the last Spider-Man movie, but then again, that last Spider-Man movie was just so amazing. I mean, how could anything top that? So but it's definitely, as far as like the new stuff that's come out, I think I listed
Oh yeah, I saw you.
Spider-Man, Shang-Chi, and Strange 2, and those are right next to each other. I mean, they're just like, depending upon my mood in a given day, one to be, but like with Shang-Chi, the reason why I really, really like that, and one, I love the fight scenes, but two, the fact that they actually did something with the Mandarin, which was actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, and then Eternals, and then Black Widow, because Black Widow is like way down.
Yeah.
Way down. I mean, if they had just, like I said, if they had just done an Americans thing with the mom and Red Guardian, like I would watch that movie. I'd watch that movie all day long. I think that would be a great movie. Having them be like superhero people and hiding out in the 60s in the United States.
That's a show that I haven't watched. I hear
Americans?
good things about. Yeah.
That was a good show.
Really good. Really good.
I started watching I Own the City, We Own the City on HBO Max about the Baltimore corruption with the cops.
With Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, and the guy who played the Punisher and The Walking Dead. I can't remember the guy's name. Yeah, I can't. But my name,
John. What do you call it?
John. I can't remember his name now. But my neighbor's a sheriff in Maryland. He was a deputy sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying, he was talking to some of his people who worked there, who was consultants for the show, who also did that one set in Baltimore HBO did years ago. I can't remember the name of it. But he's like, he went on the set to talk to one of his comrades or whatever. And they said, so which actor are you? I want an autograph. He's like, I'm an actual cop. And he was cracking me up. But yeah, you said a lot of the guys who did that other show. It wasn't Oz, it was the other one. From back in like the early 2000s, the HBO did. The Wire.
The Wire. Oh yeah.
Wire was good.
Yeah.
I couldn't get into it at first, but I got to give it another shot.
You had to get past the first season. It's kind of like Breaking Bad. You had to get past the first season.
Yeah.
I like Dominic
Breaking Bad's
West.
first season is kind of tough to chunk. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, but so far that one's a pretty good show. I've only watched two episodes though.
Yeah.
And I watched that. It was a good movie, but it was tough. That The Survivor on HBO about the boxer and the Holocaust. It was a tough watch, but it was a good movie.
Yeah. It was 28 degrees here today, which is...
What's that in real temperatures?
Yeah, what's that?
I don't want to do the conversion.
What's that in the king's temperature?
82.
Okay. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was like a little over 70 here in Minnesota.
It was hot. It's gonna be even hotter tomorrow, I think.
Is that you, Jen, or one of the cats?
You know why? Well, that's one of those things because right now, like we're starting to tilt towards the sun, so it's like the sun just beats down on us. It's weird.
Like right now, it's 71 and it's 10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the hell is Scott Alden? I have initials and everything ready for him.
He's a busy man.
He's not busy. Oh, wait a minute. Is this BGG Spring right now?
No, that's the end of the month.
Is it end of the month? Okay.
Yeah, that's near the holiday. That's the holiday weekend. Labor Day? Memorial Day. Which one is it?
Memorial, I think.
Memorial, yeah.
For us, it's called May 2-4 weekend.
May 2-4? Okay.
You know what a 2-4? Well, here in Canada, a 2-4 is a case of beer.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere. Do you still? There was I saw something where I think it was on the Lawrence River. There's like an island in between where every year, I think it's at Christmas, America and Canadians go there and drop off like wine and spirits to each other.
It's probably Hart Island. That's where the Boldt Castle is. It's right on the border.
Yeah, maybe it is. I can't remember. It's been a while since I saw it. I just found that interesting.
Boldt Castle is. That's where they built that guy built the castle for his wife, but she died, so it never got finished.
Oh, that's interesting.
Way to bring everybody down. Jeez.
Hey man, that's what I'm here for. I'm a reality, no dose of reality.
He's the Cheerio pisser.
Oh, gave blood today.
Oh well, that might be where you're tired. Ever tell
Yeah,
you
probably.
my story about my great uncle Holver, who was in the army, and like he was and he fought the Nazis and all that horrible stuff. And part of that whole Greatest Generation thing. But he always told me the story about how when he was in basic training, they had a blood drive, and they were like, yeah, come and you can you and he was like towards the end of his base training, and he was getting his specialist training because he was an artillery guy. And but it was like, okay, well, if you come in on a Friday, that was the thing, come in and donate blood, and then you got a weekend pass, so that you could leave the base for the weekend, and you could head into town and raise hell for a couple of days, and then you came back on Monday. And so he went in and donated his pint of blood or whatever it was, and they gave him a chocolate chip cookie and a bottle of Coke, and they gave him a pass. And so then he went and he got done, and he then grabbed his $5, whatever it was, to be able to like head into town and get a hotel room and go drink beer for 2 days. And then he came back, and then he goes through the entire week, and he was like, that's a hell of a good deal. And so then they had the blood drive again on Friday, so he went to go donate blood again. And so then he went and donated blood, and he said, so I went and donated blood, and same deal. They gave me a Coke, they gave me a cookie, they gave me a pass. It's like, and then like, thing was, it was like I went into town, and I was like, God, I was just really tired, and I just like felt like, I just wasn't, it was like it just felt like kind of run down and whatever. And so like I ended up coming back to the base early on Sunday because I just didn't want to go out and party anymore, and I just kind of just laid around all day and slept. And then Monday I was going to his classes because he was learning how to like basically like do the geometry to figure out like wind speed and raise the cannon up this many degrees, and basically to do the shelling and stuff like that. And he just said, I was just dragging my I was just kind of dragging all week. I was going to bed early, I was sleeping in, I was getting in trouble. And then he said, but Friday blood drive, and he said I went got in line. I was like, well, I want to go back in. And he said I got the same doctor that I got the first time, not the second time, but the first time. And he recognized it, which he said, because like, remember he ended up like talking to the guy a little bit, and he recognized me, and he's like, hey, wait a minute. He's like, weren't you here 2 weeks ago? And he said, yeah, and I was here last week as well. And he's like, oh my God. He's like, you can't do it. You gotta wait, like at least 4 weeks between donations. It's like you gotta let your body build up your blood again. He's like, well, nobody told me that. And just but yeah, they so he was so then like he goes, that wasn't a bad deal either, because after he found out that I donated twice, he basically because he was an army guy and army captain or army like doctor, and he put him on like on light duty, like he couldn't be, he was basically like, you got to go to class, then you got to go back, and you need to lay around, and he's like, you can't be, so
yeah
that was
that's funny. I had my 28th donation today, and the guy that was coming in with me about the same time as me, the nurse comes over, she's like, oh, hello, Mr. whatever his name is, we got your name up on the board and everything. Today's the big 250 and like 250th donation. But I think he was doing platelets, so you can do it more often, because they basically take the blood from you, strip the platelets out, and put it back in you.
Right. Yeah.
So they don't. You're not down a pint.
Yeah.
Like I am today. But
it's a lot. Even still, it's a lot.
I used to donate plasma.
I think it's 2 months you gotta wait.
Yeah,
I think it's 2 months. I don't know. Trying to look it up.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But these are 2 or 3 months. I wonder how long it actually takes your body to replenish that pint, though.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
That's all those that bone marrow stuff, and that's the stuff that makes it. Whatever the stuff inside your bones is the stuff that makes the blood.
Really?
Yeah, I don't quote me, because this is me remembering biology classes from 30 years ago. But there's that's one of those things where your bone marrow is part of this process and involved. I remember hey, there he is. There's Scotty. I remember donating plasma, being I remember that. I thought that was the best deal in town. And I can go someplace, sit on listen to my Discman, and just kind of sit there while they basically draw a bunch of blood, centrifuge out the white blood cells, and then give you back your blood, and kind of go back and forth.
Did you get paid for that?
Oh man, I think back in my day, you got $10 the first time you went in, and if you went twice a week, the second time you went, you got 20. So you get a total of 30, basically. And my
Do they still pay for blood donations down there?
No,
Not donations.
That was for plasma.
Plasma, yeah. They still. I just seen an ad for one somewhere.
They pay for plasma down there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend who did that. But you can only go so many times.
I don't know about that,
They
man.
kept track of
I
it.
was going
Yeah.
twice. I was going twice a week for and then if
Really?
and if I got the tetanus shot, after because there was something in if they gave you a tetanus shot, there was something in your blood that you would basically have this, and so they could use your plasma for something else. And so then after they gave you after it was I don't know, it was after 8 donations, they gave you $100. And so I remember I went, I was they're like, "Do you want to send me in the tetanus shot?" I was like, "Sure." They're like, "When's the last time you got a tetanus shot?" I was like, "I have no clue."
Never.
And I was just they're like, "Okay." So I got a free tetanus shot, which was cool.
Wow.
And they paid me $10 to get the shot. That was so back in the day when I would donate plasma to, basically, because I lived in $150 paid my rent, back in the day. So
Right.
I could, if I donated plasma and I saved the money, which I never did, but if I saved the money, I could pay my rent by donating plasma, when I was in my early 20s.
You don't get paid for any of that stuff up here.
Well, that's because you guys are so altruistic. You have to pay people to do stuff to be nice down here. I did, and then I remember there was a plasma clinic opened up near we built our house. There was a plasma clinic that opened up that was basically you could a 2-minute drive from my house. And so I went in one day. I was like, "So what do you even get paid for this anymore?" And it was it was ridiculous. They were paying $75 and $100 the second time if you went twice a week. I was like, that's stupid. And I was like, if I go do this twice a week, every month, it was I was sitting there, that's it was a good chunk of my mortgage. And I was like, well, I'm just going to go do this, because why wouldn't I? This is dumb, and I can go sit in a chair. And then I went in one day when I had the whole thing is are you feeling sick? Well, I was like, no, I'm not feeling sick, even though I had a little bit of a sore throat. I was like, I'm not feeling sick, And then I went in, and then they called me up and they had me come in, and then because I was sick, something weird happened where I set off a false positive of having hepatitis. And so just we tested your thing once, and it said you had hepatitis, and we tested it again, and it's negative. And I was like, so do I have it or not? And they're like, you don't have it. I was like, okay, so why are you telling me this? And then they said, "Oh, we're telling you this because you can't ever donate plasma again." And I was
That's nice to know.
I was
Yeah.
like,
you off.
"Oh," I was like, "So," and they're like, "And just so you know, if you go to any other plasma thing, you're now on the list, and they'll have your name. And they'll just turn you away as soon as you show up."
Wow.
I was just kind of like,
So one
Oh.
false positive?
"Yeah, one false positive." Of just I suppose it's an insurance thing. If like, they somehow got
Yeah.
one and then like found out they're like, oh, so yeah, you got all this
think-
plasma and you gave all these people a disease. So why did this
Michelle
happen?
went to the UK during the foot and mouth disease. Remember that kind of thing?
Mhm.
And they basically said, if you're out of the country in that area, you're not allowed to give blood.
Yeah.
So she was, I don't know, she's not giving blood in a while, but back in the day,
Well, I remember, they'd ask you,
That
have you been
stopped.
abroad? Like, have you
Yeah.
gone and done this, that, or the other
right,
thing?
right.
So, hey, Kevin Burkhartzmeyer is here.
Hey, Kevin,
Howdy ho, good neighbors.
looking good,
There
Kevin.
you go.
Yeah, look at this guy. He's all skinny looking.
dapper.
He's all dapper. He's got
Svelte.
he's got the well manicured beard going on. So
Thank
good
you.
for you, brother.
Did you start another Kickstarter?
Yeah, man.
We did.
Yeah.
Go buy some more
3.5?
game toppers.
Awesome.
Well, I got to keep supporting Board Game Geek with my advertising dollars. See,
Hopefully it's well
hidden,
spent.
It was a hidden pact many years ago when the generous Scott Alden bought a bunch of game toppers for Board Game Geek, and I said, I will support you for the rest of my life.
Well, thanks, Kevin.
Well, I don't.
Well, those game
Hey,
toppers are
Kevin,
awesome.
I'm not sold on this. I don't think people are gonna, go for this game topper stuff.
Yeah, you've been saying that for like 5 years. Right?
And how many units have you sold? How many thousand units have you sold?
There's been several thousand toppers and many, many thousand mats.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mats
Yeah.
were a nice touch.
So Lance, when are you gonna wake up and smell the coffee?
It's a running joke between Kevin and I, because I saw one of his very first prototypes, and I let the air out of his sails a little bit, because he was what do you think of this? And I was just like, it looks nice, but why would I use this when I have a table? I don't see people really going for this, Kevin. And then he was just like, "Meow." And then he goes and runs a Kickstarter and gets $1 million or whatever. So
Yeah.
I think on the face of it, you don't really think it's viable business, right? Because why? Yeah, why would people that have tables buy tables?
Yeah, and I think once people actually got to, that was all with a wooden prototype that he first saw. And we invested like 30 grand. I scraped every nickel I had and borrowed some from my brother-in-law to prototype it and buy the molds and do everything once we thought we had an idea. But I still hadn't gone to market. And we sold a bunch of them to a bunch of media folks at half of what I paid. I invested at least 15 grand of loss there. But at Gen Con in 2017, there was
Everybody bought one.
18 publishers that had them. Yellow Games bought 9 of them.
Yeah. Well, AEG had a bunch, because I remember I worked the booth in 2018, 2019, and all of their tables had them.
We
I was
did
gonna
two.
say,
We did two in the
just-
hot games room.
You got 32 of them.
Your YouTube video still shows TMG. Just
I did notice that.
I had to
Good.
giggle. I chortled.
It's an Easter egg.
It is an Easter egg.
Well, we have
It's,
about 30 publishers now that use it, and tons of game stores. And so thankfully people have really liked the idea, and it really did upgrade everybody's gaming experience just by converting
Oh,
their
yeah.
home table into a high quality table with all the gamer functionalities.
Well, and the great thing too is they can just slip it away into some kind of behind the couch, behind
Under the
whatever,
bed.
and under the bed. Yeah, exactly. As opposed to, because I built my own table, but
Oh, cool.
Oh,
No,
look at the humble brag over
sorry,
here.
I didn't build it. I had a friend build it for me. But and it's just like it's not fine by any means, but I can't use it for anything else, because like the cover is just like planks of wood and all this stuff. But the game toppers.
You sell covers, Kevin?
Yeah, on this new Kickstarter, the last 2 Kickstarters, Game Toppers 3.0, we introduced the new leg kits for our toppers.
Yeah, I
Except
saw that.
for our 2 brand new larger models, we just introduced the leg kits for the Mycroft and the Moriarty. That's the 4 foot by 4 foot and the 4 foot by 6 foot. But then we also introduced the dining covers that go over the topper. So if you have a freestanding topper with the legs, full table in essence, it's still portable, but it can be a full-time table. then you can put the dining cover panels over that. And we have that in the Holmes and Watson size currently, and they're in manufacturing right now, actually.
Because if you think about it, I mean, if people actually have a dedicated game room, it's like the first thing they're going to buy. Like, it's not like elaborate, beautiful furniture for the most part. It's like, the basement. And a lot of people will have fold out tables, right? With just like so to have a game topper with legs, I mean, it looks great, and it's not like that, like the custom made wood or anything, but it's amazing. It's great because you can just put it away. Had I known about them when I actually went to go build my table, I probably would have done it.
Are you going to go to Gen Con? Kevin?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Depends. I'm going to the UK Games Fair here, and then what we did with Game Toppers 3.5 instead of going to Game Toppers 4.0. We've got a lot of big plans down the road, but 3.5 was our European backers have not been fulfilled yet because we're waiting for these dining covers, and we have to ship them all in the same containers. So long and short of that, we're running this mini campaign from May 10th to May 27th, only 17 days, so that those European overseas backers, Australia, United Kingdom, all that, they're going to get their product in July, no matter what. So we thought, let's run a mini campaign, because now they can take advantage of the leg kits that weren't available last time and add them to their orders and still get that bulk container shipping reduction. And in addition, the next shipment to overseas will probably be a good year from now. So it allowed new backers to get in. And we felt like this is a win-win for everybody. And so we're doing the short campaign, but then the late pledge manager launches June 2nd, right when I get to the UK Games Fair. So people in the UK and Europe, whatever, can back still for about a month. And then all of those orders are ready to go now, but then all these add-on orders we'll be able to fulfill in about a week. And that first shipment, the first early fulfillment going out as soon as the dining covers arrive, is to Europe. And then all the USA and Canada backers. So they're going to take advantage of all these special Kickstarter prices and packages that we've come up that are at our lower cost. Because honestly, we've all known what's happened to everything in the world the last couple of years. And all of my prices have gone up significantly on the wholesale, and I'm going to have to make some adjustments. But I thought, well, I've got this inventory at that price. I know my reacquire cost is more, but I'm going to run one more big fling just to see if I can benefit our backers, existing and new, for this one little push.
That's awesome.
Are the containers as expensive going out
Yeah, it's no
as
good.
it is coming
They've
in?
come down a little, but I mean, I don't know what you found, but they've
Did
come
you
down
guys
a little
see
bit.
the
They're not anywhere near where they were.
the Oath Sworn?
I did see that. I was going to actually bring that up, and we can have the discussion about
Crazy. Okay. Well,
that. Yeah.
by the way,
Most
yeah,
of-
I forgot- yeah, we're doing a hot games room at Gen Con, by the way. So FYI.
Are you going?
I don't think I'm going to be going.
I
I
was
need
gonna
to get a
say,
whole
dude,
lot
you don't-
better to go. I mean,
that's true.
I'm totally not.
Yeah, your voice is
Myself.
a little
I know,
different.
and I think I got COVID.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna take I took a quick test, which was negative, but I feel like the symptoms are very COVID-esque, and I've got it like instantaneous. So Michelle went to a wedding not this weekend, but the past weekend, like the week before. She came back on Sunday. She started complaining about symptoms on Monday, Tuesday. She's sick on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday, I get it. Or I think I got on, Friday or Saturday, I got it. And then now we're both sick. We took quick tests and both negative, but I'm taking a PCR test tomorrow. So
Yeah, Giselle had came back
it's
from
not
New
great.
Brunswick with it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a fever. It sucks. I mean, I'm feeling okay right now, but I'm feeling not. I'm gonna bail out early because I'm just not.
Yeah, I'm
100%.
Kevin, is there
On top of all my other fun stuff?
Oh, boy.
is there when you order a topper, is there assembly required for it, or
What?
do you need to put it together at all?
No, it's fully assembled. In fact, our toppers, they literally go on your table in 2 minutes and you're set up ready to play. Now, if you have the leg kits, depending on the model, some of the models come in 2 halves, and then you have a center support that needs to be installed. That's,
Okay.
it takes a little bit. It's not that big a deal, but it's a little fiddly to set that up the first time. And then after that, it's pretty simple because the legs just screw in and out of the corner brackets. But that's one of the cool innovations. Those leg brackets, they stay in once you put them in the first time, and then you can undo the legs. So it's really simple.
Has anybody tried to copy you?
We've had some people make some kind of knockoff wooden topper items. The one company that went out of business, we're trying to pull that, and I didn't fight them on it, but yeah, there was some of that.
Did you patent anything?
We have a conditional use patent. We had went to market before we had the actual patent, but the truth is most of that stuff, you can have patents, but people can make modifications and
Seems like
change.
so easy to work around it.
Is it worth fighting and spending a couple $100,000 in legal fees to?
Probably not. Yeah. Because unless. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's a lot more about the
like
brand loyalty and how we take care of people and all the other things that we offer besides just the topper that is helping us, keep viable.
You see,
I was just trying to if some mass manufacturer comes out of another country that might be like, hey, it's $50 cheaper. It's the exact same thing. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it would be easy for us to prove all of the initial stuff though. So, but trying to fight overseas companies, it's not a very viable situation.
I think it's not an easy thing to copy either.
No,
it's a pretty hefty.
I kind of say let them have at it.
But there's a lot of furniture.
They don't know the trials.
There's so many knockoff furniture companies. I'm worried if they catch wind of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you foresee a time where you're gonna, or unless you're doing it right now, just selling them on order, or is it only going to be Kickstarter?
We do that after we're done with the fulfillments of the Kickstarter, and we've sold a lot through our Shopify store and a lot of our other products, mats and accessories and cup holders and dice towers. But the new innovations, when we have to go to market, buying the biggest expenditures, the aluminum, and then the flooring materials and the assembly costs, of course. But Kickstarter really helps us go to that large purchase, because you don't buy 100 of these, you buy 500 of these.
Yeah. That's so cool.
We had 3 semis of aluminum. That's how much aluminum we got.
Kind of aluminum.
It's military grade
aluminum.
aluminum. But what that actually means, it's T6. That's the hardest temper you can get. It's not the aircraft kind, and that's the reason I buy that. And they say military grade. They actually use that in parts for gun firing pins, things of that nature that can maintain really tight tolerances. And learned a lot about aluminum.
That's
Did
so
you?
Cool.
Burke, how do you get them? Do they come in like this? Are they manufactured a piece, the aluminum, and then you assemble them, or is it stock?
It's actually an extrusion. It's special designed extrusion mold that we've made. And we have 2 models, the standard profile, and then we have the luxuriant profile that can add heirloom wood products, like walnut and oak that we have. So that product gets extruded, it gets cut, deburred. The screw channels that are inside of, or screw bosses, they call them, those get tapped so that you can put the rails on and attach our brackets, and then it gets powder coated, and then it gets assembled.
Okay.
So neat.
Yeah, it's quite a process. I was just on the rolling dice and taking names at the table show with Marty and Tony, and we were talking about supply chain logistics and all the different things from a manufacturing perspective. And we know about a lot of the shipping problems, and going from a $5,000 container to mid-central Minnesota to $23,000. Who would have forecasted that? I put enough bump in there to forecast some things. I even put in a forecasting for currency changes when I'm costing my product. But I didn't do that. I didn't forecast correctly this last 2 years. I didn't know
Who
this was
did?
all going
I
to
don't
happen.
think anybody did that, Kevin.
But what people don't understand that our domestic situations
Yeah.
is equally as
Yeah.
concerning because,
Yeah.
I used to get a semi truck going to Canada to the fulfillment center for $700-800. Now it's $2,800-3,300.
Because fuel.
It's surcharges and just what
Yeah.
the market is bearing right now.
Yeah.
They're pretty much demanding their price, and it's just what it is.
Yeah.
And they're not friendly about it anymore either. They're not customer service. It's like, well, take it or leave it. If you don't like it, don't let the door hit you in the rump.
Yeah. Yeah. We were looking at doing changing up our deck. Our deck is falling apart in our yard. So we were thinking about changing it up. We talked to our contractor. He's like, wait 5 years. Don't do it now.
The price of wood is
Cheers.
ungodly right now. It's triple
Yeah.
what it was 2
Yeah,
years
He's
ago.
like, don't do it now. Wait.
Tripled.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
getting rushed. It's not getting dried right. It's
Nope, exactly, Barry. I mean, the quality control, you're getting lesser quality
Yeah.
product, and the availability and the cascading effect that the delays have in manufacturing.
Yeah.
One part causes where you think this part's delayed a month. Well, that screws up the whole process. So it really ends up to be a 2-month net effect.
Yeah.
I wonder
And
if
like
we're
with the
gonna see
hardwoods,
that
they
in,
take years to dry. So we're getting effects from the COVID shutdown.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I wonder if we're going to see that kind of, shoddy product result in like gray board and chipboard and stuff like that.
It's going to be
For
everywhere,
hardware.
Matt.
It's
Like,
it's there
so
now.
Right now, they're
are we
just
going to get
pushing
more
stuff out
warpage
to
on our
keep up.
boards now because they're made more crappily, and
Yeah, probably.
who knows?
Even the resin market, like our flooring material for the game topper is made of a polymer. It's an EPVC extruded polymer, and we had 2 semi-loads of that ordered. Our manufacturer had it ordered when it came. They were supposed to get it last October for a delivery in November. When they called to check on their order, the manufacturer of that material pulled a force majeure and said, due to the current climate, we're not going to honor the purchase order, canceled the whole thing and said that to reacquire it will be double. And it was going to be 6 months away. Thankfully, our manufacturer had other sources that we were able to buy some off the shelf in stock product, but we paid a real premium for it. And nobody really, we look as consumers, we look at just the price, but we don't really know what all goes behind the scenes and all these little details.
I just read somewhere Anderson Flooring. Was that it? It just went out of
Anderson
business.
Windows?
No, Anderson. I'm sorry. It's a big flooring company, like in Home Depot and all that. It wasn't Mohawk. Give me a minute, it'll come to me. But they just went out of business. That surprised me because they were pretty big with, like I said, Home Depot and Lowe's and all that.
Wow.
Armstrong?
That's a big company.
That's a huge company.
Maybe it was Armstrong Flooring. I know it wasn't Bruce and all that. I can't remember now.
Yeah, Giselle can't get cinnamon at the bake shop.
Oh, really? Cinnamon? Wow, I didn't think of that.
I said, did you try Costco? Nope, not there.
Yeah. Yeah, Jen mentioned that in her bakery, there's certain stuff she can't get now.
Armstrong Flooring rejects shutdown proposal to seek bankruptcy.
That's what it was, Armstrong. Yeah.
Wow. That's a big one.
Filing for Chapter 11. Is that the one that lets you restructure? Or is that the one where you just completely shut down?
Chapter 11?
I can't remember. I don't know the differences.
Chapter 13? I think 11 is they let you restructure.
Yeah, I believe that gets you debt protection.
Yeah. I don't remember. Exactly.
There's some attorneys out there, let us know.
Yeah, Chapter 11 seeks to reorganize a debtor's business affairs, debts, and assets. They owe 318 million, and they have assets valued at 570 million. So the outstanding principal of its long-term debt is 160.5 million. Halted trading because the share
You
was
know,
29 cents.
Yeah.
one of our products, that dining cover, it's made out of a high density MDF product, not the MDF that you get at Home Depot.
I know what you're
or-
talking about. Yeah.
You know it is. Okay.
The good stuff.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, it's high resin, low moisture, so that it can be electrified and powder coated. They use it in hospitals and hotels and things for durable countertopping material. Not that many people do that process. It's fairly sophisticated. But both the suppliers in the United States that I had worked with, that I had prototypes from, they could no longer get their product. And one of them was a $20 million company that had their supplier from Kraft, which is a huge supplier of wood products, and they piggybacked their orders with them. They could not get product for over 6 months. They paid all their workers to sit at home so they wouldn't lose their workforce. And these were highly paid workers. Last year, he said he was kicking it down the road every other month when I would try to find out about this. Finally became aware that they couldn't get it. Most of the product was coming from Canada, and Canada was having difficulties with manufacturing. And the main supplier of that product, that company actually went out of business because of all of the supply chain related collateral damage. It's tragic.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen the end of it. I mean,
No, I don't think so.
I'm a little, I mean, so we're basically, we used to ship from, well, from the factory in Hong Kong, or I think it was Hong Kong. I mean, it was either Hong Kong or China.
Singapore?
Probably China. I don't remember exactly which
Shanghai.
one. But maybe. But we were shipping as soon as things were done.
Oh,
so it'd
yeah.
be we ship a pallet on a container. But now it's like the prices are so high, we should just get the whole container, to consolidate all. We've got like 50 projects being made right now, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, you need that less than container load thing doesn't work so well anymore, and
Yeah.
you pretty much got to start booking your shipment a couple weeks before the product's done now, unless you can afford to wait.
Interesting. Yeah, we're friendly with the manufacturer, so I think we're a pretty good customer because we're printing bits, right?
Oh yeah,
those geek bits. And constantly, we've gone back many, many times, right? We've reprinted the Quacks bits several times and Orleans
Every
bits.
time I go, there's no Orleans ones.
What's that?
Every time I go, there's no Orleans ones.
Are we out of the Orleans?
That's what the site says.
So here's something I wanted to. First of all, if you don't own a Game Topper, go get one. Back it.
Yeah.
Go back it. Anyway, but did you guys see that the World Series of board games? No, Google it. So they are going to at the same time the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. You will get the winner. It will get a World Series of Poker bracelet, basically.
What?
And $25,000, and it is, and it's going to be there's like 15 different board games you're going to play, and it's
what do they pay for this?
Well, I mean, you've got to sign up.
But is there an entry fee?
Well, yeah, there's an entry fee. It's just like a World Series of Poker thing, So, but yeah, if you World Series of Board Games, I think is what it's called. But it's going to be held.
Do you know the list of games?
Yeah, here I got it right here. So
okay, I was about to say I have them on the screen. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. So I mean, so it's it's
They're actually good games.
Yeah. I mean, it isn't joke games. I mean, it's ticket.
No, they're real games. There's definitely some games of luck in here, though.
Yeah. There's Wingspan and like Dominant Species Marine is on there. That was the only one that really made
sponsored.
Wow. That was the only one that made me. Well, I can't see GMT sponsoring it. I mean, maybe I'm weird, but I can't see them doing it. But anyway, Seven Wonders, Acquire, Azul, Blood Rage, Brass Birmingham, Carcassonne, Catan, Dominant Species Marine, Dune Imperium, Gaia Project, Great Western Trail, Raw, Splendor, Terraforming Mars, Ticket to Ride, and Wingspan.
Wow,
That's quite a span. A swing.
that's impressive.
Yeah.
Is that sponsored
I
by
don't see
Board
how
Game
this
Geek?
works. We were not a sponsor. So
Scott doesn't know
think,
anything about
I don't know
this.
what happened, but I think we might have missed their emails. I don't know what happened. But I see all these companies that are sponsors. Like, well, it
Space
says
Tower.
we are proud to be working with the following entities within the industry to accomplish our goal of growing the hobby. I mean, I'm not. I guess I think what they influenced it. They're doing influencer stuff. Like
Yeah.
maybe for free, or maybe they got paid for it. I don't know.
So you'll have there's round one. There's a ring event, so you'll get to so basically you enter, and then you pick which game you want to play each day. You can only play one game each day. The winner of those games will get to go to the semifinals, which
Lance, wingspan, man.
Just eggs. I can prove them all wrong.
Egg strat all day long.
Egg strategy.
But you can't. So if you win, so when you win the ring events, which basically gets you into semifinals, you can't play the same game in the semifinals. You have to play a different game.
How are they going to do this?
Wow. So you have to have a diverse gaming background to compete.
You have to win 7 rounds of games. That's so much work.
That could be a couple days.
I don't see how this, honestly, I'm here. I'm all for like this kind of stuff, right? But I just do not see how. 7 rounds of gaming with
you should do
people?
like you should hold regional
Hundreds of people.
events for like half your regional events at BGG Con or something where you can play off of it. So you have
really weird
nationals and then regionals.
Curious to how they do this.
Yeah, but then when they get down to the last 4, so it's like in the final, none of the 4 finalists are allowed to play a game they've already won. The 4 semifinal games and any game won by any of the finals will be removed from the bag. There's of the 16 games.
So you got nothing left.
All the games that have already been played, each finalist will choose another game to remove from the bag. These choices will be made simultaneously in writing. And then a WSBG representative will draw one of the remaining chips from the bag. So basically there's going to be chips in the bag. Draw one, and that is the game that you will play for the final game. And then whoever wins that will be the World Series of Board
Okay, that's for the finals. They're not going to do that.
So no, here's how it works. Okay, so you do the ring event. Okay, and if you win a ring event, then hundreds of players will sign up for round 1 for each of the 16 games ring events. The winner of each table will move to the next round, a process that will continue until there is one ring event winner for each game. Ring event gameplay will take place between Wednesday and Saturday. Each competitor may participate in 1 ring event per day, so it's important to look over the schedule and choose your games carefully. The number of rounds in each ring event will depend on the number of entrants, but it will not exceed 5 rounds. The playoffs. Sunday's playoffs will begin with 4 semifinal games in which the 16 ring event winners will play to advance to the final. None of the ring event winners will play the game with which they won their ring. So there'll be a wingspan winner. There'll be a splendor winner. There'll be and so on and so forth.
Yes,
After the conclusion of the last game on Saturday night, 16 chips labeled with the names of the 16 games will be placed in a bag. Each chip will represent both a game and its ring event winner. When a chip is drawn, the player who won the game on that chip will be assigned to a semifinal game. The first 4 players drawn will be the first 4 games played. The first 4 games drawn will be the first 4 games played in the semifinals. Yeah. So it's they're taking it seriously. I mean,
what's the limit? How many people can enter this thing?
As many as people want to give you. I don't think there's a limit. I mean, basically,
I don't see how this works. I mean,
fourth place
just because I know how
$1,000.
hard it is to pull these things off, and it's like, unless you've got people that are like,
that's why he's in writing, Scott.
How do you track how many games I've played?
You're just.
I guess there's gonna have to do it all through computer. Got to have computers. Gonna have computers on the floor because no one's gonna remember anything.
I'm sure they write it down and all that, as you're starting a game.
More power to them, man, because this seems like a lot of work.
How do they do them tournaments at like Origins and all that? There's usually one of them going on.
I know how we do it.
Catan
as easy as possible.
As easy as possible.
It's as easy as you can possibly make it.
Barcodes.
Everybody plays
You-
one
you could
game.
still-
Everybody
you
plays
could
a
still
game.
become
You get one
a-
winner from each table, and that goes to the finals. Done.
You could still become a if you wanted to, you can still become a sponsor. They're still accepting sponsors.
Still accepting, Scotty.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
you
like
get a bunch of perks.
the-
You can walk
I don't
board of
like
directors-
for one thing. I don't appreciate competitive play in board gaming.
Oh.
I just don't think it's fun. It's not
Oh.
fun.
Yeah.
It brings out the worst
Yeah.
in people.
Yeah.
You gotta
So-
have a lot
Yeah.
of rules. You gotta have a lot of
So if you go down to the
problem handling.
WSBG board of directors, do you know who Bruce Rife is? R-E-I-F-F?
Yeah, I didn't recognize anybody there.
Yeah.
Well, but underneath Bruce Rife, it says board gaming legend.
Well, maybe he won like Monopoly or something.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you spell it?
R-E-I-F-F. And then Bruce.
Didn't he beat Will Wheaton on a tabletop episode?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he won he's won the World Board Gaming Championships a few times.
I'm kicking off, guys. Have a good night.
Matt.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Good seeing you, Matt.
Yeah, you too, Kevin.
It's the same Bruce Rife.
Yeah, I never made it up to the World Board Gaming Championship
Yeah, I
place
haven't-
when it was
I mean,
over here. It moved
I don't know,
out
it
the
just
West
feels
Coast.
like not the kind of gaming I want to play.
Yeah.
I'm fine with people wanting to do it, but prepare for problems.
Yeah, like that guy that cheated on the Ticket to Ride tournament or whatever.
The guy who cheated on Ticket to Ride tournament.
What? How did he cheat?
He had
He
a
tried
deck in
to-
his he had a deck in his trench coat. He wore like this crazy heavy trench coat in a warm room, and I think they caught him on camera like dipping into the
What? Just oh yeah, I did have those cards, kind of thing.
I don't know.
Well, it was a big deal.
I forget
because he actually got a lot
they
of-
sort of hit it. Yeah,
It
they
was
sort
like
of-
25 grand or something. What
it
wasn't
was a big deal.
Yeah.
it was a-
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember.
I think there was someone else who took 2 turns in a row by one.
Yeah.
I don't know, like a couple times. I don't know. Some shenanigans
Shenanigans.
because
Shenanigans.
it's $25,000 and that is gonna invite problems. I hate to be the naysayer, but like I really cannot see a positive about this.
Yeah.
But you know,
Like I said, you're just
good luck
mad
to
you didn't
them.
think of it.
Good luck.
Well, they're just playing for fun, Scott. They're not playing.
They're not
They're
playing
playing for
for
$25,000.
Why
That's
why
not
would
for
you
fun.
think that of
Am I,
people?
am I crazy when I think that that's kind of a relatively small amount of money? I mean, like,
For $25,000.
For some, yeah. For others, not.
so
I'll take it.
with no,
You
no,
have
no,
it in
yeah.
your
I mean,
budget?
I mean, nobody's.
mean,
I'm not gonna like. I'll bend. I'll pick it up off the floor. I mean, trust me, you know. But
Yeah.
what was what did somebody say? Like, I remember I was listening to somebody and they were
We got
talking
jerseys.
about-
We could go.
they were talking about they were talking about like Tom Brady or something like that, and like I remember somebody said like, you know, and, like it's like, do you think Tom Brady would go downstairs for $100? Like, like you
Go
think about like,
downstairs.
well, like you know, it's
Oh,
like, hey
oh,
Tom,
like if there's a-
hey Tom,
like,
like if you know he's
I
sitting
got
there playing a
100 on
video,
it. Yeah.
he's sitting there playing a video game or he's doing something. It's like, hey Tom, if you come down here in 5 minutes, I'll give you $100. Yeah, nah.
Nah.
Just like, you know, just like, you know, but no, so what was I gonna say? I mean, it's just that's crazy. But see, like most World Series of Poker things, it's like, oh hey, it's the you know, $1,000 limit hold'em event. Well, the prize purse is based on the number of people that enter.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, so here
Is there
it's
an
just
entry fee for this?
Yes, there is totally an entry fee for
How
this.
much?
Well, I'll have to go back to the website, but yeah, like depending upon what you want to do, if like you want a room at Bally's where it's being held,
Yeah.
it's like $900. You know, so
How
you get a
much?
room 900 and some change.
What?
So you're getting a hotel room and you the entry. in-
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you're getting a Bally's
Kind
hotel.
of
entry.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
no,
Bally's
mean,
rooms are not like what I would call
Yeah.
top tier.
Yeah.
No.
You gotta make some money somehow.
Smoking Joe's.
Did I tell you about my
grandmother.
Bally's room that I had? It was like I had to walk like 10 minutes to get to my bed. I mean, it was like a room that had like a hallway in it, and then like it was just crazy how far it was from the bed.
Really?
Yeah, it was just a real
Yeah.
awkward room.
Yeah.
It was not 10 minutes, but it was
I understood.
it was a walk
Mhm.
to the bed.
Hard to find the bathroom in the dark, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, stay and play is 900, which is okay. You get 4 total ring event passes.
So let's talk Oathsworn real quick. I mean,
4 night, 5-day stay.
I don't want to do a deep dive because I don't want to.
Oh, just curious.
So Oathsworn was the talk of the town at Gen Con in like, what is it, 2019? They had the big booth, and like the whole idea, and I might be misspeaking. Oathsworn was the it was all based around the boss fights. That was like they were like, oh, there's all these other minis games that you play that are like there's all this progress or whatever, but like the idea behind Oathsworn was that they were going to have these boss fights for miniatures moving around, you're doing stuff that was going to be like they're all going to be epic, and each one is going to have a story and all this stuff. So then, like, I remember when they went to Kickstarter, I think they got close to $2 million, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Somebody can quote me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I backed it. I did an all in like 1,000 years ago now, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, it's like we'll deliver this in a year. Well, they didn't, and then COVID, and so it's just been like a thing where they've been like, it was one of those things where they succeeded so well that like there was so much more stuff they had to put into it, where it was just like the development and everything took forever. So now, longer story shorter here, they came back and told their people, it's like, look, not a requested donation, not a could you help us out, we're going to charge you more shipping, because the shipping that we charged you, we didn't charge you enough. And so depending upon, you were like, if you're an all-in customer, it's like it was the most. I had to pay an extra $19. I paid like $65 shipping to begin with.
Mine was like 100 because I bought 2 copies.
Yeah, so I mean, it was just like, okay, whatever. But they did this long video that described, hey, this is why this happened and how we're investing our own money into this. Now, I'm not calling anybody a liar. I'm not saying that I know how much shipping is. I publish as well. And so I give them all the credit in the world, and they have definitely garnered a huge amount of engendered a huge amount of like backing. Like, there's nothing negative. People are just like, no worries. How do I pay you the money? Like nobody's like, this sucks. You guys suck. Where's my stuff? Nobody's saying that. Everybody's like, because they've been very transparent and very open from the get-go about everything and trying to do what's right. But it's like, I mean, I just, and maybe, and I have no proof.
Did you follow their math?
Well, I watched their video and I followed their math, and I found it very illuminating. But like the one point, like they said something along the lines of, because this is their first one they ever created. Like they haven't like made anything else. This is the only thing they've done.
This is the first product they put out.
This is their first product. And like the 2 creators said, we haven't taken any like salary
Profits. Yeah.
at all from this. Like we haven't paid ourselves anything. And I'm just like, and I'm not saying, maybe they have to have a real job then, right? I mean, they this can't be their job.
Or they're just wealthy.
Or maybe they're just wealthy. I mean, maybe they're just and that's the other thing too. It's like,
it seems like they're paying a lot on their own based on what I've heard.
Well, I'm saying that, but that's one of those things where I'm just like, well, then how, because it sounds like this is a full-time job to get this game. So what are you doing? Like, how are you, I don't know. It's just, it's weird. And it's like, but the thing is that what a world of difference from like a lot of other campaigns where people are just like, I mean, even though they're super late, even though they've had to go and basically ask people for more money, even though all those things are the case, like people are still like saying, hey, just let us know how we can help. you know, and also like, can I pay you more money? You know, I feel horrible that this is happening. Can I, you know, and so
Oh, you think just it's a weird reaction to
it is, I mean,
what
no,
we've seen already in
it
many
speaks,
many situations.
it speaks
Thinks it's a
wonders
scam.
about how like they engendered a cult of personality within their backers of honesty and like being forthright with their updates and everything like that, that like it's just it's a very positive atmosphere,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And which shows that you can do it.
Well,
I
how many
mean,
backers do they have?
Yeah.
thousands. A lot.
Jamie did. Stegmeyer did it before. I mean, it shows you, you know, your career
Yeah.
can be
I mean,
like that.
it gives you hope for the humanity.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Plaidhead did it, I
I-
think.
But here's the
Yeah.
thing, like, you know, those a-holes are there, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
they're
that's anything in
not-
life.
like maybe, I don't know. Do you ever see like if threads go negatively at the beginning, it's all negative, or if it starts out really positively,
Yeah,
it's real hard to turn it negative.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying.
Have you seen
yeah.
that before? I've seen
Yeah.
that before.
I also
Like
found
the lone naysayer would get shouted down or like, you know, hidden. Basically.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things where you kind of hope that like if your own backers step in to say, look, okay,
Yeah, if
cool.
everybody's there defending you instead of
Yeah.
carrying
and that creates another huge thing where they're like, oh, look at you, Mr. You know, sock puppet account, you know,
Yeah.
just like, you know.
That's, I mean, honestly, I'm stunned at how positive it's been because it's not the norm.
No. No, it's not.
Where's
Not for
the guys that want the
something,
blood? Where's the guys that want pinkies?
Give them time.
Yeah.
Give them time.
Are they there?
I'm sure there are, but now I mean, you can report those people for being negative and
Okay.
and if they are, Kickstarter removes them. You know, well, you report them and Kickstarter removes them, and then they will review the comment, and if they think that it should be posted, they will put it back up.
Yeah, I bet they're going to do that with the response time right now. I mean, you can't get a hold of anybody there.
Mm.
So I don't know how they're going to monitor all of that. Every time someone has a negativity and a creator says, I don't like it, there's no way they're going to be able to manage all that.
It's 11,600 backers. That's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people.
That is a lot of
For
people.
it to be so overwhelmingly positive is very shocking. I mean, I'm looking at the comments now where everybody says paid and tipped extra money, right? To pay. I mean, why tip? I mean, I guess because they've dug into their own pockets, right? I guess was the story.
I think that's more of a cycle. You see that with fundraisers and all that. They want to kind of like brag. Yeah.
This is odd. It's not the norm for sure.
Hmm.
But I haven't looked at this project since I backed it. And then I saw the notice to ship it. Does anybody know why it's so positive?
I know nothing about this game at all.
I mean, because basically, like, I'm not trying to say it's like Simon, but like Simon got a lot of negativity for their shipping. Which
I mean, that's rough.
Didn't
I
have
mean,
all the explanations and all the things behind it.
I think you said this was their first Kickstarter, right?
Yeah.
I think that may have something to do with it too. Simon's a big
Yeah.
company, you know. These are the little guy. Might be something to do with
Little
that.
guy. They made how much?
Well, I'm saying it's a new publisher.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
it's
well, and this is one that,
almost
like,
$2 million, 1.9 million.
like literally, I don't remember. I remember I played like a round or two of it at Gen Con that year, but I don't remember anything about the play of the game. Anything.
never saw it.
I don't remember a dang thing. I'm interested in like remembering what it is. Yeah, but I mean, it's so long ago. It's a million years in the past.
Yeah, I feel didn't Rob work with them at some point? I thought Rob worked with them at some point.
right.
Like painting stuff. He was gonna paint.
I think he
these.
painted a few things.
Yeah, remember that? I think Actually, I think Rob. I saw a video from Rob about Osborne today. If I'm not mistaken. I did not get to watch it. I have not been looking at it.
Interesting.
Huh. Huh.
So hey, now that I have an audience,
they must have really done a good job with a lot of transparency and a lot of communication with the backers, and that's why the backers are not upset. Where sometimes the campaigns don't do a good job of that, and they just kind of strong arm their way through it.
Yeah, I don't know anybody else that really paid attention to it.
So Kevin, how do you
pay attention to it?
Kevin, how do you find your audiences with that? Like, say you hit a hiccup in one of your Kickstarters, is it like mostly positive, or does it come back negative?
We have very little negativity, and whenever they're, we really work hard to personally, and if someone is frustrated or there's a concern, a lot of times I'll reach out, I'll find their information, I'll call them directly and just talk to them and say, hey, I see you're frustrated. What can I do to help? And if maybe there's a misunderstanding, maybe there's something we did make a mistake on. I don't, we're not perfect, but if we make a mistake, we'll own it and fix it. And we just haven't had a lot of that. So that's been very grateful, but our product holds up well, and it's very durable, and it's generally, but it's still manufacturing. You still have a certain amount of product that isn't perfect, and you have shipping issues that you can't control any of that, but it's how well do you respond to those situations. And we're able to do that, at this level anyway. It's a lot of work, but that's our commitment. So
this is interesting. They did 29 updates after it funded. So I'm going to count the first 29 as just the standard, Kickstarter promotion type stuff. Update number 31 was You Funded Oathsworn. That was on November 5th of 2019. They posted one update per month, except that in August of 2020, they posted 3.
Okay.
That's
and then nothing after that?
That's one update a month for 3 since 2020.
Okay, well, that's pretty good. It's not overdoing it, but they're there.
It's not on there doing it.
Yeah. So. And I'm not sure of the context of the content of it. It looks like they gave a lot of updates about like what's going on. Choose your weapon poll. There's polls. Rulebook mini poll. Hardcore versus normal poll. Digital app poll. They did a lot of community.
Decisions. I was just going to say they've built community. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's great. Guys, I need to shut her down here too, so I'm going to check out on you. Thanks so much for sleeping. I'm just too old is what's going on here.
Well, that's probably true.
See you.
Yeah.
I'll try to stop in another time. At the end of my days, sometimes there's just nothing left, man. All right.
Well, you guys have good luck with everything, man, and we should talk soon.
Yeah, let's do that. That'd be good. Good seeing you all.
Yeah, good seeing you.
All right, take care, buddy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I had my
initials.
I had my grievance. Oh, hey, Kevin, you haven't left yet. So don't swear yet. Don't take off your pants.
I got to hear the grievance. I just
okay. Well, so this was
strap in.
This was
be a long one.
My PlayStation 4 finally gave up the ghost. Like it just
oh boy.
Yeah, so whatever. I got a PS5. The PS4 was basically it was a glorified Netflix player, basically. So it finally died, and I was like, all right, well, I have a Chromecast that I bought for my wife that like she doesn't have to use because her TV already had a Chromecast built into it, so she didn't need it anymore. And so I went and grabbed that, and the way I was like, all right, I'll just plug this guy into the whole, and the thing is I have a wall mounted TV. There's a bookcase like right beneath it, and I can't see the bottom of it. So like, but I know where the HDMI thing is, so I got to basically like reach underneath the TV and like, there's a TV in front of my hand and I'm like trying to find the spot and then like get the cord and then, get the Chromecast to plug in, and just a giant pain in the butt. But eventually I got it hooked up, got it plugged in. And then it said, can't connect to your Wi-Fi. Well, okay. So when this thing, I no longer have the Wi-Fi network that I had when because
you bought it.
I got a new, I also had a my router stopped. It only did 5 gigahertz. It wouldn't do 2.4. And there was a bunch of old stuff in the house that didn't recognize 5 gigahertz, so we couldn't use it. So I had to go out and get another router, which we got one that has the pods that you place around your house. So it's actually pretty nice. So now nobody's got any dead spots or anything like that. So okay, so I need to connect the Wi-Fi. So I was like, okay, well, so pull up the Google Home app, pull it up, have it locate the Chromecast. It located the Chromecast. Well, set up and go to set up Chromecast. So where is this located? It's located in the basement. What do you want to call this? It can be just basement Chromecast. That's fine. I don't care. Just like whatever the default is. It's like, you'll connect to Wi-Fi. Perfect. Which Wi-Fi do you want to connect to? Okay, connect to that one. My Wi-Fi. Enter in the password for the Wi-Fi. Enter in the password. And then it would just stop. It would say, can't connect to Chromecast, and then kick me out. I was like, what the hell? So I do it again. Hit the Google Home app. Find the Chromecast. The app says connected to your Chromecast. Connect to Wi-Fi. Did the same thing again. Kicks me out. I'm like, what's going on? So then, okay, I'll try a different Wi-Fi. Connect it to like the guest Wi-Fi that I have. Same exact thing. All right. After like doing this for like 20 minutes and I was losing my mind, I said, okay, fine. Let's see what's going on. So I pull up and I understand for every ounce of prevention, you like an ounce of prevention equals a pound of cure. So any kind of online help thing that Google has, it's designed to keep people from calling them and asking them for help.
Of course.
So I'm going through the thing. What's your problem? This is my problem. So I'm going through the troubleshooting steps. Unplug the Chromecast. Wait 1 minute. Plug it back in. Try again. Doesn't work. Unplug the Chromecast and restart your router. Then once the router is going, plug the Chromecast in, plug it in. Doesn't work. Okay. I'm going through all this process. And then it says, it's just like, if these steps don't work, you need to do a hard reset of your Chromecast. All right, fine. What version of Chromecast do you have? And I said, oh, well, it's this one or whatever. And they're like, you'll need to use your Google Home app to reset your Chromecast. Fine. Great. Let's do this. So I was like, I pull up the thing. It's like, pull up the thing and it says log into your Chromecast. So I did the whole thing, log into your Chromecast. Now, like it says push the button like up here, and then there will be an option that says, hard reset on your Chromecast. So I push that little button on my app on my phone, and then it's grayed out on the thing. And so I click on it and it says, you must be connected to the Wi-Fi to do a hard reset on your thing. I was like, the problem I'm trying to fix is I can't connect it to the Wi-Fi. I need the demo tape so I can get some money so I can pay you for the demo tape. Just like, I'm like, but I can't connect to the Wi-Fi because I can't do a hard reset. And so because mine was so new, it didn't have like a hard reset button. It didn't even have like one of those little like you grab a paper clip and jam it in, nothing like that. It's like my other one, it actually had like a button on it that you just hold down. And so finally I'm like, fine, I'm going to call customer service. Call customer service. And then there's a thing where it says, what type of thing are you calling on? Hit 1 for Chromecast. Boop, hit 1. They got me in. Like it rings like twice. Person answers the phone, says, hi, welcome to Google. Can I start with your name, please? Yeah, my name. Hangs up on me. I was like, well, that's not a good start. Let's try it again. Just like called it.
You got to a person?
Yeah, I got to a person. It was like almost immediate.
And then the person realized he hit the wrong button.
So then I said, okay. So I went and I said, all right. Sometimes Lance's odes give me anxiety. Anyway, I pull it up, and then I got a woman, and then she was like, "Hi, my name's so and so. I don't remember what her name is. Can I start with your name, please? Give her my name. Okay, well, you're calling today about your Chromecast?" I said, "Yes, I am." And then they said, "Okay, well, what's going on?" And I said, "Well, this is going to take a little while, so let me explain this to you." And I went through and I explained every single troubleshooting. I explained the problem, and then I said I went to your website. And I followed this troubleshooting tip and this troubleshooting tip and this troubleshooting tip and this troubleshooting tip and this troubleshooting tip. I did all of these things. And now it's telling me I need to do a hard reset of the Chromecast. But here's the deal. I said, I don't have a button. I don't have a button to push. So it tells me to use my app. And then I log into the app and then it doesn't work because I can't log into the one because it isn't logged into Wi-Fi. I can't have it do a hard reset. What can I do at this point?
Does Chromecast make their own Wi-Fi's?
I
thought that was the case. No. Okay.
Well, anyway, so she's like, I see, I understand. All right, well, first, what kind of Chromecast do you have? And I said, okay, well, it's currently plugged into my TV. I'm gonna have to unplug it to tell you. And she's like, why is that? And I said, because, and I explained to her the way it's set up, it's behind the TV. I can't see
On the
Chromecast.
HDMI port.
It's on the HDMI port, so I
yeah.
have to actually. And she's like, it doesn't hang down far enough for you to see. I was like, no, it's I have an older plasma TV here, and so I was just like, she's like, okay, and so I unplugged it, and she's like, okay, thank you very much, and she's like, okay. So what does the TV say right now? And I said, I have no idea because I unplugged the Chromecast. Can you hold on a second? She's like, yeah, sure. Take all the time you want. This was a running gag throughout the entire thing. What does the TV say right now? I have no idea because so then I was like, okay, fine. So I plug it back in. I say, this is what it's telling me. She's like, okay, I understand. So let's try this. She said, let's unplug the Chromecast and wait 1 minute. I was like, I've already done that. She's like, I understand. But let's just do this. And I was like, oh,
he got the low level of tech.
She's like, let's unplug the Chromecast. Now, don't unplug it from the TV. She said, unplug it from the power. I was like, I understand what you're saying. You unplug it from the power, not the TV. I was like, I just told you it wasn't plugged into the TV. But anyway, so I unplug it. She waits 1 minute, talks to me, very pleasant person. We plug it back in. I was like, okay, yeah, no, it's still not working. It doesn't work. And she's like, oh, okay. So let's try this. She said, let's reset your router. And I was just like, as I said, I already did that. She's like, I understand, but could we just do it one more time? Let's see if the message changes. I was like, that's fine. So I shut down the router. We wait 1 minute, turn it back on. Same deal. Exact same response. I was like, this is exactly doing the exact same thing. She's like, I understand. Thank you very much for taking the time to do that. And I'm getting more and more angry because it's like, why have me go through this whole chain of troubleshooting tips on your website and then tell me to contact you directly? Because
they're trying to do the same things
and then just ask me to do the same thing. And I realize there's probably a lot of people that just look for a number, Google up the number, and just call them immediately and just say, yeah, I did all that stuff, and they didn't. But I mean, I did it. I did my due diligence. So now I'm in the process.
They're just reading the same script you went through. That's all is happening. You got the low level tech.
So now we're sitting there, and she's like, okay. So now I was like, let's do this. She said, let's plug it back into the TV. But while it's plugged into the TV, I think the problem, she says, and she said this to me, and I was like, that is absolutely wrong. She said, while it's plugged into the TV, let's go ahead and disconnect the power and see what happens to what's going on. I said, why does that matter? That doesn't make any sense. And she's like, well, it's because of the connection to the TV. Like it might not be it might not actually be disconnecting from the Wi-Fi. And I said, that doesn't make any sense at all. That can't possibly be the problem.
Right.
And it's like, because, and she said, why? I was like, because when you plug the thing in, the information it's sending through the HDMI cable exists regardless as to whether or not it's hooked up to a TV. She's like, let's just try it and see what happens. Fine. I said, so I did it. Same exact thing. And she's like, okay, well, it sounds like we're going to have to do a hard reset on this one. I was just like, I'm like rubbing my forehead. I was like, yeah. As I said, like 20 minutes ago, that's what we had to do. And I said, and she's like, so it's like, let's go ahead and we're going to hold in the button that's on the side of the Chromecast. And I was like, what? I was like, I told you, I'm looking at this thing. I don't see a button. And she's like, hold on one moment. Can you hold for a moment? I was like, yes. So I'm on hold for like a minute. She comes back. Thanks very much for holding. Yes, that is the case. This one does not have a button. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up your Google Home app and we're going to go into the system.
Oh, that's so funny.
And I was like, as I said to you, when I go to the Google Home app, it locates it. And then when I try to do the reset to the Google Home app, it tells me it has to be connected to the Wi-Fi so I can do it, but it won't let me. And I was just.
Did you get the "you're fucked"? You know, the lady from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah. No. And then she said, and then this was something she said a lot. I'm going to put you on hold for just a couple minutes. I was like, all right, fine. So she comes back and she's like, let's go ahead and just close the Google Home app right now. And let's go ahead and reconnect it to the Chromecast. Let's see what happens. And I was like, fine,
Right.
Great. Let's do that. So she's like, and then we go through the process. And I was just like, and say, yep, still the same thing. I'm going to put you on hold for a couple minutes. Yeah. She's like,
Wow, who's she talking to?
Well,
The tier 2 technician.
Yeah. She's like, thank you so much for holding. I appreciate it. She's like, now let's go ahead and she said, okay, so, and then she said, do you have a straight edge screwdriver? Yes, I do. And she's like, okay, well, she's like, you know, and then it was very nice. She's like, we're gonna have to actually open up your Chromecast, and this, but there should be a very small line that you can pop it open. And I was like, okay. I was like, and is this gonna break it or anything? She's like, no, this won't break it. This is just, I mean, we wouldn't advise you to do this, but this is a special situation, so we're going to have to do it. I was like, all right, fine. So now you pop it open and like there's just nothing really there. And then she's like, now do you see a small white button on the inside? It's kind of set off to the side. It's kind of, and I was like, yeah, I do. Okay, she said, that's your reset button. So it's like, you're gonna have, you know, I was like, well, I can't reach that with my finger. She's like, you know, because it's just like this little tiny bit in this like circle that's like this big around. And so she's like, well, you can get like a push pin or a paper clip or something. I was like, yeah, fine. So I got it. And then they're like, she's like, okay, so what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to plug this into the TV, and then you're going to need to hold that. I was like, that's not going to happen. And she's like, why is that? I was like, as I've said to you like 6 times, I can't plug this thing into the TV and actually see it. Because it's behind the TV, and there's no way on earth. There's no way on earth in the 1.5-inch space I have that I'm going to be able to apply pressure to this 2mm button with this paper clip.
Hilarious.
What? And she's like, "Can you hold for a couple?
You're
fine. Can you hold for a moment?"
Do you have your receipt? You know, I threw it away.
No.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, and I'm like, and I'm just, and you know, my wife's sitting at the table because she was helping me go through my games, and she's just laughing at me, and I was just like, and I'm just, and so then I took it, and then she's like, okay, well, let's do it this way. She said, we're gonna unplug it from the TV, and we're gonna hold that button in, and there's an LED button on the thing. I was like, yeah, what does it show right now? I said it's white. Okay, what you want to do is you're going to hold that button in until it turns orange. And then it'll turn blinking orange, and then it'll turn white, and then it'll stay white. And I was like, all right, sounds good. So just go ahead and apply the pressure to it and hold that button in. And I was like, how long should this take? It should only take a few seconds. I was like, cool. So I pushed the button, and the white thing it went to orange, and then it went to blinking orange. And then it stayed on blinking orange. And it stayed on blinking orange, and it stayed on blinking orange. And she's like, okay, now that it's white again, she said, go ahead and plug it. I was like, it's not white again. And what do you mean? It's just blinking orange. It hasn't changed back. It's still blinking orange. And she's like, let me put you on hold for a moment. Then she comes back and she goes, let's plug it in. Let's put the Chromecast back together. Is it still blinking orange? I was like, it's still blinking orange. Let's put it back together and let's plug it into your TV. What does it look like? So as God is my witness, I plugged it in, and like the HDMI, it was like nothing on the TV screen, and all of a sudden, just giant red screen, like Chromecast not working. Right. Go to Chromecast.com/support. She's like, what does the TV say? And I'm just like, it yeah, I told her it's like it's red. It's like she's like, I can put you on hold for a moment. Yeah. I was just like,
Oh my God.
I would have been like, I'm hanging up now and I'm gonna go buy a new one because they're only like $20.
and so I just sat there and
Yeah,
I was
really.
just like,
Like
and
they're
then
the most cheap thing.
and so I was sitting
It's a very
there and
bad
I
design,
was
though.
losing my mind. And then she comes back and she's just like, all right, so let's go ahead and let's while you're watching on the TV, let's go ahead and push the button. And I was just like, and then she caught herself. She's like, oh wait. She's like, you'll need to take it off and let's go ahead and hold the button again and see what happens. And then see, let's hold it and see what happens. And we'll hold it for a long time. I was like, fine.
Amazing.
Like literally like a minute. 2 minutes go by. Is it still blinking orange? I was like, it's still blinking orange. And she's like, can I put you on hold for just a minute? Yeah. And then she came back and bless this woman's heart. She was very patient.
Oh, yeah.
And she was very and like and she came
I'm
back.
amazed.
And then she said, okay, well, this is what we're gonna try one more thing. And if this doesn't work, we're gonna get your address and we're just gonna send you another one. And I was like, oh, well, that's nice of you. And she's like, so let's go ahead and do this. And she's like, so we're gonna go ahead and like there's a power cord that feeds into the Chromecast. And I was like, yeah, let's just go ahead and unplug that power cord. And then we're going to unplug like the thing off of unplug the power cord as well out of the plug-in. And then we're going to leave that sit for like 5 minutes.
Right.
And she's like, and I'll stay here with you. And it's just like, and then we're going to plug everything back together again. And then without plugging out the TV, we're going to hit the reset button again. And we're going to see what happens. I was like, all right. So I did. After 5 minutes, plugged it in the Chromecast. It was just orange then instead of blinking orange. And I said, it's just orange. And she's like, that's good. She's like, hit the reset button now. And then like I hit the reset button and like 2 seconds, it was white. And then we plugged it in the TV and it was just like, thank you for purchasing a brand new Chromecast. It's like, well, we're going to walk you through the process to get this set up. Please download the Google Home app. And I was like, I think it worked. And she's like, oh, I'm so relieved. She said, it was just like, but I was just, it was like 40 minutes just to get this ridiculous little thing. So let this be a lesson to you. If you ever change your Wi-Fi, don't do it before making sure your Chromecast
Yeah, no idea.
with your next one. So
I would have just tried on another TV first that I had access to instead of driving myself.
At that point,
I
I
go
was
to another room
just-
where I've got a TV that works.
Yeah.
At that point, I was so angry. My wife did suggest that I go to another room and plug it in, but I was being stubborn because I am.
I would have
I'm a stubborn
a
Norwegian.
new one. I'm gonna order.
Yeah,
I'm gonna order an Amazon.
Kevin would have done that. Kevin would have stuck.
Have you seen those Amazon Fire Sticks?
I was thinking that all along, but
Okay.
you should have called me, and so I could have told you to do the right thing.
But regardless, that's a very bad design.
Oh,
You
hey,
gotta take
Kevin.
it apart.
Oh,
Oh, I
Really?
need some of those.
yeah, I know. You do need some of those. I gotta make you a batch and drive it out to you. I got an extra jar.
I got Happy Mouth spice. Oh,
Well, I think that's a hell of a
waiting.
deal. I think
There
it's
you
a
go.
good trade.
yep, good trade.
All right, take care, Kevin. Go back. Everybody, go get yourself a thing with the
Yeah.
thing with
Got a
the
thingy
with
game
the-
toppers and a mat
Yes.
and some legs and a dice tower and
Actually,
chip
here's a
holder.
question. Did you finish the production of the what are they called? The things that hold the mats.
The mat racks.
The mat racks.
Yes, we have
Okay.
very few left. However,
I
we have
I wonder if I missed my order. Actually, I don't know. I'll have to look and see if I got it, but maybe I missed mine. I'll have to check. I'll have to check.
Yeah, they should have all gone out probably
trying
last
to-
December. So
Yeah, I must have. I'll have to look around. I feel like I didn't get it, but I will check. I may have not ordered it. I might have been like, oh, I need to order one of these, and I probably just forgot.
yeah, I didn't. I would have probably noticed, but
Yeah, I must have missed it because I feel like I did because I've got so many of your mats now. It's like I need something to sort them.
yeah, we have the JJ Burton rack, and then the Lord Burton 6-hole, but I only have about 20 of those Lord Burton 6-hole mats
Okay. Is that
racks, so
something
they're
we're
going
at
to
the
be on the
store?
Shopify store soon.
Okay.
Oh, Kevin, how are your mats with pet hair?
How do I what?
How are your mats with pet hair? Is it easy to clean them off?
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
you
the
probably
mats.
just,
Yeah, you know,
probably
it's a
use roller brush on
polyester
it.
top.
Okay.
So it's actually got kind of a sheen to it. So it's fairly easy and it is spot washable, that kind of thing. But lint brush is normal
Oh,
care.
no,
It's not
yeah.
like it's not like felt, that's for sure, where it
Yeah, there's no
sticks and gets
fabric to it.
matted.
Okay.
In
Yeah,
fact, you
my
just shake them off.
beaker sheds like a son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, it would come off with a lint roller.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying one.
Or
use a
or,
lint
or
roller
a
all the time.
man's lint roller, which is a thing of
Tape.
duct tape wrapped around your arm.
The little duct tape around your hand. Yeah, I've done
Yeah,
that.
just go back and forth like that.
Or
And
a
then
real
rotate it
man's wears
over.
100-mile-an-hour tape instead of duct tape.
Ugh.
Just get the Binford 5000 plus blower and
Yeah, that beaker's horrible with his hair though. He sheds constantly, and it's all over the place. Like we get tumbleweeds on it.
hairball.
There you go. All right, go to bed, Kevin. You got to get
All
up in the
right.
morning and answer.
We'll see you guys
questions.
later.
Take it
Thanks.
easy, man.
So you got it.
Wow, I'm watching the Golden State Warriors versus the Memphis Grizzly game. By the way, turn off real quick if anybody doesn't care, or skip this right now. I'm about to say something crazy that I've never seen before. The Memphis Grizzlies are up by 41
Wow.
in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left. I'm like, I have never seen that with the Golden State Warriors before.
Oh, I finished
It's
that
interesting.
that winning time, that Magic Johnson thing on HBO. That was a pretty good series.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Here. I did that on my downtime this weekend.
Where is everybody? I went to the trouble
Yeah,
of
what's
making
going on?
initials. And
Where's
you know, where's
who did
Evan?
we-
Where's
who did we-
Ryan?
we're
Where's
missing Evan. I haven't seen Ryan in a while.
Chloe? Well, yeah, I mean, Ryan's too cool.
Chris
for school or
Chloe?
something. I don't know.
Could be me versus versus Barry.
Uh-oh. And I declare Scott the winner.
It's early. Well, it's a little early right now. It's 11.
Yeah.
It's kind of early for.
Trying to
Who
think.
else are we missing? We need Sender
I doubt he'll come.
So
So late for him.
and who else plays?
I sold about 100 games, and I moved about 8 boxes of games to a storage unit. So now like it's gonna be tough to see, but like here I'll show you.
It's dark in there.
But yeah, you can't really see.
That's
Those
how
are-
Lance the
you
serial
kinda-
killer
You
likes
kind of
it.
see there's nothing. There's almost nothing on those
Oh, damn it.
bookcases back there. So the process has begun. Which is good, right? Just get rid of stuff. Make sure that can redo the floor in here, and also I kind of sad because like I'm gonna get rid of most of like the bookcases. I mean, a couple of them are cheap ass stuff you get at like Target and stuff like that. But I mean, there's a couple that are actually like they don't match anything else, but they're kind of nice. 2 of them are like heavy duty, really, really good bookcases that I got from one of my mom's neighbors when he passed away, like at the estate sale.
Hmm.
I mean, they're like solid, but and they weigh 1 billion pounds. But I
I'm
mean,
sure.
honestly, it's like if I had more of those, like I just have a bunch of those. But my wife found a way to make bookcases. Like she found a plan that like an adjustable like size for them.
Mhm.
So it's like one of those things where it's like, oh well, I have 10-foot ceilings and I could have 10-foot tall bookshelves. Then instead of these are, I'm guessing 8. So like if I could have floor to ceiling bookshelves, and I could have, make each shelf, 12.5, which is like, probably what you want for your, because most the biggest a game gets, unless it's a long box thing, in which case then you just place it long, right? Is 12. So give yourself a little bit of wiggle room there, 12 and a half. I can make it so there's like, so I mean I'm looking forward to making some cool shelves, and I could like get everything set up and look nice maybe at some point in like in the forever times.
He's got dreams.
I got dreams, baby. Dreams, baby. I got some. I'm not looking for. I mean, oh man, just lugging giant, heavy 40-pound boxes out of the house to my pickup and driving it over to a storage unit. That's a lot of fun. If I get to do that every day for the rest of my life.
Could you?
No.
Try plumbing for a living.
Well, I mean, I got the plumber butt for it, but I mean,
3-foot ditches every day. Try that.
Yeah. Try getting hit by a train.
I have.
Yeah.
Several times. Got ran over by one a couple times too. I don't want to talk about that.
I don't know. I am for like, and I thought it'd be bigger news, but like for I don't have anything. I'm not backing anything. I haven't backed anything on Kickstarter that's like currently going. Like I have nothing.
Did you do the new sleeping odds?
Welcome to my world.
It's
Scott.
like I feel like I should, right? I feel like I should because I really like the first one. But man, I mean that I mean, as much as I love that game, and I think that game is just freaking amazeballs. It was such a it was really like other stuff in my life like took a back seat to it. I was kind of like I was really happy I got to play, but I just don't have the time to play a game like that. I know me, and I know I probably will end up backing it. I mean, it's like I think there's like 3 days left of it on GameFound. So I know me, I know that I'll end up going in there and tracking her down. Maybe it's over. If it's over, then I'd be like,
I think
fine.
it ended.
Oh well, what a shame. Oh well,
Yeah, too bad.
Let's
see. Yeah,
too bad the game. It's too bad I didn't get to give Ryan Lockett $300. Like I could just email him and ask him if I can get it in the pledge manager. He'd let me in a heartbeat.
Well,
I mean,
I'm sure.
Special. I haven't played Sleeping Gods. I don't know. I liked his other games, but I wasn't like really impressed with them. They weren't bad games in my opinion. It wasn't really something to draw back. I understand it's like the evolution of the system too, but
I'm actually surprised they're doing another one. It seemed like the first one took a lot out of them. Like, there's a, I don't know if you watched a documentary about Ryan Lockett that I helped produce, but it looked like they put a lot of work into the Sleeping Gods, man.
Yeah, I mean,
they were feeling
a one-man show, right?
Yeah.
His wife too. His wife works too.
Well, I understand it. The family, it's a one family show. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So they put in. I mean, I'm sure they both put in so much.
Yeah.
See, look at that.
$2 million. They made 14,000 backers.
I'll get to give him. I'll get to give him some money in July because when the pledge manager opens up. So there you go.
Yep.
Good.
So Scott, what did producing that documentary entail? I'm curious.
Writing a check.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah.
This one was way less work for me to deal with. Like the guy who I worked with did it all. Like, I mean, he was because it's only it's only one man,
right?
One subject. So he basically flew out to Utah and filmed him and his wife too. She's a subject as well. And then the kids are sort of there for a bit too, but it's mostly watching Ryan work, which is interesting. And there's a little bit of interesting story there, like where I guess his family came from. They produce high quality musical instruments.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's his like. I feel there's a sort of an underlying thing like he was supposed to be that kid that took the family business. You know what I mean? Now they don't say that, but I can kind of sense it, like because it was so. It's a family business, They made musical instruments, and he is not doing that. He's doing his board game thing. So I'm wondering if there's some sort of. It's not on screen.
Yeah.
At least I don't remember it being on screen. But I sensed it a little bit.
Right.
Like I should be doing musical instruments, but instead I'm doing these crazy board games. And he's so soft spoken. It's an interesting documentary. I mean,
Doesn't it just make you throw up?
Nah.
I feel like what a wonderful human being. Just makes you want to throw up.
Like, because he's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all can't be like humans.
No, he's the nicest.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. I meant to get
the
back.
documentary is pretty good, but it's it's under the radar.
I did mean to get back to. I started it and I fell asleep and I just forgot to get back to it.
Oh, did you
It
watch
was
the
riveting, is what
documentary?
you're saying.
No, it's Lance. I go to exhaustion and then sleep. It's just that's the only way my body will function. Yeah.
Did you see the game designers documentary? It's free on
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. I did start that one. I had on the save list. I started it and then, like I said, my mind, I forget things. They get back to things.
You and I
interesting.
find. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I feel like the industry has morphed into a industry that doesn't care about such things. Where
Yeah,
maybe
They don't care
I've-
about what.
The behind
the
the scenes
designers
stuff.
the
yeah.
behind the scenes stuff. Like I feel like it's
They
They're
just
not
want to
into-
do
it's not
something
interesting.
Too many.
exciting.
there's too
And
many
then-
things to watch.
And then the big thing for me was there used to be a thing where I would sit down and I'd play a game, and after like I'd be playing it for like a little bit, I'd be like, what? Wait a minute, this feels like a blankety blank game. Like this feels like this guy designed this game, and then like this feels like a Bruno Faiduti game. You know, I mean, it was just like that would be like something that like I would think that is what I was playing, right? And then it was one of those things where I proved myself correct. Now, I mean, there's so many games coming out and there's so many game designers that it's just like that doesn't really exist anymore. We don't really have a situation where, oh, this feels
Yeah.
like so and so.
Yeah,
And
we've
so
moved on.
nobody cares. I mean, it used to be like, oh, that's one of my favorite designers. Well, yeah, well, you know, it's like, I mean, yeah, sure, you might really love Eric playing games. That's fine.
Yeah.
But as far as like big name brand names anymore,
I think
of
it died with Eric
designers?
Lang.
what?
I think it died with Eric Lang.
Yeah.
I remember Blood Rage when it came out, and everybody went ape shit.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And Eric Lang, which is cool.
Yeah.
But then now it's
What?
nothing.
Now
Now I
you're
get
like,
nothing. There's no designer names that I see anymore. I don't know. It's weird. Things have changed.
there are a lot of
People want
things.
giant Kickstarters with lots of minis, and I
Yeah.
feel like that has pushed away a lot of people who used to sort of care a little bit more about like the making of the games and the history and just
Yeah, I can see that.
uh,
No,
You
I
know,
don't think people really know designers anymore.
Eric
They
Lang did
just-
not die.
no.
The interest of people taking in the design of games has died. They just want product.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
Give me my Kickstarter.
What's new
Wah.
and next? Yeah.
Give me my Kickstarter. Wah. You're late. Wah. I don't care about your
Wow.
designer. Right? No? Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, I'm glad you're saying it and not me, I guess. I mean, because
Is anybody interviewing designers except for Candace? There's so many.
so that's
projects
what it
out
is.
there.
It's like you're putting all this work into doing this, and you're not
No.
you're not getting enough views on this.
That's
stuff.
not true.
Okay.
I had not even thought about that when I said it,
Okay.
but I think I might be right.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's one of those things where nobody. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's a situation where it's the game is the thing, right? I mean, it's just like
guess so.
People aren't following, like they aren't like, oh, when's the next Tim Eisner game coming out? They don't care. I mean, it's just like whatever. They just want to play a game. Okay, so the vast majority of people
Maybe.
that play board games are, and that isn't a knock on Tim Eisner. I think his games are awesome. But I mean, people just, I don't know, they just don't care because it's not a selling point anymore.
I guess
mean,
not. Yeah, I mean, and maybe it never was.
Well, and here's the thing that I always, there's so many things that like, so that will be conspicuous in their absence, but they don't matter to people, right? So if you don't have a video of one of the big 8, on a Kickstarter, and I mean, I'm just like big 8. I would say, like, if there's a Dice Tower, if there's a Rado, if there's a Joel Eddy, if there is a Quackalope, if there is a Radcliffe, if there is a Man versus Meeple, if there is Game Boy Geek, or Watch It Play. Like, if there isn't, just like one of those, that's just me coming out. I'm sure there's 10, or whatever. But I mean, like, I'm talking about people that have more than 30,000 followers. They have a following, and you have a video. If you don't have a video from one of those people saying, hey, check out this game, it's like, why don't they have a video from one of these people? What kind of fly-by-night shit operation is this, right? It's, but if you have that video, it's not going to, the number of people that are going to be, its existence will convince people to back it, but not the actual watching of it won't matter at all.
Right, they just want to check it off the list.
Yeah, the same thing goes for, like, if you don't have, and to a lesser extent, but to an extent, like, if you don't have people that are influencers with quotes about the game. I mean, just like Jeremy Howard says, so? Oh yeah, totally. If having like 5 or 6 people that say, this is one of the most innovative games I've ever played. This is a day one back for me, Jeremy Howard. Something like that. It's just like Scott Alden saying, it's just like, every single time I sat down to play this game, I had an awesome time. I can't wait to play it again. Scott Alden. Now, again, like, there's going to be a handful of people that are going to be like on the precipice, and they're going to be like, well, these people said it's good, so I might as well back it. But it's going to be a handful of people. There's going to be a lot of people that aren't going. They're going to be like, why isn't anybody talking about this game? Nobody. I mean, it isn't like,
because there's no videos about it. No one's talking about it.
Yeah, nobody's talking about it. There's no quotes here. Nobody's talking about it. These people haven't play tested. They haven't shown this game out to people. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, Kickstarter campaigns and GameFound campaigns are made now more than ever by the companies themselves cultivating their followers and months in advance, getting people and constantly connecting with them, reaching out to them via email and saying, hey, check out this new cool thing for this game that we're going to launch in 4 months. Check out this cool teaser video for this game we're going to launch in 3.5 months. Check out this cool, these cool add-ons that you're going to be able to have. Just something. So it's just in their mind. It's like boom, boom, boom. And you're just beating them over the head with your game. So it stays present because there's too many games coming out. There's too much shit. They're seeing everything else. But if you're just hammering away, and like that. And then so finally launch day, you've got several thousand people signed up. Like we had like 6,000 people signed up ready to like, when launch day happened for Last Light, and it was the most we ever had. Of those 6,000, we still only ended up with, I think it was, I forget how many back it was, less than that, much less than that, because people were following it. But just because you're following doesn't mean that you're going to back, right? But its thing is, on our first day, we had our best first day ever, and then it was like nothing.
Yeah, because you got your followers to day one.
So yeah, I mean, so basically, and then
you got some.
Then you got to just kind of you got to just basically hammer on the people that you still have, and then you got to wait for it to organically kind of
get
cultivate. And then we had a huge rebound with like 5 days to go, and then we ended up with $500,000, which was a success. But it was also one of those things where we had hoped for more, but I mean, we're not sad about it. We just, but you have $140,000 day the first day. You're like, that's amazing. it's like there's no way you can keep hitting 140,000, but it's like we definitely thought that we would continue on and like better than we did, but we didn't. All right, so you learn stuff from that. When you get the next thing coming down the pipe, then you'll do that, right? But that's because you don't get word of mouth really anymore. You have established brands. You have established brands like Mythic Games, like Awakened Realms, like Ryan Lockett, and then to a lesser extent, Gray Fox Games. We have established brands. We have established people. We have established, like, there are people that want our games because they've played our games and they like our games. And that's, and by our, I'm talking about Gray Fox, but I'm also talking about those other companies as well, right? They have this connection with these people. Like, I'm going to buy every game this company puts out, but that's a one-on-one connection that they built. That was created by that game company with that person because of the fact that they made a game that person liked. And you can't, it isn't like on the old times when, like, on Board Game Geek, where everybody was talking about that one game and all of a sudden everybody had to have that one game, just like, stuff like that, where it just didn't exist, and it doesn't exist anymore like it used to. You have to go out and get your backers now. You have to go out there and basically shake the trees.
Money.
Yeah, you do. It doesn't happen organically anymore. You got to go outside and shake the trees, and when they fall out, you got to catch them and drag them into your thing and make them hit the button. I mean, it's.
Oh, I just got a shipping note, a tracking number for a project that I totally forgot I had backed, and I don't remember looks like it. When did I back it?
7 years ago.
Remember. Here's the thing:
Eagle Griffin.
You can't find when a Kickstarter starts anymore.
Is it Eagle Griffin?
Hidden. No, it's Lexio. Do you remember that game, Lexio?
Yeah, I remember that game.
It's kind of like Tichu, but it's tiles.
Oh yeah.
When did it fund?
I just got a notification that my
Feels like a long time
my
ago. I
on
guess it's
Mars
2021.
my on Mars
Co-op.
yeah, the expansion. Or whatever.
Yeah, things are happening.
One of the few Eagle Griffin games that made the cut in my
In your
cap.
heavy game, Myth of a Heavy Gamer.
The Myth of a Heavy Gamer.
I don't like that game at all.
And
Too hard for me. I can't keep it all straight in my head. The whole.
I got rid of.
Did I tell you about when I was taught the rules for that game?
No, but I mean, I go ahead.
It was like an hour of teaching, and near the
Really?
end, I feel like it was an hour.
Well, it's like I've told this story to all of you, and I've told it repeatedly. Like I said, when I walked in at that convention and I saw those guys, like those four guys, just like, oh, here we go, crack it open the swing on Mars. Just they were. I mean, they just had glee on their faces. They were just so excited to play the new On Mars, and then they like the guy cracked open the rule book, and I mean, you could see his heart sink a little when he saw how thick the rule book was. Like, so I said, "Holy cow, that's a thick rule book," and like, yeah. And they cracked it open. Well, the other people started punching the stuff, and then I'm like sitting there playing. I think I played Kingsburg to start with, and then I started playing.
I played what do you call it? What's the lightest game ever? I can't even think of anything right now. My brain is.
No, like I think, and then the next game, and I remember, the next game we played was Homesteaders, and I was sitting there playing Homesteaders, and like my favorite auction game ever, and we're sitting there, and I looked over, and they still hadn't done a single turn. It was like an hour and a half later.
It's a lot of rules, that game,
and they were just they were sitting there staring at it, like
thinking back on the game though. I feel like it's not a lot of rules, but I remember I was like, we were learning rules for an hour. And by the time the hour was over, I had forgotten the beginning part of the rules.
Could have been the teacher, Scott.
Maybe, but he's a pretty good teacher. The guy who.
Oh, is he? Okay.
I mean, he's sort of okay. He's above average, let's say.
Okay.
He's better than me.
Better than you.
I don't think I'm very good at teaching rules.
Neither do I, Scott.
The only way I'm okay at it, but the only reason I'm okay at it is because like I've had to do it, right? I mean, it's just like it's become a skill set. Part of my job is is teaching games over and over again. It isn't my favorite thing in the world. I mean, like, I'm gonna be at Origins. You gonna go to Origins, Scott? Am I gonna see at Origins?
Negative.
there.
He's
Well,
gonna get ready for a
anyway.
cruise.
So like no, I'm gonna be at Origins, and like the nice thing is that, like, you know, it's I'm gonna run the booth, basically take money and sell stuff, and and then there's gonna be one of 3 people that volunteers. It's gonna be 2 people in the booth, me and somebody who's gonna be teaching the game, and like and it's one of those things where it's like, and I'm sure I'll end up having to teach here and there, you know, like when, you know, hey, I gotta run grab lunch or something, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you know, one of the things about being in the booth, like you've done the booth, right? You've done the whole thing with you know, like running
We
the
have run booths,
camera.
yes.
Yes, you know, so see,
Origin's a long show too.
I don't mind
Uh,
talking to people. I don't mind that. I don't mind people come up and saying, hey, how's it going? Whatever, and just having chats and everything like that. I can do that all day long. My biggest thing that I have, like, I had one of the worst experiences. I mean, like, ever since like when I was like trying to teach games at what trade show was that Forrest was at? We lost Aldi, he exploded.
he'd be back.
Alliance trade show, I think it was.
I'm trying to hide my coughs.
Just mute yourself. You don't have to hide your video camera.
But it's unpleasant. It's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep.
Is Michelle coming back, or is she still under?
She says she's feeling better, but I still hear her coughing.
Uh,
I don't know what we got. I'm hoping it's not COVID, but whatever. Keep going.
Yeah.
could be.
Well, no.
anything, Scott.
So I mean, it's you know, I remember like at a trade show, which, you know, you want to know where hope goes to die. Go work a booth at a trade show. I've never, you know, just sitting there
For
watching
a game
and-
that no one cares about.
Well,
Yeah, you've been
no,
sitting there for a long
you go
time.
to a trade show, and then you very quickly realize that the only reason those people go there is because basically it's free booze and food every single day, because the distributor wants they want people to pay them money. Like those board game stores, those hobby stores have paid for that food and beer all year long when they've been paying Alliance the money that they've been paying
it's
to get the
definitely
games in their hands,
a
right?
payback. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, so, but they get there and it's just, you know, and it's just, you know, free. Yeah, eat, and then and drink, and then they throw the bone to the publishers, who, like, they have the open beer nights where you're sitting there teaching games. And I remember just sitting there like trying to teach games to people that are hammered and they're just not paying attention, and you're trying to, like, you know, just show, like, I was trying to show Dungeon Roll to a guy,
Right.
and which is not a tough game.
Nope.
It is
Sure
it
isn't.
is not a tough game, and this guy was like beyond the beyond, like, you know, it's like, so he'd roll the dice, and then like I was like, okay, so now, and you just pick up the dice again and roll them again. I'm like, oh my god, just what's going on? You know, just losing my mind dealing with this person. And you know, and I remember like that was when, like, Daniel, after that guy left, and he's like, well, thanks, you know, and he went to go get another beer. Daniel just said, let's just pack up. You know, he was just like, I'm done. And we just packed up our stuff and went and got free nachos. And
Apparently, you never played a game with the Secret Cabal.
I don't know what that
I'm
means.
kidding. They're not that bad.
No, so is I think it'll be, I don't know, I mean, it'll be nice to be at Origins. Food's good at Origins. I like food.
What do you like what was good at Origins? I don't remember.
Well,
we like
you go to the
thing
North
that sucked.
Plaza or whatever.
Yeah, the little, what was that called?
What is it, North Market?
North Market.
North Market, yeah.
There was a
Didn't
place
show
at
it.
Deli in there it was like Cat's Deli or Katz's Deli maybe, or something deli. we would go there almost every day and order like turkey sandwiches and stuff, and it was so great. And then they closed, and then I'm like, the other food in the North Market was just okay.
The sausage and sausage and
The chicken place was good,
and the hot chicken.
Hot chicken, yeah, hot chicken.
Yeah, hot chicken place.
Although since my stupid food, did I tell you about the food? I've told you about the food poisoning.
Yeah, you told us about the
right?
food.
I'm not eating hot.
Oh, I didn't know it was a hot chicken place.
Yeah, it was. Scarred me.
Scarred you?
Hot
I
chicken.
should tell you, stop.
This year has been a rough year. I went from food poisoning to whatever. Done.
Oh, is it iced
Keep
tea
your head up,
iced
buttercup.
tea like your mama used to make? Lipton.
What's that? Oh yeah, Lipton. Yeah,
Because I
pouring
saw,
the Lipton in there.
like literally saw them pouring jugs of Lipton iced tea into it.
That was probably just branding.
Maybe.
It's probably made better than that. Yes, I need a bubble boy suit, Chad. Thank you.
Gotta get outside more, Scott. Build up your immune system.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no.
I worry about that a lot. Being inside a lot. Yeah. The immune system.
What are you worried about?
Is anybody else coming to the show tonight? I guess we're done.
Well,
early night.
Well, maybe. I'm talking to you too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Sorry, I'm not exciting enough for you. I mean, you need other people to show up.
So I'm watching this show on Netflix that I know neither of you will watch or have seen. It's called Anna Delvey. Have you heard about this show? I think
Give me a synopsis.
Let me make sure that's the actual title. Let me double check it. It's called Inventing Anna.
I seen it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. My
saw it?
wife watched all of that, and I was kind of walking through the room a few times.
It's fucking great. It's really good. I mean, it's almost a true story, or it says it's a true story except for the parts that were made up, which I guess
True-ish, yeah.
it's somewhat true. This woman who I don't know how it ends, but I kind of know because reality, but she's in jail at the beginning of the show because she's been scamming all these people for like millions of dollars, and and she's a society woman, so she's making friends with all these rich people and like taking kind of sort of scamming their money out of them, meanwhile saying she's got a trust fund.
Right.
And her father keeps cutting her off. That's her shtick. But she is definitely a hustler,
Yeah.
And
isn't she I watched a few of them, gotta get them a little mixed up. But isn't she the one who wanted to build like a art thing?
Yeah, she wanted to build an art club. Yeah. I guess you would call it. I don't know, a club and an art club, and with her own name. Anna Delvey Foundation.
And then she's pretending that she's like Russian or something.
She's pretending she's German, but she's actually Russian. It's a really interesting story. They do it pretty well in the it's a lot of flashbacks because the main protagonist is a journalist who's trying to follow her.
Right,
and build the story. And it's I forget her name, but she was in Veep. I don't know if you guys watch Veep.
Yeah,
she was the chief of staff for the Veep, and she's good. But it's a good story. It's got me interested. Me and Michelle watched it, like she consumed it like the first weekend it came out. It was like, and I didn't realize how many episodes was. Like it's pretty long. It's a lot of episodes.
Like that.
And it's the actress from Ozark, Rose, or not Rose.
Oh, that's where I saw her.
Is it Rose?
Yeah.
Is that her name? I can't remember.
The younger one. Is it Rose?
It's Julia Garner, who I don't remember. She's in Ozark. She plays.
Yeah, she plays.
Is it Rose?
Yeah.
Was that?
Rose. Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah, Jen and I just went through we started off with that, and then she watched
Ruth,
The Dropout.
Not Rose.
Ruth. There you go.
Dropout, and the one about the WeWorks thing.
Yeah. Oh, we watched
back to back.
We watched We Crashed.
We Crashed. That's what it was. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. I'm amazed that guy walked out with as well as he did.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm stunned. I mean, at the end of it, it's so crazy. Oh, Chad Roberts says the Julia Child show on HBO is really good.
The joy of, yeah, Jen watched a few of them.
So I'm
I
gonna
didn't.
wait. I'm gonna wait to watch Doctor Strange on Disney.
Yeah, so am I.
Not gonna see it in the theater.
Too cool for school, or
Is
what?
it good?
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Does it hold the interest?
It held my interest.
Okay.
It's very much a Sam Raimi movie.
I'm trying to
all.
avoid the spoiler because I know there's some kind of big
Good luck.
cameo or something that reveal.
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
don't
if
tell
you
me.
know, but no, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if you know anything about,
Does that
if
get
you know
us
anything
bothered by
about the
what you say?
comics, if you know
I don't-
anything
I don't
about
know
the
anything about it.
comics,
Yeah.
You know who shows up?
yeah, I mean, like, okay, once again, not a spoiler. It's just like there's a scene where there's a moment, and then you're like, and they're like, oh hey, and then they're kind of just doing a thing, and then you're like, wait a minute, there's somebody missing. And if you know the comics, you're like,
Oh,
it isn't like a huge like, oh my gosh,
I don't know
oh, you know,
anything
like, no, you're
about
like, okay, just
I've never.
let's-
The only Doctor Strange I remember is the like 5 minutes scene of him talking to Silver Surfer with
Gotcha.
the Thanos thing, the Infinity Gauntlet comic,
yeah, I got, yeah.
which they replaced Silver Surfer with Hulk in the movie.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Instead of Silver Surfer coming to tell him about it, it's Hulk.
Well,
I do remember.
Weird.
I do
trademark
remember
issues
when
and stuff.
so like I remember when the Infinity Gauntlet comic came out. And it was like, I mean, I remember me and 2 or 3 comic book nerds just talking about all talking about the same comic book that we had read and how freaking cool it was, right? And
Cool.
and the thing was, it was like we were sitting there and like there's this, basically the whole thing is that they have to somehow convince Thanos to basically turn his mind off, because he can't impress, because he wants Death to be in love with him, like the personification
Lady
of
Death.
Lady Death. And so he has to turn his brain off to know what's going to happen. He still has unlimited power. He still can't be, he has still like near unlimited power, but he doesn't know what's going to happen. And so yeah, it's like one of those things where basically Adam Warlock is hovering in
They
space.
didn't put in the movies at all, and I thought they were going to.
No, they hinted at him a few times.
They did in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a 3rd movie coming out, so who knows?
Sure. And I'm sure it'll come eventually.
But anyway, so Adam Warlock is just hovering in space next to Silver Surfer, and because they have cosmic power, they can see the battle that's happening between Thanos and all these heroes on the thing, and they're all like, and he's killing them one by one. And this is after he did the snap to kill, and so like Thor is like, just like, it has a moment where they think Thor is gonna win, but then he just basically turns Thor into glass and smashes Thor, and like, yeah, and one by one. And so like, and then he gets done, and he goes, well, that's that, he says. And then but Captain America says, not while one man, it's like, any, he's like, now the world is mine, or the universe is mine. He's like, as long as one man stands against you, you can't claim that. And like, and Silver Surfer's like, can I go help? Can I get? And I was like, no, you have to wait. And they're literally like 1,000,000 miles away, hovering in space, because so Thanos can't see him. And then you have to wait. And then so yeah, in the comic, yeah. And then he walks up. And so like Steve Rogers, and he's like, it's like, bow before me, does something standard, bow before me and I'll let you live. And so he hauls off, and like Captain America hauls off and just punches Thanos in the face as hard as he can. And then Thanos raises his fist basically to like just basically smash him. And Captain America is just standing there staring at him. And then Warlock says, now. and then Silver Surfer just takes off, and like you just see him and he goes like this, and basically he covers the distance between where he is and where Thanos is in like less than a second to basically try to grab the gauntlet and rip him off his hand.
Right. I think I remember
and he misses.
Yeah,
like he just misses, and like and then like Thanos then just kills Captain America, and he says, "What an idiot! I almost lost everything," and he and then he turns it back on, and of course, and I mean, it's just like I remember we were talking about that, like how insanely awesome that was in the comics, and back when comics were.
Well, I think the movie is equally awesome.
The movie's good. Did you know that supposedly, I mean, who knows if it's true or not, but did you know that supposedly Iron Man, I can't think of the actor's name.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. He, instead of saying "I am Iron Man," he tried to convince me. He said something like, I guess, like, it's like, who's got the gauntlet now? Snap. Like that's what he wanted to like basically be cocky even at the very end, and just I
think the "I am Iron Man" is a pretty good line.
It definitely does tie the room together, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
like
pretty,
it's
pretty good.
And
What's going on, Evan?
In the movie, sorry, but I did like the line where he says, and it's like, what does he say? Thanos say Josh Brolin is perfect as a thing, but he says he's just like he says something like, it's like, for what it's worth, I will remember you. Just like it's just it's like it was good stuff. It was hey Evan,
what's up?
Man, if we could just swirl up one more, we could do initials.
Three. They do 3 on the show, don't they?
Did you get the expansion?
No, I made my own.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
What
are you eating there, Evan? Strawberries?
Oh yeah, strawberries and ice cream.
Ooh.
Your face is red like
healthy
a
snack.
Strawberry.
I'm actually thinking about making strawberry vinegar soon.
Strawberry vinegar? I've never tried it.
Yeah. First, I gotta make the equivalent to strawberry moonshine.
Have you done the framed yet today, Lance? You could do that while we're waiting.
No, but did you see that?
Here's another. I heard you guys talk about Wordle earlier. Are you playing Waffle Game?
No, I do too.
Waffle Game.
I'm not going to do anymore, and I'm not going to do anymore. I do Wordle, and I do Dung Leon, and that's the only thing I do.
What's
Dung Leon is like basically dungeon with an L in there, and it's like you have to pick, like there's all these different monsters and heroes and treasure, and you have to figure out which 5 are fighting that day. And and there's certain things that you can always count on, like the necromancer only will be there if the skeleton is there. And so you can learn certain there's some logic stuff to it, and it
only takes a minute to do the Waffle Game.
Cool.
Well, it takes a minute to do lots of things. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, James Hong, Low Pan, Hollywood Star Walk of Fame.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that was a sponsored spot.
It is.
With money for that stuff.
Yeah.
I thought they were just doing it out of the goodness of their heart.
No.
Sponsored.
No, it's like you got to pay.
It's a vanity thing.
How much you got to pay?
Well, the thing was, it was like Jamie Lee Curtis paid for his.
Yeah.
Oh, funny.
No, I thought it was fans. Was it Jamie?
Well, no, there was a huge upswing, and then but it was sponsored by Jamie Lee Curtis and somebody else. I forget who, but I mean, and they got it. But yeah, no, I gotta watch Big Trouble in Little China again. Man, I love that movie.
Can I just buy a star, or does somebody have to sponsor me?
I think somebody has to sponsor you, and then like whatever. But
Yeah.
so many good lines, and he had some of the best lines in that whole thing. I love that. It's like, well, I don't get this. You were not put on this earth to get it, Mr. Burton.
Yeah.
It's a nice knife. Goodbye, Mr. Burton. Just so good. And when
from Minneapolis, did you know that?
Yeah.
Minneapolis.
And he and Egg Shen have the sorcerer duel, and they get done, and like and it's like, you never could beat me, Egg Shen. just he's so yeah. Yeah, no, Big Trouble in Little China.
That's
The only
perfect
thing about
casting.
Big Trouble in Little China that I wish that wasn't in was the weird, like basically weird mutated giant rat monster or whatever. I always thought that was dumb. But the rest of it is so
What about the giant eyeball?
Mm.
What about the giant snake in the or whatever it was in the sewers?
Oh yeah, it's like it
Or
will
you're
not
talking
come
about-
out.
you're
It
talking
will
about
not
the
come out
giant-
again. What won't come out again?
You're talking about the thing at the end when he's in the. it's
Well,
in the
no,
back of his
there's the
truck?
little monster that's running around and he like captures Gracie Law and like yeah, and he's got, it's like, and I mean that movie is just it's just so John Carpenter and so just perfect throughout the whole thing. I mean, it's just like it's so well done. Everything about it is just incredibly well done. I mean, even the very end where she goes, "Aren't you even going to kiss her goodbye?" He turns around. No, just like he walks away.
That movie is before its time.
Oh, I mean, I love that movie. I mean, I remember. I mean,
It
there's so
wasn't
many little
commercially
things in
successful,
there that
as
are
I
just so
recall.
great. When he goes to the
I don't think it was either.
they dress him up in with the glasses and the goofball tie and to go pretend to be like a businessman to break into the whorehouse or whatever. And then that the one guy Rain comes, or Lightning comes in and to steal the girl, and he runs up to him and lifts his hat up to punch him in the face, and the guy doesn't do anything, and he actually, like, you see him and he rears all the way back and punches him as hard as he can, and the guy doesn't react, and he just smiles and nods and puts his hat down. It's just like,
I don't remember that.
it's just
I need to watch it again. I've not watched it in a long time.
I mean, it's just like he just goes like, okay, yeah. The guy just kicks him and he goes like flying through the wall.
Right.
So good. And Kurt Russell, and the thing is like that entire, like every single thing that Kurt Russell does in the entire as Jack Burton, he's wrong. Like he screws up and he's wrong and he's like, and he's dumb and he's stupid and he just, and yeah, and it's just like it's one of those things where no matter what, like he can't, and like yeah, just such a great movie. When Lightning gets killed and they drop the rock on him, watch, there's a little Easter egg where like the lightning, before the lightning vanishes, like as lightning goes up, it forms a Chinese symbol in the sky, in the air, and it's the Chinese symbol for carpenter. So yeah.
What was the deal with that? Was it thunder that like blew him up? He explodes.
Yeah,
like a
because he was
giant-
so angry. He was trying to like kill them all by
That
blowing
doesn't make
himself
any
up.
sense.
It doesn't, but
Yeah, and the
I love that
graphic,
movie.
the graphics for that was not great, but
That movie
No,
and The Golden
it was a
Child
real
were like my
model.
two favorite movies from that era.
So, yeah, that's a decent call. Should watch that one again.
Yeah. I love it. I love when your
Anybody
hair's
else
down,
think-
Lance.
what?
I said I love when your hair's down.
Oh yeah, I went, like I said, I took a shower earlier today. Not that that's a big whoop, but I mean, but it was like one of those things where I just combed it and it's conditioned. So I was like, oh, I'll go wizard today.
I like it.
Yeah, well,
You ever seen that Tennessee whiskey song?
No.
Oh, well, there's a country dude that you kind of look like.
one day I'll have to. I look at whenever like my son goes to Taekwondo,
Willie
like,
Nelson.
I grab a hair tie and I put his hair in a ponytail because he hasn't figured out how to do it himself. So I grab it and and I remember it took me forever to learn how to do a ponytail. I grabbed it and you know what I'm talking about, Evan. Putting a ponytail in your hair with your long hair,
I used to do that in high school. I was one of these guys.
Oh, okay.
I shaved the sides and had the big flop,
I also had the Jason Newsted where I shaved the sides and I had the
Yeah. It was awesome.
because I love Metallica so much. But no, anyway, it was one of those things where I'll put his hair back in a ponytail so when he's at Taekwondo he doesn't get into his eyes or anything like that. and I just feel how thick his hair is, and I'm like, oh my gosh, my hair used to be exactly like this. Now it's so thin compared to that. I mean, it's just like I used to like basically like when I would put my hair back in a ponytail, in like when I started letting my hair grow out in high school, and then like when I really got long, it was like down to my waist. And like by the time I was like 22, 23, it was down to my waist, and like I'd put it back in a ponytail, and I swear, like I had to like use two like ponytail holders. I couldn't use the thin ones either, and it was like this big around. Like I had this giant ponytail, and it would always come out and like stuff like that. And I would have to like, there were even sometimes when I'd actually like just tie it, like grab like a string and stuff just to hold it all together. Not anymore, man. Time
Yeah.
makes fools of us all.
Looks like he punched him twice. I looked at there's a clip
What clip?
of Jack.
Yeah, he punches him, and then
And then he winds up a bit.
yeah, he hits him as hard as he can. Then he just
Yeah,
puts the hat down.
Yeah.
Just nods at him. Yep. All right. You know,
All
it's
right.
just,
Are we playing? Let's play initials because I gotta go.
are you serious?
I'm not feeling well, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
With only 3, huh? Well, I will do it because,
Unless someone comes in the next minute.
well, yeah. Everybody get a drink. Everybody get excited.
Right.
We do have our scorekeeper here, and we do have the adjudicator of reality. So, the arbiter of you know what Marvel movie stuff, that what I'm kind of annoyed that they haven't done now that they've done Doctor Strange, now that they've done the multiverse stuff, now that they've like kind of touched base on the whole like the cosmic entities a little bit with
His Eternals. Yeah.
with Eternals, and also Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, Ego the Living Planet was one of the big like cosmic powers,
And the collector and
yeah. So that now that they're touching that, I'm like, I need a Jack Kirby, like that world of like, eternity and the Living Tribunal, and just like all of these like massive, like I want to see something where those people are incorporated, because I always love that stuff.
That's phase 674. Give them time.
Baby,
Well,
I
I-
mean Guardians.
Well, what is it? What is it like? This is this movie, this Doctor Strange movie. I forget what it was, but it was like, this is like I forget what number movie it is. It's a lot. There's been a lot of Marvel movies, right?
Yeah.
In the last and it's like
I can't.
they're
believe it.
averaging like 2 a year. They're averaging
It's more than
like,
2.
No,
but they're averaging. They're averaging
Yeah.
since
Oh,
like the
okay.
very first one came out. They're averaging like 2 a year, right? And then somebody said, and I'm sure you've watched it because you watch Red Letter Media like I do. And the guy said, the James Bond franchise has been around for 67 years, and they have 24 movies.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah. No,
like-
it's ridiculous. I'm honestly, I wish they would take a break, because it just dominates the box office, and it's like I don't want to see this stuff.
Man,
I mean, I
as
just
long
don't
as
care. I just
as
don't
long
care.
as they still do, as long as they still can crank out a No Way Home Spider-Man, I mean, because that was, I mean, I was feeling the fatigue too. I will fully admit
Yeah.
that I was totally feeling the fatigue from those movies.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember like it was like, are you gonna watch Black Widow the movie? No, I'm not. I'll wait.
I never saw it.
I don't care. Well, don't bother. It's.
I heard it. I
No,
heard
it's
it was so
good.
bad.
It's actually not bad.
Oh, really?
No, it's-
Are
Okay.
you
Yeah,
insane?
I thought it was perfectly fine. What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
A lot.
What's your
Sure
what's
was
your,
okay.
what's your big beef on it?
I mean, it just like the
Where's
plot.
Jordan?
In a short amount, amount of
Well,
time.
I mean, it was tough to, I don't know. It was one of those things where it just seemed like, it definitely felt like an older movie that they had to hold off and
100%.
right?
But we knew that
Oh,
because it
yeah.
was made like way long ago.
Yeah.
Before they
Limbo,
put it out,
what,
right? Like
3
they held
years or
it. They held it
something.
off for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Did they?
I think
Yeah,
there was enough in it that I feel. I mean, it was like a little bit of Winter Soldier, like type stuff.
right.
Yeah.
It was fine. I mean, I paid what, $20 to watch it on Disney.
Yeah. Right.
Wasn't that the deal? I can't remember. Or was it $10?
Wow.
I can't remember.
I don't
Wasn't
know.
I just
Was it
waited till it
40?
was free.
Was it 40?
And I waited
probably
till it was
paid
free and I
40 for
watched
it.
it when it was free. That's what
Yeah,
I.
we watched it on the first day because we were just like, we got nothing else to do.
Still paying
Remember they
for
put
Disney.
Hamilton out too for free.
Yeah.
That was cool. I'll
Yeah,
give them that.
that was good.
That was nice of them. You know, they didn't have to do that, but I mean, they did. You know, so good on them, if you will.
I'm certainly glad there's not been 27 Star Wars movies because
So am I.
did you guys see that? You saw that. Nobody commented on my post that I put in the where we talk about the powerful Jedi that could basically destroy the Emperor, and
Who's that?
it's what's that?
Who was it?
What did I write?
I don't think
It was
saw
a post I found from somebody else, and I posted into our group.
Or maybe I did see it. I don't know.
I don't remember. that one.
Hold on, let me find it. Give me a second. You all saw it, but maybe you just didn't react. Hold on.
Oh, the one about Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
The worst Star Wars sequel ever. They take a beloved character who's the last living
Oh,
Jedi
I
Master,
I did see that. Yeah.
powerful enough to battle the Emperor, but now he's just this crazy weirdo on a remote planet acting like a freak, eating weird foods, tossing weapons around like a joke. Then after all this whining, he's like, fine, I'll train you in the Force a little. But after only days of training, his apprentice just runs away to go fight the villain, and instead a cool action death. This legendary Jedi Master just dies at home and disappears. The three heroes all fail. They absolutely ruin the great Yoda. And that's why the worst Star Wars sequel will always be Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back.
Right.
He didn't toss
With a picture of
weapons around,
Luke. There's a picture of
Yeah.
Luke at the top of
Yeah.
of the article.
but he didn't toss weapons around. That's wrong.
Yoda didn't?
No.
Yeah, he did he take Luke's stuff and to start tossing?
Well, he
it?
was
Yeah,
digging through his
yeah.
pack, but he wasn't taking weapons out there. He was just going through his
sure?
junk and throwing stuff around.
He
So that was
probably
incorrect.
did.
So nice try. Fail. 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I didn't want to open Pandora's box
I
on that one,
was
Scotty.
I thought it was I thought it was Last Jedi reference.
Yeah, no, that was a good little fake out. I like it.
Yeah. All right. Well, if I gave people a little more time to show up.
What else
but
coming?
Nobody else is coming. Nobody loves us. Nobody showed up.
Nobody knows.
All right. So actually, I started.
Nobody
I
knows
started
myself.
doing this one. I started doing this one when Scott was sick, and then he was gone for a while, and so it's S.A.
Ooh.
Oh,
S.A.
Evan Scott Alden.
S.A. So we'll start this off, and then, like as always, your name is your buzzer. Unlike real true initials, there's 5 clues instead of 6, and I have 15 of these. So here we go.
Like 5 clues?
Only 5 clues.
Okay.
So, all right, here we go. Number 1 was discovered in 1691. Was originally a mission.
Barry.
San
Antonio.
Antonio is correct.
Wow.
Well done.
Wow.
Well done. Site of a famous battle, home of a 5-time world champion, second largest city in Tejas.
Wow.
So, there you go. All right, here we go.
Nice one.
Number 2 is green, yellow, black, white, red, and blue. Is the site of the first human to human heart transplant. Is a mining powerhouse. has 11 official languages.
Oh, Evan,
Evan,
South Africa.
South Africa is correct. Yes. Last clue was southernmost country in Africa.
Oh, it is.
Well done.
I was thinking the Jamaican flag. Okay.
I win.
You win.
I got
all
one.
right.
That's a win for me.
That's what. Okay, here we go. You must be hidden. Alternatively, others must not be aware of you.
Barry.
Barry.
Silent auction.
And
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
number 3. The first word is sometimes surprise. Number 4. When you begin, you do double damage.
Evan,
Evan.
surprise ambush.
And
Yeah.
Scott, you have the whole.
I have the rest of the clues.
Yeah, yeah. So you have the 5th clue all to yourself.
Oh. There.
In 3rd edition D&D, this took the place for rogues for the 1st edition's thieves backstab.
I would never got this anyway.
I don't know.
5, 4, 3, 2. Sneak attack. Sneak attack is the answer. All right,
Yep.
all right.
Sneak
Rough
attack.
go,
I was like,
rough go for you.
Now I got it. Now that I can't answer.
All right.
Surprise?
Here you
Oh,
go.
surprise attack?
Surprise attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 1. Originated in the 19th century in Germany. Gained popularity in the United States in 1903. Number 3. Can be made from a wide variety of materials. Number 4. Are known as a comfort object.
Evan,
Evan.
stuffed animal.
Stuffed animal is correct. There you go. Yes.
Wow.
His final clue was the most popular versions are bears.
Didn't realize they were just that recent. I thought they were older. Now you know.
And knowing is
Half the battle.
half
Three
the
quarters of the battle, 50% of the time.
Only for the millennials. Different saying for us Xers.
Clue number 1. Red and white. Clue number 2. With slight exceptions, you must be 19 to 34 years old. Clue number 3. Is neutral. Clue number 4. Has a large number of tools. Final clue. Is a country's conscripted service and a brand of utility knife.
Evan,
Evan.
Swiss Army.
Swiss Army. There you go.
This is my
See,
game.
I got nothing.
it had 2 different things there. See, it had 2
Yep.
different. All right. Here we go. Still plenty of time left.
The time, Scott.
As long as Scott's sick, I can do well in this game.
Yes.
Clue number 1.
Got that COVID brain.
And Anthony's not here.
I think.
Anthony's there. Clue number 1. Their real name is Dexter. Clue number 2 is animated. Clue number 3 has a sequel. Number 4. Created by Don Bluth.
I feel like I should know this.
Yeah.
Clue number 5. This laser disc arcade game was
Aldi.
the side Aldi.
Space Ace.
Space Ace. You are correct. There you go.
Took me a while. I should have got it with Don Bluth.
Yeah, you should have got it with Don.
There was
Bluth.
not that many of his things.
No, there wasn't. No, there
Well,
was
that
not
you,
at all.
that you know about.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. Formed in 1865. Is a farm colony. Is a church. Has 1.7 million members. Is a chain of hundreds of thrift stores.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army.
Did not
Very
know that.
good.
It just came to me, Scott, as you
Yeah,
said.
there you go, Salvation Army.
Yep.
They have a farm colony that they were donated in England that they take in children that like basically wayward youths and then give them a trade. And so they have this basically where people can. I was reading about it. It's kind of cool.
That's
And
cool.
then it was donated to them in like the 1890s, and they've just kept it ever since.
Huh.
And they run it as a place where and
It's cool.
they have like an over like 60% like people that after they get out of the farm colony, they go off to like actually continue working in farming. Like more than
That's
half
awesome.
continue to do so.
I know they came and took all my mom's furniture when I
Yeah.
getting rid of it. Yeah.
Yep.
And they took it for free, right?
Yeah, they did. They came out there with a big truck.
Yep.
Uh,
Alrighty, here we go. Green and white. Archaeological records show it was inhabited 125,000 years ago. Today, actively engages in internet suppression.
Internet suppression.
Yep. Number 4. Petroleum was first discovered there
Barry.
in Barry,
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. They discovered petroleum there in 1938, which basically changed everything for them.
Yeah.
The largest Middle Eastern country. It is only, just as a cool little fact, it is the second largest oil producing country in the world. What's number
Yes.
1?
Russia.
The United States.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
us. Yeah.
United States. Really?
Yeah, we just stockpile a lot of it.
And also we companies make more money exporting it
Yeah.
than they do selling it here. So they don't, that's why our, we still have the cheapest gas prices by far
Yeah.
anywhere in the
Yeah.
world. So
Especially diesel.
this isn't me to like me sitting here saying, like, why do I gotta pay $4 for a gallon of gas? That's not what I'm saying. It's just it's one of those weird things. Like
Go buy some
everybody's
gas
like,
in the UK. I'm sure it's way.
oh yeah, like I remember like somebody told me in
I think it's
Belgium they were
$4 a
paying, like-
liter.
Yeah.
well, yeah, somebody was
or-
saying
or
like
more.
in Belgium they said they were paying like $8.50 for a gallon. Like I mean, it's like
Gallon?
comparatively, it was just like
Yeah.
just ridiculous. Anyway, here you go. Has historically contained Republican dictatorships. Is mostly Christian.
Barry.
Go ahead.
South America.
South America is correct. There you
Man,
go.
very good one.
Since the
Very.
1980s has seen a wave of democratization, has one of the most disparate climates in the world, and the continent is contained almost completely in the southern hemisphere. Just barely squeaking a little bit above. There we go. All
Columbia.
right. Here we go. We got Barry and Evan with 3, Aldi with 2, and there's been one that nobody's been able to answer. So
Anybody's game.
anybody's
Anybody's
game.
game.
Lots of time left. Lots of time left. Here we go. Created in 1985. Multiple award winner. Born in 1722.
Evan.
Evan.
Samuel
Fine.
Adams.
Samuel Adams is correct. Yes.
Wow.
Founding
Beer
father.
and the men.
Founding father and a Boston lager.
Spent a lot of time reading labels, haven't you?
All right, here we go. Evan takes
Adam
the lead with
Adams,
4.
American for beer.
Clue number 1. Used to develop language skills. Used for exposure to different cultures. Can be as for little as 10 days or can take a full year or more.
Evan.
Evan.
Study abroad.
Study abroad. Look at
Wow.
you. Wow. Evan's just,
Crazy.
yeah, it's like commonly stay with a host family. And then
I was thinking exchange student, but obviously,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
doesn't-
Yeah.
it's our
yeah,
essay.
look at Evan's crushing it here. I mean,
This is
so-
like, this is my one. This is my
Yep,
one.
we got 4 left. It's still anybody's contest. So don't give up yet, right? So here we go. Clue number 1. Quasimodo was one. Number 2. Involves gift. Oh, sorry. Sometimes involves gift giving.
Evan.
Evan.
Secret admirer.
God damn, Evan. Look at you.
Look at you.
Wow.
He's just reading my mind right now. A common plot point to many romantic comedies, now considered mostly to be creepy at best.
Snuggish.
When one feels affection or adoration for an individual that has no idea that those feelings exist. Just crushing it. All right, so we got 3 left. Barry, you got to run the board. Aldi, you have been technically eliminated from the contest, but you can still make
be a spoiler.
you can be
It
kingmaker.
was a
here.
good game, Evan.
Yeah.
Glad you won.
Yeah. Here, I'll
see,
text
we'll
you.
see.
I'm going to text you the answers here. Hold on, Barry. All right, here we go. Suffered a mass. Sorry.
Aldi.
Suffered. What, are you really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Steve
go ahead.
Austin.
No.
Oh.
Oh, you just suffered a mass migration after World War
Oh.
II.
I was thinking it was a mass. It would be like a crash or something.
I'll let you keep playing. I won't. take
Okay.
Suffered a mass what after World War II?
Suffered a
Migration.
mass migration after World War II. Today is ranked 11th in the world for economic opportunity. Is nicknamed Emerald City. Is known for opera. This capital is the largest city on an Oceania continent. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Evan.
Aldi. 5.
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney, Australia.
Ah.
Well done. There you go.
That's a weird one.
That is a weird
Oh.
one.
I was like, well, it's got to be Sydney, but
Yeah,
what's
what is
the
the
SA?
Exactly.
What's the
Sydney,
SA?
Australia.
Dang it. Nice.
Dang it. All right, here we go. We got 2 left. Here we go. Clue number 1. Hall of Famer. Clue number 2. Used to be blonde. Number 3. Texas native. Evan.
Steve Austin.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I stole it from
I had no
Scott.
clue. Well, here's the thing. I was thinking of the Steve Austin from the fucking $5 million man or $6 million
$6 million
man.
man.
Oh, worry.
Yeah.
Which one did I
Number
get
4,
on?
associated with the Bible verse. Austin 3:16 says, "I just whipped
3:16,
your
yeah.
ass."
That's right.
That was when he was wrestling Jake the Snake Roberts, who was having a revival type gimmick.
Yeah, yeah.
Where
He was
he was
making a
talking
comeback.
about, and he was talking about John 3:16 and this, and then, you say John 3:16 says God loves you. Well, Austin 3:16 says, "I just whipped your ass." Just and then his wrestling finisher is the Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Last one. Hey, Jim Costelli's in. Hey, if you want Costelli, if you want to come in and say hi, I'll give you the thing. I want to hear about so Costelli reviews, guy who used to do reviews. He sent me a picture. His garage got broken into by people with knives. He sent me a picture of a guy all dressed in black holding a knife in his garage.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd love for him to come on.
Where does he live?
He lives in Australia, which strangely enough, Sydney, Australia, or maybe
Don't
New
move
Zealand.
there.
It's one of the two. Here we go. Final one. Clue number 1. Football player. Clue number 2. World War II veteran. Clue number 3. Treasure hunter. Clue number 4. Superhero. Final clue. Samwise Gamgee. 5.
What's his name?
3.
Oh,
Aldi.
Sean Astin.
Yeah.
Sean Astin. He played
It's like,
Rudy.
I can't think of his name.
He played Rudy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of a different.
Yeah, he
Completely
played
different
Rudy.
person.
He played the ball turret gunner in Memphis Belle. He was a Goonie as a treasure
Yes.
hunter.
Yes, he was.
He was Mikey.
Yes.
And most recently, he's been doing voice work, and he's the voice of Shazam and all the DC animated movies and stuff like that.
Wow.
And
he
of course,
got eaten by a hell demon dog.
Hell demon dog.
yeah, and of course he
In the
yeah,
Upside
he
Down.
did. Yeah, he did. And then and obviously he was in he was that played Samwise Gamgee
Yeah.
in those like little movies or whatever.
All right, guys, I gotta run. You guys keep
All
talking.
right, Scott.
All right, Scott.
Take it easy.
I hope you feel
Something
better,
to-
man.
I will try to get
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
You got it,
Um,
man. BGG spring. You gotta be rocking and
I
rolling.
know it's in. Is it 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Something like that.
Last time I checked, you ran it.
Maybe
so
2
you
weeks
should
ago.
probably know when your convention is.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try. See you guys.
All right,
Take
so
care,
Scott,
Scott, keep up.
Yeah, it is way more fun to do the initials when I'm reading them off the cards, because man, oh man, making the you coming up with the things. I mean, there's a couple of good
I bet. That
websites
took
you can
some
go
time,
to
I'm
to find
sure.
stuff. Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
took me. And it's one of those things where sometimes I'll do it because I got some downtime or whatever. But man, oh man, I've been like super ass busy. So I haven't had any downtime.
I'll be right back in 1 minute.
No.
Yeah. Scrabble?
Scrabble.
What else is it? There's something above it. I can't see it.
I don't know, man. Kabuki, if you're so hopped up on me getting those new cards, it's like, I'll take a donation, just someone else to. What is that? It's a little doll. He's got a Scrabble game. He's got some candles. He's got some sort of contraption there in the back with a chain thing going on. Oh,
He's
hey,
got a bomb.
He's got a bomb.
You just got to throw on a cowboy hat and go, "You're as sweet as strawberry wine."
Don't do that.
You'll be the dude. The dude.
Trying to remember.
Evan, how, being a game designer, how do you feel you are at teaching games? We were talking about it earlier. Like me and Scott don't feel we're that great. Lance says he's okay.
Teaching games.
I'm better than okay.
Lance is actually pretty good.
Of course, Ethan.
I am really good for about 25% of the people that like do things the way I do them because I'm very specific. So like the people that like get how I do it, like it's awesome.
Yeah.
Then there's 75% of the people that are like, what are you talking about? Because it's like it's not how most people think about games.
Right.
I mean, so I've like told people like, how do you do good teaching of games? I mean, the thing is that like one of the things I'm probably not like just I'm not jokey guy when I'm doing it, right? I set ground rules first. This is here. I'll give my little my symposium on you're gonna teach a game, and there's a big difference between teaching to strangers and big difference between strangers you might not know the room, and then obviously your friends the room, right? But regardless, one of the first things I say is like, I'm gonna teach you the game. If you have questions, by all means interrupt me, because there's a lot of times people will say, oh, I got to remember to ask him about that. And then they get to like, you get through another 15 minutes a game and then you don't know, right? I mean, it's like, then you forget and you're like, oh, there's a question I have, but I don't know what it is. So I tell people, just by all means, like raise your hand, stop me, say, hey, wait a minute. Well, how did that work there? Just interrupt me, just do what you got to do and do it. So that's one of the first things I always say is like, so just go ahead. And then what I do is that you start with, all right, so the whole purpose of this game is to do this. This is how you win. Tell them how you win. Yeah. First thing you do, just and I'm bad at that. Sometimes I dive right into mechanics and I forget. And like somebody goes, so how do you win? I was like, oh, shoot, So tell them how you win. Whole goal of this game is to control a bunch of planets, get it light, and then if first person to 20 light wins the game. And we'll talk about tiebreakers later, but that's what you want to do. All right, so this
you gotta watch out for Roy cheating.
Yeah, that too. But then okay, hold on. Costelli's gonna join us. This guy's
I'm over him now. It's too late.
I'm over. Of course, I got to get the link again. So hold on. Let me participants copy.
Oh man, these sinuses.
Invite, copy invite link.
Let's do
click on this thing. Zoom invite. You gotta have Zoom, buddy. Just letting you know.
Gotta have Zoom. Oh yeah.
So download.
That might take a little bit to download. Yeah.
This is gonna be me, man. I'm doing my first. Remember I talked to you. Doing my first ever live stream tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
I'm gonna have so many like.
Tell me what time, man. I'll tune in.
Yeah. Really? All right.
Where
I'm gonna do 9 p.m. PST.
I sent it via email. The email you gave me, James.
So an hour ago.
It's noon for me or midnight for me. Okay.
Yeah. An hour ago.
So, excuse me.
Where at, Evan? On what?
YouTube.
You have a YouTube channel? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Portland Gamecraft.
Portland Gamecraft. Okay.
So then the big thing is that like
let me look that up.
Start going through all the things. So it's like, hey, so this is what you're gonna do. And this, I mean, basically the big thing is that like, and if you've taught the game before, you probably have a good idea of like people are gonna miss something. Like when I'm teaching Last Light, like people are always going to screw up how they get light, because it doesn't matter how many times I tell them. I could probably tell them, It's like when you play the refresh card, you collect light from the planets you control as long as they're aren't being blockaded, and if you have 4 technologies or more. You don't get more light if you have more than 4. You only get 1. I said, just gonna repeat that again. You don't get 2 at 8. You don't get 3 at 12. 4 or more gets you 1. Doesn't matter if you have 1,000 technologies past the 4. Like I stress exaggeration, because when you exaggerate things, then people, because somebody will forget that, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is too, it's like if I see people, I watch them. It's a little tougher when you're doing online, but if you're watching people and you see them kind of drifting or they're picking their phone up, and then like I don't call them out, but what I say is I kind of point to them. So let's say your turn, you doing this, and then like you point to the thing, and then usually at that point they say, "Oh wait, I didn't follow. What's going on now?" And then like, okay, let's go back now. I've got, and it's just like, and again. And if they drift off again, like you say again, the same thing again. It's like, so if you had 3 gold in this situation and you wanted to turn it into salmon, then they're like, oh, I wasn't following. Now they feel stupid, because it's not only, and you haven't called them stupid. You haven't said, hey, pay attention. You've made them feel dumb in front of other people, and now they're gonna put their phone down. They're gonna like stop screwing around doing something else. They're gonna start paying attention to. So that's
I like that.
So that helps a lot when you're doing that. And then but then the big thing is that you like you repeat that same thing. Like one of the other things in last light, I'm just using last light for example. I was like the only time the board rotates, the only way you get light from having your ships in the middle is when the board rotates. I'm going to say that again. The only way you get light, you don't get when you play the refresh card. You only get the points is if your ships are in the middle when it rotates. I'm going to say that again, and I'll say it again, and I'm like, and I just because I say this because I guarantee you, one of you is going to try to collect light from having your ships in the middle when you play your refresh card, and that isn't necessarily the case. So just, it's like, and then like, it's one of those things where, and then when that one person does that later, you say to them, that's only when it rotates. That's yes. See, I was the one that forgot it. And that's it. Like you kind of learn where the problem, like the problem moments are when you're doing the games, and like you just kind of like, and that's the big thing too, is like, and then when you get done, hey, there he is. And then when you get done, you just basically are saying, yeah, just like, okay, questions. Anybody got questions? What's going on? That kind of thing. Yeah. Holy shit, dude.
Hello. Can you guys hear me on?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No? Oh, you can.
Hey.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Who moved the rock, James?
Mr. Lance, how are you?
I am well, man. I just like this is super cool. I thought we'd probably do it in less public the first time we caught up, but I'm super excited to see
Yeah,
it,
I know. Yeah. Yeah, no, same, man. I'm really excited to be here and still alive.
Yeah. So I mean, and like you popped on last week just so people understand. So James did, so like way back in the day when like you couldn't throw a rock and hit a board game video reviewer, like basically there was like 10 to 15 of us like scrambling trying to carve out our own little portion of the world and do our own thing. And James was like doing his own thing and are you in Australia or New Zealand? I keep forgetting.
Australia, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So James was doing his thing.
I wish
in
I was in New
Australia.
Zealand.
and like he was doing like music video stuff, and he was like I said, he had his own brand, he had his own process of the way he did his stuff, and it was like, and it just stood out for me. And he was also like a person that would like reach out a lot to everybody else and ask for collaborations and things like that, which I thought was super cool. And yeah, man. And then like you just fell off the radar, which, I mean, hey, you did a thing.
Yeah.
That's a really good video. I would strongly suggest going to his channel and watch the whole thing of like where he has this kind of longer video where he talks about why he stopped doing board game videos, which I did. I'm not gonna like make you regrow that and go over that again. And
yeah, no, we don't have to.
No, and it's
yeah, we do. I want the rundown, damn it.
Man.
Short version.
It's tough.
TLDR.
No, it's tough to keep creating, right? I mean, especially when life gets in the way. and
Yeah.
it's just
Oh, so I pretty well stopped gaming. That was pretty much it. It just it was so hard to make I had to move houses was the big one. So I moved away from my gaming group. Then you got to start. So I had to sell a lot of stuff to get another go. And so it's just, and then trying to get back in. I've started meeting up with my old gaming group in Sydney. So that was pretty fun. I hadn't seen them in 10 years. All their kids are huge. And they've gone from having a 5-year-old at the gaming table to having a 15-year-old. So that's kind of cool.
yeah.
I'm doing the best I can to get back into it. I've been buying a lot of games. 2 arrived today. So, but I've got to buy them from overseas. It's really hard to get some stuff here. Some stuff, not everything. It's just the way it is. Sorry, I'm looking up here because that's where that's where you guys are. Oh yeah, it's madness. I bought a game from England and it was secondhand and it cost me $130 to get it to here. So 130 Australian. So I don't know.
Is that in addition to the cost of the game?
No, that's just
total.
That is a secondhand game landed. Yeah. So what's that about? I'm trying to run it on XE, but it's not working. So about $100 US for a secondhand game that I paid about 60 or 70 of that was postage.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether you guys know this. I only found this out recently because another guy, Lance, you might remember Board Game Blogger from back in the day, the reviewer, reviewed a lot of historical stuff. I was doing having a chat to him recently because we were just having a bit of a catch up, and he wanted to send me a game that he designed, and America won't even ship here at the moment. We've got to get UPS. And then I thought, there's got to be something strange there. So then I tried to buy the game, which is Corrupt Bargain, it's called. It's by Decision Games. And I thought I'll surprise him and just buy it because he wanted to send me a free copy or whatever. And they couldn't ship either.
Wow.
Apparently there's some sort of embargo at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So getting games is a bit hard. Yeah, I don't know. Much easier for you guys, apparently.
Yeah.
Would be. Yeah. But so Lance, you're working for Grey Fox now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
how long have you been doing that?
Oh gosh, what is this? This is my 2nd or 3rd year now. I've been with them. So I mean, obviously when TMG folded, I no longer had a job with them, and which is, God, it's so weird to think that company doesn't exist. Every once in a while I just catch myself like thinking about that, and I realize that's weird. That's weird that the company that like literally like it felt like they couldn't do anything wrong as far as what they were making and everything like that, and then they're just one day, and it isn't like there's a big story or like a big hidden thing, but it's one of those things where it's like maybe when I retire, if I still have any marbles rolling around in my brain, and I can remember all the stories of all the craziness that went on as far as like watching.
You will. We know you.
I should probably
it'll
take
be a
notes,
long video.
right? No, I mean
I'm here for it. Those are my favorite stories.
It was well, I've told you a lot in confidence, Evan.
Well, that's true. I know some of them.
Just just like, and like I said, it's no bodies in the ground or anything like that. It was just
So they went under, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, and it was one of those like where they I mean, it was one of those things where I mean, it was this is a weird comparison, but there used to be an NFL player and his name was Chris Hovan, and he was a defensive end for the Minnesota Vikings, and he was great. He had like 2 or 3 seasons where he was just freaking amazing, and all of a sudden he just sucked. Like it was like boom, boom, and like out of nowhere, he didn't get injured, he didn't do anything. All of a sudden he was just horrible, and he just didn't, and he wouldn't, and he just and he went from like, just sacking the quarterback, 12, 13, 14 times a season to like 2.
Mm.
And it was like, it was one of those things where it was like, basically what every coach said was that he thought like he got really, really good at doing this. Like his skill set got him really, really good to it, but the game learned how to beat him, and they changed, and he never pivoted. And he never like basically, like realized, oh, I can't do this anymore. I need to like work hard and do something different. And that is like the best comparison. It's a weird comparison, but that was like, TMG had a very, very, very good process that they were doing, and it worked really, really well for them. And then when the industry started changing, it thought it could just continue doing things the way that it had, and it just couldn't sustain itself. And it just it was one of those things. And,
so
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of you personally, when you went through that, did you get, for lack of a better term, because I recently worked, in the last couple of years, I worked for a business where they did the same thing. Did it go through the process where they bring in the insolvency company and all that process? Did you basically get screwed over financially because of it?
No, I mean, actually, so because I was like their only employee that did not work in Utah. So, and so when it was one of those things where I was like, I've talked about my, like the last day that I worked there a few times, where it was one of those things where we worked really hard getting a Kickstarter ready to launch. And then when we submitted it to Kickstarter, they declined it. They said, yeah, you guys need to fulfill these other campaigns, or we won't let you launch this. And I like, when that happened,
Yeah, right.
I basically was like, well, I'm fired. I mean, because there was like no way that we were going to be bringing any money in. And it was going to be a situation where there was, unless we could figure out some way to like all of a sudden bring in a bunch of revenue, there was just no way it was going to happen. And then like 3 days later, my phone, like I was looking at my phone, and like it was Michael Mendez, and I was like, well, this is it. I knew it. It was like a Sunday. It was like in the middle of July. My daughter's birthday was like in a week, and he called me up, and he was basically like, yeah, so I'm gonna have to let you go. And I was just like, well, I'd be crazy if I said I didn't expect this. And then we had a long conversation, and he did actually set up a severance for me, and he was just like, and I'm not going to go into that.
That's
financials
okay.
And stuff like that. So, I mean, he wasn't
Yeah,
like,
of course.
he
No,
didn't leave me high
yeah,
and
yeah.
dry. He didn't leave me high and dry. And then,
Yeah.
and he did me the hugest favor in the world of actually letting me go like 3 weeks before Gen Con. So I was able to go to Gen Con, and he paid for my room at Gen Con. He paid for my flight to Gen Con. So like, and I got there, and like one of the first things he did was he came up to me and he was like, hey, how you doing? Just like, because he felt horrible about the fact that I was no longer working with the company. And I was just like, but the thing was, I was able to go there as a free agent. I didn't have to work a booth. I didn't have to do anything. And I was able to just talk to people, and I got like, 4 job interviews, and it was like, and I actually had multiple offers to come and work.
Yeah,
and
that's great.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and if he had like strung me along past Gen Con, I mean, that wouldn't have happened. Right. I felt worse for like Andy and Aaron, who, basically, and I told them, I said, you guys need to bail. I was like, and they were like, no, we're gonna be able to turn it around. I was like, we're not. It's just like, and I don't mean, it's just because you don't have anything to sell, and you're not, I don't know. It was bad. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll tell more stories. In a second.
So, Evan,
Yeah.
you just you're a game designer, are you?
Yeah. I'm a game designer.
Yeah. What games are you designed?
The only one that's actually been published and released thus far is called
Yep.
After the Empire.
Yep.
That was
Oh,
kind of how I
shit
knew.
game.
Is
It's
that
a shit game.
That's
that's from from Grey Fox Games, isn't it?
Yeah. That's how I met
Yeah,
Lance.
okay, right. I have been looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there was I think the Dice Tower recently did something on it, didn't they?
Yeah. They
Very
we-
recently.
Maybe, but the initial review was like a year and a half ago, I think, year ago.
Yeah, it looked to me like it because I'm all historical and like wargaming type
Right.
things is kind of where I'm at. So that was
Oh,
one
okay,
when
yeah.
I remember the guy from Grey Fox Games was on probably about 2 or 3 episodes ago.
Oh, okay.
I was checking out their games and that was the one that first clicked on. So that's
Oh,
interesting.
I'll have to look at that. I didn't see that video.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah,
want
That's-
that.
yeah.
That was from like 3 days ago.
Yeah, probably about 3 or 4 days.
Who was it? Was it Shane or was it?
3 or 4 videos ago. It was in the Alaboom. They said
Oh, in the
it was
album.
the-
Okay.
yeah. But yeah, so that's interesting. That's really cool. And I've got to ask you guys, Kabuki Kid,
Yes.
and in the comments,
She's a
who
bot.
are they?
She's a
I have never met Kabuki Kid.
She's on
but I
everything.
see Kabuki Kid everywhere.
I
Yeah.
see her all the time, and I was thinking, who is this?
Yeah.
She's all over, and the
Yes.
spanner icons mean she's got some sort of admin thing, doesn't she?
I think that's true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, on the
Big
album,
shout out
yeah.
to Kabuki Kid.
Yeah,
Kabuki
yeah.
Kid.
Her and oh god, I'm blanking on his name. I played for the guy.
Lance.
No, not Lance. The guy who works at the comic book store. Give me a minute. I'm sorry. I'm just stoned. I'm blanking on his name.
No, yeah. So I made it.
He's a really good guy. Him and his wife.
It's about 2:00 in the afternoon. It's all right.
Nice.
I'm doing what we're
But-
allowed.
Paul. Kabuki and Paul are admins in the chat and all that. Paul Tompkins.
Yes, I have seen that name get around as well. Yeah, right.
What name is that?
Awesome.
Paul. We were talking about admins for
Paul's.
the chats and all that.
Yeah.
Kabuki and Paul and Lance and Keith, I think, right? There's a
Yeah.
few.
Admins. I don't think I'm gonna have to think about that for a long
All
time.
right. Yeah, far out.
I'll
So
have
what are you
more
designing
odds
at
into
the
it.
moment? Are you designing something at the moment, Ed?
Oh,
Another
yeah, I've
shit
got-
design.
Just I've got like so many designs, but the ones I have under contract are I'm doing one for Spielworks. I'm doing one for a real small company run by a French guy named Chris Wazoo. And then
Okay.
what else do I have under contract? I feel like there's one more that I'm forgetting right now.
Hopefully you're not forgetting to work on it. Yeah.
Nah, I work on all my stuff, but yeah, I don't remember which other ones on contract. There's one more on contract. I just can't think of it right now. And then there's a
Yeah,
bunch. Of
right.
other
How
games.
many at any given time have you got in the works? How many
At
games
any
you
given
sort of got the
time
works
in
at any time?
various that I'm actively engaged in working on is probably about 8
Wow, that many.
that I'm
Okay, wow.
that
Yeah.
I'm really spending significant time on is probably like 4.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
Yeah,
sitting
right.
that are kind of sitting waiting for me to start messing with it is like another 10
3 dozen
or more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Wow. So is that what you do full time, or you
No. There's not enough
do
money in
other
it for that.
stuff outside of that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I figured that, but
There's
I
not enough
figured
money for
there'd
that.
probably be only one or two in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I mean,
Sierra,
you know,
and
that
that's
does
probably about
exist,
it, to be honest.
but that's not me right now.
Full time he walks the streets
Yeah.
of Portland.
Yes, yep, I walk the streets of Portland. No,
Yeah, right.
I crack backs for a living, and
Yeah.
then make board games, do a bunch of other
Yeah,
random fun
right.
things.
Oh, good stuff.
How
So
much
you're
stuff are you doing?
chiropractor or something, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right. No, I'm a motorcycle mechanic.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I I got a little workshop and a mobile one.
Nice.
And by chiropractor, you're a quack.
Quack.
That's what they call it. Quackopractor, I've heard.
Certified quack.
Yes.
I always remember the episode of The Simpsons with the garbage bin.
Yes,
You
the
remember
garbage
that
bin
one?
where it was perfect. They had the perfect. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
Evan?
Yeah.
And he would just push people onto it. And they're like,
Yeah,
"Oh my
yeah.
back, it feels perfect."
It's all better.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh god.
And doesn't somebody finally destroy the trash can or something so it doesn't? And I
It gets like, what happens to it? It like falls down a
Appreciation
cliff
or something came in and. Oh,
no,
that's
that
funny.
was a good episode.
That was a good episode.
No, no, I mean, like we've talked about this before, and I don't mean to like continue talking about like going back to whatever, but I mean, I used to be like it's like, oh yeah, go ahead and like you crack this and push that and do that, it's like, and I was always like Mr. Like, because the origins of chiropractic medicine, if you go way back, it's like,
Oh yeah.
the guy was a nutball.
Yeah, he was into magnets, and then he started getting into other stuff, and then
yeah, but anyway, so like it was one of those things where like, but then I had that one morning where it just made no sense at all when I woke up, and all of a sudden my hip felt like I was going, like it was just like somebody was like just slowly pushing a dagger into the side of my hip, and I was just like, what is going on? Is this just one of those things? I mean, and I'd had like pain like that briefly where I thought, okay, just stretch your leg out and a little bit and it'll just go away.
Right.
But that was just like, no, nope, it's just not going away, and it's not. And then I remember like, and then they were like, the doctor. I went in the doctor thinking, oh, they're like, oh, it's like a bursitic sac thing, and whatever. And they were like, you should probably do some physical therapy too, but we're gonna give you this injection. And it was like, I remember them filling this giant freaking needle with like this, like, oh yeah, it's got some, it's got this, it's got cortisone and all this stuff. This'll knock that pain out, but you should think about going to the. And then they and I was just like, how long does it take? And it's like, give it a day and you'll feel 100% better. Next day I was even more pain.
Oh no.
I was just like, and I was like, what is wrong with me? I was like, this is
it trochanteric bursitis?
I have no idea what it was, because I called, there was a physical therapy place near my house, and I went there, and I remember getting dropped off by my wife, and I felt like this decrepit old man during the just basically basically felt like I was crawling in the place. And then this guy came out, and he was just like, and he's like, oh my God, he's like, you must be Lance. And I was like, yeah. And he's just like, he's like, let's, it's like, let's get you in here. Let's get you off your feet, so you can, like, let's get you, I'm going to ask you some questions or whatever. And he got me in, and he's asking me questions. Do you remember, did you do anything? Did you hurt? I was like, no, it just came out of nowhere, and he's like, okay, well, and he kind of said some things about how pain originates and the body's reaction to it. He's just like, so we're going to do some things here. And he's like, this is not a, what did he say? This is not a pain, no gain. This is something I should be able to do my work on you without causing you any more pain. So just like, this isn't the thing where you keep your mouth shut or anything like that. And he took his, and then like, he was like one of these things where it's like, okay, we're going to do, and then he did and like, I remember after the first time I went, he's like, I'm going to have you come back tomorrow. He said, but I mean, I'm hoping you'll feel a little bit better the next day.
What did he do?
It was like there was a thing where basically move like he used those elastic bands to try to like push against the pressure and just hold it as long as it isn't hurting you. And like I remember there was like big thing where he was like, I remember whenever he'd move, he'd have my foot like straight, and then if he turned my foot in at all, it was like basically somebody like I was like ninja. Like even like the smallest movement made me feel like my leg was on fire. But no, he basically did some high intensity. He did cupping, he like basically like up and down like the spot where it hurt. And then after that, he's like, I'm not going to do anything super intense today. He said, I want to make sure you feel a little bit better and come in the next day. And so then I did, and I came and I remember I went to bed that night and I was like, please. And I woke up and it was like half the pain was gone.
Yeah, that's great.
And I was just like, and then I remember he was holding the door open when I got there the next day. He's like, I saw you. He's like, first of all, you drove yourself. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, you must be feeling better. And I was like, I am. And he's like, all right. He's like, well, let's get you in here. And that's when he used the electric needle stuff on me.
Yeah.
And then basically he's like, if I think I figured out, he's like, I don't know exactly what's wrong. You basically just have a muscle that is just reacting because it's not happy. And the only way that it can tell you that it's not happy is to cause you this pain. So we're going to get it to calm down, and he was like, because like all the x-rays and stuff he took, he's like, there's no damage at all to your, it's like you have a tiny little bone spur in there. He said, but that's nothing. That's just from being 50 years old and playing sports for 30 years. So.
Yeah.
But I used to think the whole physical therapy thing was a bunch of garbage, or people that had surgery, right, and got something replaced or something.
Right.
But now I'll never fucking say that again. The proof was in the pudding. I thought I was never gonna walk again, and all of a sudden I was like, 3 days later I had no pain.
Yeah,
Zero.
That's great.
So
that's awesome.
Physical therapists are great, but them chiropractors are quacks.
Those guys
you can't
trust them guys. Actually, I want it. It's not you personally. It's just my back's really jacked up, so nobody's touching it.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I have some like post-surgical patients where it's like they're like, are you gonna try to adjust that spot that's fused? I'm like, no, I'm not. It's fused.
It's not the fused part. I'm worried about the unfused.
You should have one of those chiropractor YouTube video things, buddy.
Oh god, those are so like interesting for chiropractors, because like most of the people that put up those videos are kind of like not great representatives of
what are you talking about? It's they get girls in yoga pants to come in and they manipulate them. I mean, millions of views. That's all you gotta do.
I mean, they make money. Right?
That's why
they have lots of views. They have lots of views, which is great for them. But yeah, it's not a great representation of what actually happens in a medical office.
Do you do X-rays first?
What I normally do is so gentle and so like it's gentle and soothing. It's basically it's like a gentle traction thing. The likelihood that I could harm you without seeing the x-ray first is next to nothing. Like obviously anything can happen, but I do like to get x-rays, but I don't need to see them.
So they did. I didn't know whether it was a bit of a money grab, which is can be the case. But they did an X-ray and all this analysis on all the angles and
that's old school,
everything before I even. And then they were like, "Oh, we're going to make an adjustment here, and your shoulders are rolled a little bit forward, and you got to, and the angle of your shoulders." So they did all that before I even was allowed to get worked on. I was like,
"That's
old school. Is that really necessary?" Like. I could have told you my shoulders, you know what I mean, just by looking at me. But that's
really old
I didn't
school,
know. Yeah. I think it was about $500 to get the X-rays and that done.
Ooh,
I'm curious.
Did they do them in house?
I don't know. Yeah, they did them in house. Yeah.
Whoa, that's like 5 times what I would expect.
Well, Australia's a little
Yeah,
different
right.
too. With the
Possibly.
most of our
yeah.
medical field's a money grab here in
Yeah,
the states.
yeah.
It's, you know, it's a little different.
Yeah,
in
yeah, because
Australia, I think.
we've got so,
What are you
well,
talking about?
yeah, yeah. Like anything like that isn't under our healthcare
Right.
thing. Like you've
Oh, okay.
you've got
Like
a
a non-essential
department,
type
You just
thing.
go in and
or
pay out of
have it-
pocket.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like if for example, if I broke my wrist, however I did it, which I did break my wrist in the last couple of years, I
Yeah.
just go to a hospital and it's just it all
Taken
gets
care of.
fixed up and whatever, and
That's great.
you're done and dusted, and
Yeah.
there's nothing.
Oh, it's the
That's
same here. No
Our healthcare system appears to be pretty good.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I couldn't imagine.
What's that like?
That is
What's that like?
the healthcare system.
Yeah.
It's good, and like
To
if I
have
just
one.
decide, if it's good in that sense, like for emergencies, you know what
Yeah.
I mean. I got bitten by a dog, and the same thing. You just go straight in, and there's no. You got to wait ages and everything. Nothing changes there. You
Was it
still,
a dingo?
you know, in the hospital. That dingo ate my baby.
It
No,
was a wild dingo.
no, the funny story was it was actually my dog, but anyway,
That sucks.
it happens. That's
Yeah.
a whole nother story. But anything like that, you just go straight in, and there's no problem really. You just have a little Medicare card. They scan and do everything,
That's
and
great.
it's pretty good. But if you go to a doctor, some of them accept it, some of them don't.
Oh.
Some of them you do partial payments, but it's usually pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And it's good in that sense. Like, yeah, you're looked after. If you're unemployed, you're still under that same blanket.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
kind of
No,
helps
man.
people get,
If you
get
go
better
to
care.
Yeah. If you go to like a Cairo office, at least where I live, and you get x-rays in the office, I would expect it to cost
Yeah.
somewhere between like 70 and 1. So
Yeah,
500
right.
sounds.
Yeah, no, I
quite-
knew at the
quite
time. I remember.
egregious.
Yeah, 500.
That sounds like
It
a
was
lot.
pretty. Everyone kept recommending them.
Yeah.
I probably only went 3 times,
Yeah.
and that was all probably I could afford at the time. But I think
Yeah.
it was $100 a session, and I was probably there for about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was, but they came really highly recommended. But and look, I did get some benefit out of it. There's no doubt about that. It
Yeah.
just they wanted me. They were saying every 2 weeks,
Right.
and I was like, that's a lot of money every 2 weeks to come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I stopped.
Yeah.
But no, I
Yeah.
think that's a. So do you guys have? You would obviously have to do some study to get into that field.
It's a 4-year med school. Yeah.
They hang
Yeah,
around a
right.
cauldron and throw things.
We hang,
in.
yeah, exactly. we throw some bombs.
Some
No, like
fish
the-
scales.
Yeah, the big differences as far like between MD med school and DC med school is we get more like imaging. So we look at x-rays and MRIs a lot more, and we talk about physical medicine a lot more. And then the MDs do a lot more internal medicine, like organ stuff and pharmacology. And then
Yeah, right.
and then Kairos, when you're done with your 4-year med school, they kind of pat you on the butt and they're like, good luck out there. And you're like, wait, but I'm not ready to. And they're like, good luck. Don't hurt you, buddy. And whereas MDs have the 2-year residency where you actually like train under somebody and learn how to not hurt somebody. So I would say if there was one thing that I think Cairo, at least in the States, I don't know how it is elsewhere. One thing Cairo is really missing is some kind of residency to like train under somebody else instead of just being like,
Yeah,
here's your
right.
license. Good luck. Don't hurt
There
anyone.
you go. Well, it's a
Yeah, right.
business opportunity,
Yeah.
Evan.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's.
I agree.
That's
There's
crazy.
even with like the trains and all that, the apprenticeship in the country's gone
Yeah.
down a lot in general. I've
Yeah.
seen, or not the trains, the trades.
Yeah,
like
the
the
trades.
carpentry and the electrician, unless you're in a union. You
Yeah,
know,
like a journeyman kind of thing.
yeah, and the union.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We do same thing with mechanical is
Yeah.
4 years, and you basically 3 years where you do study, and the
Mhm.
4th year you don't do any study. You're just working.
You just work.
You just
We used to have that
it's
here,
just
but
cheap labor that 4th year.
Right.
yeah, basically, we used to
I
do that
pay you
here,
to
but
work.
lately it's just like you're going
Mm.
to school for a cert, and then you're out. even like the mechanical
Uh,
trades. You're going for that basic S and E standard and all that, and then you're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, they
So
get
tell
big-
us the
get
story
given-
about your place being broken into.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sick and tired of
that's-
talking about this.
Uh,
I want to hear the
knives.
story
I
about the
got it.
guys.
Tell me about the knives.
I got it here. Hang on a second. I'll. Oh yeah, no, that was so. Basically, it was what would be Sunday morning. So it would have been about 1:30 in the morning, and I heard whispering out the front, which I don't know how whispering woke me up, but it did.
Mhm.
And then I peeked out the window and I saw a couple of fellas around a motorbike that was there. It's my brother's bike. And they were trying to steal it. And I was like, what? Like, this can't be real. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so I just started yelling and screaming and, came out ready, for a fist fight and chased them a bit down the street, out sort of the driveway. And they, they were in my garage, which is where I am now. And
They're right behind you.
It was,
Uh,
yeah.
out.
If they were, I didn't know they had knives at the time. Otherwise,
Yeah.
one of me versus 4 guys with knives. There's
Yeah.
no way.
Oh, there was 4 of
Uh-uh.
them.
Like I still would have done. But
Yeah.
you don't know in that situation. You just you just react. All I was
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
is my wife's unsafe. I
Right.
got to protect the house. It's my job. So I just pelted and chased him, and I was yelling and screaming so much I think I scared the shit out of them. But they ran away. There are a few details I won't say in case the police want something, but there is. I'll try and. I don't know whether this will work. Is there a screen being
Yeah,
shared?
yeah.
I got a green
Well,
screen.
I see a big green screen, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I see all your passwords shown.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah, get off Pornhub.
What's that?
Porn.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, there it is.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, security.
So
camera.
there's the 2 guys there. They're
Yeah,
only
my-
young fellas, you can tell. He's taken the keys to the bike.
Sure.
And that's my Shores of Tripoli game set up there.
I know they're
That's what
like
I was
board
"Oh,
games.
don't mess with my game. I'm halfway through Yeah, so I don't even.
I like your domino signs. Your
Yeah, I was
domino
loving
signs
those.
are nice.
Oh, so I do a fair bit. I do a fair bit of work for them as a motorcycle mechanic because I got a lot of the scooters. So I've got to take the GPSs out of them. That's my job at the moment. I've got to remove some stuff out of them.
I'm
So
surprised they didn't take the guitar, man.
they move it, but they didn't touch it.
Yeah.
And that my
Yeah.
friends, took me a long time. That's a good old American-made Fender. So that's
Or the
not a cheapie.
the mountain bikes back there. Those are very
Or the plate.
No,
Or
that's
the
a PlayStation
PS5.
controller.
Oh,
So that's he put. Wasn't gonna. That's one thing I was gonna say. But they did put down a knife there,
Hmm.
and they left it here. So you can see, almost knocks my guitar over. That would have pissed me off. That's for sure.
And then he gingerly picks it up
Messed
like a
up all
gentleman.
that. Yeah, so he wouldn't have wanted to make any noise, and you can see the motorbike down the side there. They're trying to fiddle around with
Yeah.
that. But
Jeez.
so we'll skip for it. And they're only there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So
They're already gone.
did they steal anything?
So he's trying. No, they got my phone. You can.
Yeah.
This is where I come running out screaming, and then they're out of there. And then at some point, you'll see me somewhere along here. You'll see me. I might not
It
show
looks like
that
he
in
took
case
off
it is
with your
good quality,
PlayStation
PlayStation
'cause
controller. Did he get your PlayStation
Yeah.
controller?
he dropped everything down the street. So I got it back. The police found it about 20 meters from my house. But what's sort of unfolding at the moment is that there was probably about 10 of them on the street
Oh wow.
because there was a whole bunch of stuff into the street that those guys didn't have in their hands. So
Right.
there must have been a lot of them. And apparently it was just aired the other night on television. There's some sort of TikTok trend. Have you heard of this? I don't know whether it's...
I've heard of a version.
So
of
they
it.
basically, so they're like filming them doing this sort of stuff. They film themselves doing it and then come back with their loot and say, this is what we got. Like, it's just, but all I can say is young kids with knives.
Yeah.
That's just that's a bad combination. Like
Yeah.
if I'd have got my hands on one of them, you know,
Right.
I would have obviously gotten a fight. That's all well and
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
But their reaction would be to stab me, and that's either my life over or it's their lives
Right.
over.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's not good either way.
there's no coming back from that. You know,
No.
either, and
Yeah.
all I kept thinking is, I wish I could just sit them down and say to them, "It's just such a stupid thing to do."
Yeah.
Like, even the way you're holding
Yeah.
the knife is, for what, a PlayStation? Like, I haven't even turned that thing on in months. Like, just
Yeah.
you know, just bloody hell, get a job, work, and
Yeah.
save up and get one. It's not that. And everything, as I said, everything else in here, you'd probably go for the guitar, but it would have
Right,
been too
yeah.
big for them to get home or something. I don't know.
Huh.
But yeah, with the fact that there was more of them, so it was a bit. It went from being, because I didn't know they had knives at the time. In fact, I
Right.
didn't know for about 10 hours later until I downloaded the high def footage. Then I saw the knives and I was like, okay, that's a different ball game. And
Mhm.
obviously the police came back out because they were like, they wanted the footage and everything. They said that changes things a lot.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wanted to mention, this room, the light was on when they walked in. They walked into a room with the light on, with the knives out. Like, why would you take that risk? It's just so stupid.
Yeah.
Like,
They were
imagine
holding
if I was
knives
just,
in
you know,
there?
it was.
I thought they were
two
flashlights.
of them had
Okay.
knives. No, they got one on each. So they got a flashlight and a knife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I did highlight it on this one for Well,
Oh.
yeah, one of them's got a proper one. The other one's got like a box cutter.
Mm.
So yeah, it is what it is. I'm just dealing with it all at the moment. That's what if you actually looked around me, it's a complete mess in here at the moment because I was just listening to you guys while I was cleaning up in here.
Yeah.
New lighting and new everything getting installed. So just to make sure if they do decide to come back that it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they would.
They already know. You'd have to be an idiot, really.
Yeah. Well, we are talking about this generation too.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the one thing everyone keeps saying. Oh, they'd have to be stupid, and I'm like, well, they've demonstrated enough stupidity that I'm worried. Anyway, but yeah, no, it went from being the one of the proudest moments of my life. I was like, I chased them off. You know, pretty happy with that. To being probably one of the dumbest things I've ever done. I didn't realize.
You thought about it.
You know, once I realized that, when you have knives, but
Yeah.
what else are you going to do? Like, if it happened to any one of you guys, you're not just going to sit there and say,
we
guys
live in
need to
America,
leave.
so we'd go out there with our guns and just shoot them.
It'd be even worse because
Yeah,
they
see,
have
that's
guns. It's a little different, but
it's
unfortunately, there are versions
very different.
There are versions of that, like with malls. They were going in and with the TikTok. They were going in the malls and robbing them, and then flash mobs with the trains. I remember that they would just go beat people up for no reason, and they organize it through TikTok or it might have been Twitter. Yeah,
it's terrible. No, it's a generational thing, and it's like not just generational. That's not the only issue there, but like that TikTok element is generational, where they're trying to impress everyone.
Yeah,
right.
And like, for what? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I recently did a video on it, similar, but Lance, when you were doing reviews, and I know you still do them occasionally, but if you had one that went really well, that was exciting, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like, way back in the day when like you do it, and then like you saw like people were commenting on it. I mean,
and
see, like back in the day, it was the comments on Board Game Geek were the ones that drove me. You know, like you'd get people.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it was all about the green.
And now it's YouTube. I mean, like all the comments are on YouTube now. If you're gonna get comments, you're gonna get them on YouTube. That's just the way it works. And but I just remember that was the big deal. and like it was like, oh, it's like, oh, I got 100 thumbs on that one. I mean, that was like you got
yeah.
a feedback. I mean, now it's just like, I mean, you look at you look at the bigger channels like Dice Star and stuff like that. I mean, they don't really even, I mean, and this is not a critique by any means, but like you see that, and they just simply probably have way too many comments to go in there and respond to them, right? I mean, it's just like, because they're getting comments on all kinds of videos, and a lot of times commenters are just commenting back and forth to each other, like, oh, I really think this is cool. Oh, I really think that is cool. I really think this is cool. They're just. But I mean, I used to just love like hearing somebody, oh, have you ever tried this game? No, but I'll check that out. Thank you very much. Feeling like you were part of like some little community that you had rolling around.
Yeah.
Which is why I like this, right? Because we have our steadfast boomers that just show up and listen. And then I always, after every one of my shows, I usually get 3, 4, 5 comments from people, and I also usually get 1 or 2 emails from people who just say, hey, I watched the show, this is my thoughts about this, that, and everything. And I email back and forth a couple of them, and anybody who ever wants to email me, undeadvikingvideos@gmail.com, and I happy to respond and talk. I mean, it's just because that's what drives me. I mean, because I make so little money off this channel now. I mean, I don't even monetize the Alabooms because I just whatever.
What's it me?
So I can sing whatever I want.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's I can't monetize if I got my residential medicinal user, constantly puffing away.
Clove cigarettes.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, that just happened to be in a hash pipe, But anyway,
that's not a hash pipe.
Whatever, you know what I'm talking about.
If you're going to accuse me of stuff, get your drugs right.
Oh, no. So I mean, there's stuff like that where it's just like I don't even monetize, and these get more views and more longer views than anything that I do, right? I mean, it's just like,
do they?
Yeah,
they're like
change a lot.
Long.
There's like 20 or 30 people that say they listen to this on Thursday at work every
poor
Thursday.
Souls.
Huh.
And just gets background noise for them. They're at work.
Well,
just have it on.
That's what I've been doing.
That.
Well, I've been watching you guys like over the last a couple of Alabooms. It just happens to be I'm usually home doing an admin, and so I just drag you guys over to that monitor and do my admin and sit here for a couple of hours, and I think it's a great format, really, really good. But that dopamine hit, that hit of like excitedness about doing a good video is what these thieves on TikTok are getting.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
From doing it. That's what I worry about, is that trend. But it encourages bad behavior, you know what I mean? And that's where I think it's a problem when with reviews, obviously, you're doing good. It's good behavior to encourage. But I think everything sort of changed there. But crazy times, man.
Yeah.
So how did you guys end up there? Lance, how did you end up with all the lockdown stuff over there with
it's been a goddamn lockdown. So I do a lot of with the stuff that I do for Gray Fox. It's been like, I mean, it has, I mean, as far as like with China and shipping being completely and totally screwed with, I mean, it's been a absolute freaking nightmare, because like we literally have 4 games done. They are manufactured, they are done, they are in boxes, they are in containers, and we are waiting for spots on ships to open up. And it's just and one of them is After the Empire, Evan.
Yeah.
The US and Canada copies of Arcana Rising, the After the Empire, like I said, Ragnaroks, and Campaign Trail. I mean, they're just, the games are done, they're printed, they're made, and I mean, and every single damn time our freight company basically says, oh, April 20th on a boat. Well, we're suffering. The last time we got an email on April 22nd. We're suffering shipping delays. That's all they said, shipping delays. And it was like, and then it's May 11th. Well, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on May 11th.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I'm either going to hear that it's on a boat or I'm going to hear some other excuse why they haven't been able to put it on something. And I'm not saying they're fucking us. You know, they're not like, fuck, they're as screwed as anybody else. I mean, and I don't mean to be super political here, but I mean, for whatever freaking reason, China's got its own problems as far as like how they treat their citizens. But oh my gosh, they had a COVID spike and they said, yeah, nobody's going to work. Everybody stay home. We're not going to deal with this anymore. They're actually taking COVID seriously still. Whereas in America, we're just like, it's over. We won. We beat COVID. Really? People are still dying of it though. We beat it. Shut up.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you ever want to, I mean, once again, political, but if you ever want to say same shit, different person, I saw that. I was listening to that thing when Biden said that, where it's like, we beat COVID. Really? No, news to me. I had a friend die of it 2 weeks ago. So I mean, I don't think they were like they were as they were dragging their last raggedy breath into their lungs and then going into the good night. I don't feel they thought that we had won the victory. You know, so yeah, fuck you. Yes. Just like, and I realize anyway, I shouldn't.
You should.
No,
but
there's lots of stuff that angers me, and that's one of the things. But no, and it's like, so anyway, that's where we can't get anything out of China, and we have customers that are like, where's my burrito? And I'm like, it's sitting on a dock in China in a container, waiting to get put on a boat so we can.
China makes burritos now?
I'm gonna freaking go to Origins, and I was expecting to have at least some new games to sell. I'm gonna be at Origins selling a lot of back catalog where I'm just gonna be like, trying to. We're gonna cut prices on everything that we have and just say, pick $20, thanks. Just so we can make some money. I mean, showing off Last Light and pointing people towards the pledge manager and I don't know. It's super annoying. I mean, I don't know, man. As far as the lockdown here, I mean, like, I still remember in the before times, when I remember it was spring break and it was just starting to get bad. In whatever it was, like 2 years ago or whatever it was spring break, and we had a family trip planned. It wasn't a huge one. We were just going to Minneapolis, St. Paul area in Minnesota. It's about a 4-hour drive, and there was like kind of a resort, one of those like we got 17 water slides, and we have like treasure hunt things that kids can do, and we're right next to the Mall of America, and. And so it was just like, we're going to go there for 3 days and we're going to have a good time. And we got there. And while we were there, we got the email that basically said, your kids aren't coming back to school. It was just like, we are, it's like, we're locking down the school. And it was like, oh, and then my wife and I said, do you think we should leave? I mean, because we're like, it's like, literally we're in a water park with like thousands of people. And I was like, do you, and like at that time, and knowing now what I knew then, we should have left, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, well, I mean, it's like the cases are all on the West Coast. It's just kind of like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We got 2 more days. We'll get in the car. We'll head home. Like we didn't really go to the Mall of America. We just left and we went home.
Yeah.
And then the shit hit the fan, right? Then my wife got sent home from her work. I was already working from home. I mean, all 4 of us were just sitting. And then that Christmas is when I got COVID. It's because I live in Minnesota, but right on the North Dakota border. North Dakota is the wild goddamn West. My younger brother lives and works in North Dakota. He got COVID at his job, went to spend Christmas with my dad. He's like technically a half brother. And then he gave it to my dad. Of course, nobody had any symptoms. I went the next day to my dad's for Christmas with my family. And then I got a call on Monday from my dad saying, hey, I just tested positive for COVID. You should probably go get tested. And that was when both my daughter and I tested positive, and we got quarantined in the basement here and separated from the rest of the family. And then eventually, and that was the crazy, I told the story before, and I'm telling it to James mostly. But I mean, like
Yeah.
my wife tested positive like a day or two later. So then but my son lived in the same house as all of us, ate at the same table with all of us, was around us all the time, never got it, never got COVID, never tested positive,
Yeah.
never had any symptoms, never had anything. And when I remember I told my doctor that, he's like, yeah, it's almost like he had some sort of, I don't know, immune system that managed and I was like, very funny. I will say this, one of the best parts of what I got a PlayStation 5 for Christmas, and my wife got me the Miles Morales Spider-Man game for it as well. But I was stuck downstairs and the PlayStation 5 was upstairs. And my son was telling me as he was playing it upstairs, like, this game's great. I just beat Electro, you know, whatever. You know?
The kid's never going to hear the end of this.
That's great. Thanks. That's awesome. I can't wait till I get to go upstairs and play it. It'll be great. I'm really looking forward to it. But no. And like everybody always asks me, how did you lose? I didn't lose any sense of taste. It was nothing that all I had, I felt completely run down.
Yeah.
And I had really bad body aches, like horrendously bad body aches, like can't sleep body, like, you know, finally being able to fall asleep after like, because I was just exhausted and being able to sleep for like 2 hours. And then waking up and feeling like my entire body, my back and my sides and my arms and my legs just ached. Then it was even scarier when my doctor said, well, yeah, see, the reason why is because it's not COVID. I was like, oh, what is it then? It's like, oh, it's because your body was creating so many antigens to kill COVID that it was doing a bunch of damage to your body as well, because your own body was killing itself. You're like, basically you're creating all these white blood cells with all these different chemicals in them, because your body was trying to figure out a way to keep you from not dying. So you basically did all this internal damage to your joints and your bones and everything. And he's like, the reason why you're exhausted now is because all of your energy is being spent to healing your body. And I was like, oh. He's like, no, he's like, you got it. And he said, you probably lost months of your lifetime because of this. And I was just like, cool. He's like, well, the good thing is that you'll never know the difference.
Well, now he does.
Your doctor sounds like a character, man.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's actually really nice. He's like, yeah, it made me sad that he moved away. When I literally, like, I was worried. I was worried that I had diabetes. I was like, I was getting diabetes. I went in and had myself checked, and he came back in. He's like, well, good news. You're not diabetic. You're just fat. It's just like,
lose the weight. Yeah. So, Jim, I'm curious. Did Australia's federal government or equivalent of the federal government handle the COVID? And B, how did they handle it in Australia?
It was the politics in Australia is very different, but it was the first time ever that I even knew the name of the state premier. So it was handled state to state.
Okay.
So I didn't even know
like
who
the
it was.
states here. Okay.
Yeah, which was really bizarre. So from my observation, I'm definitely no expert on Australian politics, but it seemed to be handed off to the states to handle, which I live in New South Wales. I live near Sydney, but it was, what happened to us was unbelievable, like unbelievable. Like you guys would have a heart attack if you heard all the stuff, but because we were in, it was so bad. I'm even like sort of scared to talk about it because they're that strict on people having an opinion. But it was pretty full on, and there's a lot of stuff online you can see. But it got in New South Wales. So to give you guys an idea, I'll just say a few things so you can understand some basics. When I work a lot in Sydney, and at times there were more police on the street than citizens.
Wow.
And the army were there. And I needed to fill in a permit to leave my house
Wow.
and go to work. And then I was paying rent in a workshop, which during a period of time until I was listed as essential because I was vehicle repairs.
Mhm.
I wasn't allowed to go to the workshop, but I still had to pay the rent
Yeah. Yeah.
because you weren't allowed to leave what they called an LGA, like local government area. So basically, you weren't allowed 5 kilometers from your suburb
Wow.
without a permit.
Mhm.
So things got really weird very quickly. And also,
Yeah.
just quickly, our state premier quit during COVID because she was under investigation for corruption. And the deputy premier quit the next day because he was being he was being made fun of by a YouTuber, and that's why
really? Oh wow.
Yeah, he took the YouTuber to court for defamation. So everything in Australia at the time,
Wow.
we were just like, what is going on? Who are these people and what are they doing? And each day they'd introduce, this is the new chief health officer, and
Wow.
this. Who are these people? We don't even know who they are. It was pretty wild. But our lockdowns were only sort of a couple of months back, like 6 months ago. And we were on lockdown in New South Wales, and I think it started when there was 400 cases in the state, something like that. So it was like you guys, from what I understand, it ran rampant through there. So you guys had like millions of cases, but we were on lockdown when there was 400,
Right.
something crazy. So it just
in its absolute peak, like this country was like as far as opinions on it was like tearing. I mean, it was just like I unfriended people. I never thought I'd unfriend people, but like literally, like there was a handful of people that I used to think extremely highly of and like the fact that like they spouted such inane bullshit. Like, I refuse to live in fear. It's like, you're not living in fear. You're being respectful to other human beings and not like you are choosing to actually make things worse. You might actually cause somebody to die because of what you're doing. You selfish fucking prick. Just like shut your fucking mouth and go away. You don't want to get vaccinated, you want to wear a mask, then fine. Go live on a fucking cruise ship with the rest of you. I hope you all die gasping and wheezing for breath as you all infect each other over and over again and die in your own miasma. Yeah, how
do you really feel?
There are several people who I once considered very good friends that if I saw them on the street, I would have to be restrained from punching them in the fucking mouth. I would just be like, you selfish piece of shit. The perfect example, and you may have seen the screenshot. You can Google it. I'm not going to do it myself, but there was an obituary that for a woman wrote for her husband who had died of COVID, and she said the moment this started, the moment she's like, my husband did the right thing. He's immune compromised. He was like, he stayed at home. He wore a mask. He didn't go out. He did what he had to do to protect himself. But you bastards that wouldn't do the same. It's like, he got COVID anyway. He did everything he could. And as I watched him die, but my husband of 50 years, all I can say is his death is on all of your souls. I hope you rot in hell. And I hope eternal torment is yours. Just like it was just like a pox on your face. And it was just like, and it was like, that was just like, it's like, to all you pieces of shit who thought you didn't have to wear a mask when you're at the doctor's office. It was just like, wow. That was just like, because all it would have taken is just from people to just be like, yeah, let's just all work together. But this mask is uncomfortable. You're all garbage.
We had
anyway,
mask mandates. You were getting fined. I think it was up to $500 if you didn't have a mask on.
That's the price of an X-ray.
And And what else, man? The vaccines were mandated here for a lot of people.
Right.
Like huge thing. If you worked in fast food at McDonald's, anything like that, mandate. But yeah, the fines like were huge for everything. Like if you went out your LGA, everything like I don't know how well they stood up, but in terms of the legal system, I know a lot of people refused to pay them. And there were like riots and everything, like
Yeah.
because of
I do remember.
they shut down the construction industry, and that was when things got really quite.
Well, I mean, and you know what's crazy about that is like the mandates, like in America, like literally the moment that I could see like actually people were going to actually start doing was when Walmart said you can't come in our store if you don't have a mask on. I mean, and that sounds dumb, but it was just like you finally had like, and I'm not trying to categorize people that shop at Walmart. Hell, I was there last like a few weeks ago because I had to go pick up some because it's one of the best places to pick up some food. Like they have food that nobody else does, like certain brands. And but it was just one of those things. And I thought their policy on it was superb. They put a person outside, and the only way in was you basically had to walk in through like you're going to the bank and you're like walking through the mouse maze, right? And so and as you approached, if you didn't have a mask on, there was a person there who said you can't enter Walmart without a mask. And if you didn't have one, they had a paper one for you. And then they said, and if it's like, and you need to wear it the entire time you're in here. If we see you not wearing your mask, you'll be asked to leave. And that person didn't have like a security badge. They didn't have. They had an orange vest on, just because just to
safety,
safety vest on, and they didn't have anything on, and they had a cell phone. And if somebody said "screw you, I'm going in," they didn't stop them. They just 911 said, "We have somebody trespassing on Walmart property. Please come immediately." And it was just like, and people,
right.
it was just like him, just like, I'll wear a mask. It's too late. Like we, it's like, and you're now been arrested for trespassing on private property, and it was just like, I was just like, that was the perfect policy. All right, go ahead. 911. Just like.
My wife started a similar policy when it happened.
They had we for a while here, for a good while, we had to present. You had to everywhere you went for ages, you had to check in with the QR code. So that was on whether you're vaccinated or not. You needed to check in every single shop you went into. You had to check in. It was mandatory. And then there was like we don't have, what's the name of like your hi-fi shop where you go to buy like a TV or something? I can't remember if it in America.
There's a bunch.
It looks
we don't really have one.
Or I think, is it an Autobahn or something like that? What's the
Stereo City?
Yellow and
Stereo
black.
City's one.
Okay.
Best Buy.
Oh, we got JB Hi-Fi. It's where Best Buy. I think.
Yeah.
Best Buy is your version of. The logo looked the same, but we have what's called JB Hi-Fi, and it's just a hi-fi shop, DVDs, CDs, all the phones and whatever.
Yeah.
There was a security guard that was hired at the front who would check your vaccine passport, because for a long time it wasn't considered essential shopping. So in order to enter, you were only allowed in if you were vaccinated, and you'd have to check in, show them that you'd checked in, and then show your vaccine passport to be able to go and buy a DVD or a video game or whatever you wanted to get.
You want to go to Origins?
And that was across the board.
Vaccine card.
You weren't allowed to go to a restaurant, to a club, a pub, anything that wasn't essential.
Right.
You needed a passport. It was on your phone that you would when you checked in.
We weren't that high tech.
Say, "Oh, this." Oh,
Nobody cared.
it was man.
Yes.
Oh, it was man. It was wild. It started to get irritating because, like, you get out of your car, you go into the shops, and you'd be like, "Oh, I've got to walk back to the car and get my phone because I forgot my phone." And you got to check in everywhere. And oh, it was wild, man. I'm glad it's over, but we'll see what happens.
Well, in the States, you can't leave your phone
crazy
in your
stuff.
car anyway.
Really?
Yeah, or your
Why is
window's
that?
going to be
'Cause of
busted
the
out.
break window
It
and get
depends
in.
on where you live.
It does
I mean,
depend on where you live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair call.
I'm sure that's
Fair call.
anywhere, but
Yeah.
now Delaware had like a tracking thing, like it was a phone app that was volunteer.
Mm.
But we never. But they didn't. PA had the you had to show a COVID card to go in the bars and stuff like that. It didn't happen in
Mhm.
Delaware. So it's state to state basically here. But Jim, was every state in
Yeah, well,
Australia as strict as South Wales, or was it just?
Yeah, pretty well, but at different times.
Okay.
Like we got hit with it first, so we were everyone sort of learned from us.
Oh yeah.
Western Australia shut the borders and wouldn't let anyone in for ages.
Oh, wow.
Ages, probably like near on 12 months. No one could come in or go
Yeah.
out. So it was a big problem if you were. I was meant to go and do a course in Queensland, and it was expensive, and I was like, I don't want to give you the money for the course because I don't know whether I'll be allowed in during the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it was very disorganized. Like they were sort of like, it was just very disorganized. It just obviously, I can't be too critical. They had never faced anything like it, but it was just not. You couldn't. I didn't want to pay $2,500 for a course, and then they say, "Oh no, we're not running the course because you're not allowed into the state."
Right.
And then because I said, if that happens, can I get my money back? And they said,
Nope.
no, we'll just move it to the next available dates.
Right,
And I was like,
right.
well, that's not going to work. That might not work for me,
Yeah.
It was pretty wild, but I'm just glad it's sort of over. Everyone's still getting it around here, but it's just that seems to be like the flu now. Like it's just
I think that's
part of life.
Yeah.
But
Now
I
on the
think it gets.
cruise-
I don't know, but sorry, Barry.
We must have a lag here, Jim. On the cruise I went on, you had to have proof that you were vaccinated. It was actually you had to have a COVID test 3 days, but no more than 1 day prior to the cruise. And then when I got on there, they took facial recognition too,
Oh, wow.
which
Oh,
surprised.
wow.
I don't know if that was because of COVID or just security. But this is the first cruise I've ever been on, so I don't know what the standard procedure was. But I thought that was pretty interesting. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But again, that's
no. Absolutely wild.
Yeah. Trying to think. Well, in lighter news, did anybody watch the Kentucky Derby video?
No.
nah. I don't watch.
Go
What
watch
video
it.
was it?
The Kentucky Derby, the horse race. If you go,
Okay.
I mean, seriously, go. It's insane. Here, hold on a second. Let me. Oh, maybe I can share my blah blah blah. Hold on a second here.
Kentucky Derby.
Don't look it up. Let me show it to you.
What happened to the poor horse?
Nothing. Hold on a second. Don't, like I said, don't look it up.
I'm not. Jim doesn't even know what the Kentucky Derby is.
All right. Here we go.
Only us Americans watch horse run in a circle.
Share-
Oh, yeah, no, we got the same thing. We call it the Melbourne Cup.
I'm gonna.
Is it with
share
horses?
screen and
I'm assuming
I'm
it's the same
gonna-
thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna
We used to
share-
do greyhound
All right.
dogs too.
All right, do you see
I
it?
think
Do
they
you see
stopped that.
Do you see
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So here you go. Well, where's Evan? I gotta wait for him to come back.
I don't know. Where do you go? It's been a while.
So
since I watched
this is
Kentucky
only
Derby.
like the last little come on, Evan. Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? That son of a bitch.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. You know, it's
Why don't
funny.
you-
I
why
live 2 miles from a racetrack, and I've never been to it.
All right, Evan. Now here. So now here. This is Kentucky Derby.
Oh, was there an
The-
earthquake?
No.
Zozos is next after 3/4 in 1 minute 10 and 4/5 seconds, and now Epicenter comes splitting horses and is moving up quickly as Crown Pride takes the lead around the far turn. It is Crown Pride battling with Messier. They're stride for stride. Epicenter and Zozos in behind them.
Watch
Cyberknight
Rich strike.
comes up on the outside. Sandon gets the rail run, and they're into the stretch. And it's Messier, Crown Pride, and Epicenter is coming up on the outside. Epicenter has taken the lead as they arrive into the final furlong. Sandon is coming after him. Epicenter and Sandon, these two, stride for stride. Simplification down the outside is next. They're coming down to the wire. Epicenter, Sandon, Rich Strike is coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness! The longest shot has won the Kentucky Derby.
Wow.
80 to 1.
Yeah.
80 to 1 shot to
Wow.
win the Kentucky Derby. And he went through all of that traffic to pull it off. And
That's
and the
impressive.
guy doesn't even
So
mention him
I was
until the very
talking.
end. Go ahead.
When I was talking to Board Game Blogger. How do you guys bet on that?
You go to your sports betting, or if you're in person, you go to the track and you say, I want to.
So
Wanna-
with sports betting, it's an app on your phone or something, is it? Or?
It
Well,
depends
it's-
on the state.
Depends on the state.
Ah,
Depends on where
okay.
you can do it. But yeah,
My
I
mother
mean,
used to work. It was called off-track betting places in Center City, Philadelphia, where it was an actual building. You go with bars and stuff, and you watch the horse tracks and bet on them there.
Yeah,
But you could do it online. In
yeah,
certain
that's
states.
similar to what we've got here.
so
or
so
at the park,
they-
like Lance
yeah,
said.
right.
they
or the
didn't
track.
find out the owner. They were the 21st horse. They did not know they were going to race until like basically the cutoff is on Friday to know whether or not horses. They found out 30 seconds before the cutoff time that they were going to race 2 days before the race. And then Rich Strike, and it was just like, and I mean, every second while I get chills when you hear the announcer, like he isn't even talking, because the two in the lead were the two favorite horses, and like he isn't
Yeah.
even talking about it, and then all of a sudden it's just like,
We think
and
he's seen them.
Rich Strike, just like out of
It
freaking
absolutely took off.
nowhere. Well, no,
Zozos
here,
next
I mean,
after
not to,
3/4
but
in
if
1
you
minute 10
watch,
and 4/5
like
seconds,
you
and
look
now
all
Epicenter
the little
comes
spaces
splitting
that he
horses and is moving up
squeezes
quickly
through.
as Crown Pride
Like,
takes the lead
like,
around
okay,
the
can I
far
get through over
turn.
here?
It is
And
Crown
he's like,
Pride battling with
and
Messier. They're
he
stride for
manages
stride.
to get through, like,
Epicenter and Zozos in behind them.
and like
Cyberknight
all
up on
these
the
little
outside.
spots where he like,
Sandon
and they
gets the
just
rail
never
run, and they're into the
screws it
stretch.
up.
And it's Messier, Crown Pride,
And then there's these two horses that try to close him in as he's moving up, and you can see the jockey's like, come on, like he gets him to go like one little burst right here, like as he comes through these two. Come on, he gets past those two, and after that,
simplification down the outside is next. They're coming down to the wire. Epicenter Sandon.
That's incredible.
Is coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness! The longest shot has won the Kentucky Derby.
just it's like it's the longest shot since like 1916 to win the Kentucky
Wow.
Derby.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, and there was a guy that if you bet $1 and you bet the superfecta, which is you pick 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the correct thing, $1 won you $321,000.
Mm.
And a guy in Minnesota did that. He bet
Yeah,
$1
did it?
and won 321 grand.
That sounds all right.
Uh,
I'll
Well,
take it.
professional gamblers, they figure out a way to hedge their bets and all that
oh
stuff.
yeah. yeah.
Right.
You know, it's like, I mean, like when you got 20 horses, you're even if like like you're gonna lose money if you bet every single
Right.
variation. Just
Right.
like so you have to. But so the idea is that they first the guy's not gonna make his name known or anything like that, but or woman for that matter.
Yeah.
But it's just like one of those things where it's like you got to throw in some of those long shot possibilities where you can, because if that pays off, then like, it's just like, if you guys ever heard of betting and betting the middle? So like, and Barry knows what I'm talking about.
Sort of. My mother
when
and Babe tried to explain this to me. I didn't really care.
So like,
Yeah.
so if you're a professional gambler and you're in like Vegas or in Atlantic City or wherever, like let's say you want to bet a basketball game.
Yeah.
And like you bet, like, okay, so you find one place that says, oh, well, we'll give you like, Lakers and Celtics playing, and Lakers plus 2.5. And so you say, okay, meaning that you're going to give the Lakers 2.5 points. That's to get you to bet on them. So like if the end game score is Celtics 100, Lakers 98, you still win, because you're getting 2.5 points that you add to the Lakers. So the Lakers technically scored 100.5 points, beating the Celtics. So you get your bet. So if you find a place that's going to give you those 2.5 points and say you bet $100 on that, cool, you've got that. But if you find another place that is actually going to give you the opposite, meaning that like, so you can like, so like if you get like Celtics 2.5, whatever, like basically if you can hit the exact middle,
Right.
you win both bets. And that's like, so when you middle your bet, and the thing is you bet at both those places, because one of them will win you and one of them will lose you. So you it's a wash. You get them both. But gamblers look for that little middle spot, because if they can middle it, like they don't actually have to risk any of their own money. I'm going to bet $1,000 and $1,000 this one. I don't have to worry about it. Then you middle and then you win everything. And so that's what they try to do. And so like when you have this, that guy didn't make that one. I mean, I don't know for sure, but the person who made that bet didn't make one bet and hit the superfecta. They probably made 100 superfecta bets and spent $100 and just
Lucky.
well, no, got lucky obviously, but
beat the odds. Yeah.
But they spreadsheeted it out, right? They sat there and it's like, okay, if I win this one, I'll win $73. If I win this one, I'll win this. I won this. And so like at the absolute worst, like I'm probably going to be fine, because one of these permutations I've come up with, at the absolute worst, I'm going to lose $20, but at the absolute best, I'm winning thousands. And so, and that's what they do.
Makes sense.
Gather round, kitties. Lance is going to teach you. I'm
I saw that one.
Like I said, I in my late 20s, I played a lot of poker. I was a bit of a degenerate gambler. There was a couple of illegal
imparting
gambling.
his wisdom.
There was a couple of illegal gambling dens in our area that I went to, and definitely like it was, and the thing is like when you play poker, if all the money that goes on the table gets dispersed, that is not illegal. Like, I mean, you might run into a problem if it's like a ton of money, but if like if you and your 6 friends sit down, you each have $100 and that's all you spend, and like if you put $600 on the table, and then when the game is over, $600 leaves the table, that's not illegal. You can do that all day long, because you're adults and you're making these choices. It's
full blown legal here, and our pubs run poker tournaments.
Well, see, that's cool. But the problem is that if you're actually having people show up and you're taking a rake from the table, meaning that like if you're hosting a tournament and it's like, okay, it's $100 person tournament, and it's $105 because you're using my house and I'm getting $5. So the 20 of you each got to give me $5, but I'm hosting and I'm doing whatever. And so then you get the place. That's when, and most likely when the rake is more when you're playing a limit game. And so if you go to a casino and you play like all of you are like, you play a hand with all the antes and everything on there. Like the casino takes 1 out of every like $11 off the table, and like because that's the money they're making off of giving you the place to play the game. So if they take a rake, then it's illegal. But no, so there's a couple places in town that I found out about that took a rake, but I still went because it was like you were always able, you could always find a game. There was always a game. instead of trying to put a game together on your own and trying to call a bunch of people and get a bunch of people to go show up at your apartment and play poker. And like you could always go to these one guy's basement, and then there was another one at a business establishment that after they closed, it became they put some felt on some of the tables and
Yeah.
Everyone's got one.
What's the most amount of money you ever put on a bet in general, whether it be poker, horses, anything?
$2.
Yeah, I'm about to say
I'm like
Well, about the same, yeah.
on a straight bet.
Yeah, I don't gamble.
it'd be like poker. I've definitely gone in. I'm not going to give you figures because this is back when I had no kids, had no wife. So my money was my money, right? So there was definitely times when I went and played poker at some of those places, and I went in with a bankroll, of 4 figures, in my pocket, cash, and
So
because but it wasn't like the poker itself wasn't expensive. It was just one of those things where it's like if you have a bad run of cards and you lose some money, you don't want to be out of money, and not being able to keep playing. Because I've said this, I was telling Shane, my boss, about this. I said there's there's nights when I'd go and I'd play poker and I would just clean house. And I'm not saying that to brag. It would just be like I'd have a good night of cards. I'd read the table. I'd have good cards. I was a grinder, and that was most of the people, which means I was very tight. I was very controlled. I hate
poker for that reason.
I didn't.
So boring. I said I hate poker for that reason. It's so boring. It's not. Not a fun game.
but I was totally fine with going there and sitting at a table for 6 hours and grinding out, and then and waiting for my moments, and and then leave with an extra $200 or $300 in my pocket, and I was fine with that because that was fun for me, and that was because I enjoyed the conversation, being at the table. I didn't believe in chasing long odds and all those things. It's just I enjoyed it. And but there were nights when like the cards wouldn't fall my way, and and I would drop $200-$400 in the first half hour that I was there, and that was when I was glad that I had as much money as I had, so I could keep my chip stack up. And the nights that I came home with way more money than I started because I just had a good run of cards, those were fun. I was like, woo! My rent's paid on my apartment for
that'd be a blast.
No, the rent's paid on my apartment for the next 3 months. I don't have to, it's just I don't have to worry about, not that I had a good job, but it was just one of those things. This is my money. I can go buy something stupid now with my money. But for me it was it really was a better feeling for one of those nights when you dropped the money and then you spent the next 5 hours and you grinded yourself back up to winning $75 and knowing that oh God, I'm not going to go home having lost a bunch of money. That was almost a better feeling than coming home with several $100s extra in cash. It's weird, but it was such a relief. Oh my God, it's your aces get cracked and you drop a $200 hand in the first 20 minutes you're sitting down, and you're just good Lord, are you serious? You freaking call with 10 jack, you piece of shit. What are you doing? And then you spend, and then you chase that bet with another bad bet where you end up having you put a bunch of money in because you got pocket queens and somebody has ace king and they hit an ace on the river. And you're just why did you fall? Why did you keep betting? Why it's why were you in the hand? And then all of a sudden now you're down $375. And then I would just get miserly tight. I would just be and I would just spend the next I just get back there. Just get back. And then it's $75 up. Okay, I'm out. And that was 7.5 hours of poker. But I was just oh, thank God. Oh, thank God I didn't lose any money. And I felt better about that. Because the other times too, when you won all that money, you just spend it on something stupid. I'll buy a bottle of Glenlivet. Why not? Just when this was dumb. Just because, anyway. someone steer Lance onto an interesting topic. Why don't you get on here and steer something?
Interesting
Yeah.
topic. All right, Jim, I got a question for you. How long have you been back into the wargaming?
Me, probably a couple of months or so, probably about 3 months. Yeah, so I got probably a bit longer, but not a great deal longer. It'd be only be 4 or 5 months. It just I started a small business and then never had any time, and then I tried to hire staff several times and it didn't work out, mostly because of COVID. But then I just decided, well, it's not going to happen unless I make it happen, and I'm just going to take Sundays now, and I'm just going to play games on Sundays. That's just going to stop working on Sundays. That's it. Just had to make that choice.
Yeah.
So I've been doing it. I've been chasing up a few old friends and playing some stuff and some solo stuff. Been buying a lot of games, which is, got 10 years to catch up on, really.
Yeah.
So
do you find, when you got back into it, did you find you steer yourself more towards the more complex games, or is it more like not entry level, but say mid-level?
I was a bit, I was sort of, I was apprehensive at first about getting into the heavier stuff, which was sort of where I left off, because I was nervous about the rule sets and so I sort of had to build myself up to it a little bit, because I was sort of like, I've forgotten, how the card driven, I understand how the mechanics work, but understanding I'm a big GMT fan, so understanding GMT's rule set sometimes is quite complex. And once you've played like 3 or 4 card driven games, you're like, I've seen this, blah blah blah. It's pretty quick to pick up. So I started off buying a few games that I'd missed out on when I stopped. So like Robinson Crusoe, then Spirit Island looked pretty good, so I picked that up. So I started trying to start there, and then only now I'm starting to feel confident enough to go down the GMT route with Navajo Wars and a few other more complex titles. I'm interested in it. It only arrived today. I've got it set up inside.
Oh, nice.
There's another printing.
Yeah, but so not a great deal of time back into it, so I'm really far behind. But what I'll ask each one of you, in the last 10 years, what is the best game you've played?
Wow.
I know it's a huge thing, but
I've been on the hobby for about 5, so
I always just say,
that's fine. 5 will do.
What's the most fun I've had? That's my thing. I don't go by anything else. Like, how much fun do I have playing the game?
Absolutely, that's perfect.
And then there's no comparison. It's Battlestar Galactica. I've had more fun playing that with my friends.
Has that been 10 years though? Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Within the last 10 years.
Yeah. Every time my friends and I play that, we have an absolute blast. And Unfathomable is a very good game as well. So it will never take the place. But
that's the Cthulhu sort of spin-off sort of thing. So were you a big fan of the series?
Nope. I've never watched a single.
Really?
Oh, I saw the whole thing.
Crazy.
I did after I played the game.
I love so.
Right. That was a game I will say I didn't like it very much. I owned it at one point, but I never ever.
And then sold it for a pittance.
I just couldn't do it.
I found it depending on the group.
Bunch.
And I could tell that very much so, and I'll be honest, that probably was a problem at the time. I only played it, I think, 2 or 3 times maybe, but I couldn't get into it, and I ended up buying the series, and I haven't finished it yet. But I don't watch a lot of TV, but
the ending's not that great.
Yeah, so that's interesting because you really enjoyed it and weren't a huge fan of the.
It's okay.
Because I always thought, you must need to have that. Yeah. A copy of that in Australia on the Board Game Geek marketplace at the moment is $300.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's probably that here. It's out
Yeah.
of print. So it went to the
Yeah.
unfathomable one. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's been out of print
Yeah,
like
I'd be
5 or
curious
6
to
years now.
see.
I think.
So how
let's-
many times have you played it, Lance? A lot, obviously.
He stopped listening to you, Jim. He does that.
Oh,
from time to
sorry.
time.
Say it again, Jim. Say it again.
He's in
That's
his
all
own
right.
world.
You've played it a lot. That
He's only
one.
the host.
Oh,
Played it a lot, that one?
I've played. No, I've played it hundreds of times. I mean,
Mm.
it's.
Yeah, I've only played about a dozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's just good. I mean, it maybe lasts a little bit too long, but I mean, I play it now. With the
That
same
was
group
one of
people.
my problems with it. Yeah.
But we play it now with the same group of people, so we all kind of, and also when we,
Yeah.
we also know when like, it's over, right? I mean, like, there's nothing. I mean, like, there's a lot of times that we'll concede the game at this point, kind of like thing where it's just like, I mean,
Yeah.
like you can't possibly
Yeah.
win, it's like, or it's like it's obviously, then we'll concede, it's just, but no, the interaction with people,
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of like that whole, stuff. It's just.
I
flat
loved
out
the
good.
concept, but yeah, it just didn't. As I said, it very well could have been the group that I did play it with. I think 2 different groups at least. I know that, but it just didn't. I just couldn't get into the flow of it. I just yeah, but that's interesting. Barry, what about you? Been the last 5 years, let's say.
No, I've been out of the hobby I've been on the peripheral for the last 5, but I've been out of it like
Peripheral.
hardcore for about 5
Peripheral.
Oh, okay, right.
due to some health issues. For me, Robinson Crusoe is up there. Kemet or Inish, I
Yeah,
go back
right.
and forth between them two, is probably up there. And
What was that one?
Rage. Kemet or Inish.
Oh yeah, I've heard
Uh,
good things about Kemet and Blood Rage, to be honest. But yeah,
And Blood Rage is another one, yeah. Inish, it's along the lines of Kemet. I just have to get more plays in and of it. It's from the same designer, I believe.
yeah.
Try to think of what else. The Academy games for a layer war game. I enjoy their 1775 and the Vikings game line. For basic, war area control war game, card driven game. I do enjoy that one.
Yeah, right.
Those I should
I'm writing them all down, so I have something to look at, because it's hard for me to sort of like even just navigating through Board Game Geek. I was like, oh wow, there's so much.
Yeah,
Obviously, so much
There's
has
a lot,
changed. I
man.
was like, oh man, isn't it
There's a
crazy?
lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
You probably went from 200 games a year to 500,000 or whatever it's up to now.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it's mental. Evan, what about you?
So
Besides,
if I had to say,
after the
well-
Empire.
right, obviously after the, if I had to say what was the best game that I've played in the last 10 years, that's not after the Empire. It probably is. I mean, it's really tough to say, right? There's a whole bunch of games that are right up in there.
Yeah.
Oh, of
If I-
course, yeah.
If I
What
had
sort
to-
of comes to mind? Like, name a couple. It's fine.
Yeah, so I would say Grand Austria Hotel is one of them. That's like a 9. That's like a 9.5 for me.
Lower player count on that one. Oh no, you said they fixed that with the
It's like almost
new
perfect.
set.
It's really, 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 really good game. The design's really good.
Yeah, right.
And then if I'm looking at like what do I get on the table the most, so what's best in that way, like fun for like able to actually play it, probably Fantasy Realms. Like I play that 1 to 5 times a night with my wife, so like just the fact that I get to play it and it's fun and a good game like makes it right up there at the top too.
Yeah, right. I haven't heard of that one.
Emo's War, if you're in the solo play.
I picked it up about 3 nights ago. A friend of mine my old gaming group, somebody in my old gaming group in Sydney was selling it, and I drove over to his place to have a cup of coffee, meet up. I hadn't seen him in 10 years, and he was selling it. And I said, I'll come over and I'll pick that up. We'll have a cup of coffee and catch up where we left off. But yeah, I picked that up. It's actually, I was reading the rule book this morning for that one. Yeah, very interested in that one.
Yeah. I don't know. One of my favorite games is Arkham Horror. I don't know the time frame on that though. The second edition, not this newer one.
Yeah.
I don't remember if that was out before 2012 or not.
I think
earlier.
it was.
2009,
Yeah.
I think.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. The time
But
frames.
that from memory for a while, that was your favorite game, wasn't it, Lance? Or
It was the
highly
game that
up
got
there,
me into
wasn't
the. I mean, Eldritch is just a better game. So, Eldritch.
Wait,
it? Yeah. Okay. Right.
I haven't
Lance,
tried it with the expansion.
which one did I play, Lance? Was that
You played Eldritch.
Eldritch? Okay.
Yeah, I only played Eldritch with the base game, and it just, to me, it wasn't enough there. I haven't played with any of the expansions.
I had a blast with it, but like how much was the game? How much was the group I was hanging with? I don't know.
Yeah,
But I had a blast.
that's any game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the right group. of
I
people
can
can
see
make any game
Kabuki
fun.
Kids said code names.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of people mention that. That's one I can, now
Party
go.
game.
Yeah, you can go and pick it up anywhere now in the mall, like local shops. You can pick that one up.
Yeah.
It's cheap, so it might be worthwhile.
I mean, good.
I'm
price.
curious. Down there in Australia, do you have like Target up here has like exclusive Target only games and a couple other big chains up here? Do they have that in Australia too, or is the hobby not that big down there?
It's getting better in the last, I've observed in the last probably 5 years. It's getting a bit more mainstream. So if you walk into, we've got Kmart, which is like Target.
Kmart? You still
Assuming
have a
that's sort of
Kmart?
like Walmart. Oh yeah, Kmart's are everywhere.
We had
But,
them. They're gone. Like the dodo bird.
Yeah, right.
Nine left. In the
Is
United
there
States.
there are 9 left. So there's Target and that they have some, but they have some games, but they wouldn't. I'm hesitant to comment too much, but they'd be unlikely to have anything past Ticket to Ride if they've got Ticket to Ride.
Oh, okay.
They don't really have anything like that. But we've got EB Games, which sells video games, and their company is related to that company that recently had that big stock market thing in America. That you've got some video game store in America, Games something.
Oh, GameStop.
Oh yeah.
GameStop.
Yeah.
So I think EB Games has some sort of relationship with them, and they've opened like a pop culture side of their shop now. So you got the video games on one side, and you got what's called Zing, which is all like they sell D&D and a couple of miniatures and toys and stuff like that. They've got a bit more of a selection, but not. They're probably got what you've got in Target, from my understanding. They've got Horrified and stuff like that. So
well, that's how it started out here.
Stuff. Yeah, honestly, in nearly everything, from my observations, nearly everything, we're probably about 5 to 10 years behind America in everything. Food chains, everything.
Jim Jeffrey said the same thing.
It's just the way it's always been the same thing. Like now, Mexican food chains are starting to pop up everywhere, which is really cool. But so everything that you guys do, where it takes at least 5-10 years before it filters down here usually. So it'll be interesting to see. But games, actual game shops, there aren't a lot of them. They're mostly online. But there's some good ones. There's some bad ones, but there's some good ones. They're mostly nearly all of them are in Sydney or in Newcastle, which is a bit north from here.
Yeah,
makes sense. More populated areas.
For me to get like GMT GMT titles are really hard to get here. There aren't
Yeah.
that many people stocking them.
Yeah.
But
Oh, Jen, the,
anything
the coin
mainstream.
series. Check out the coin series. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's one I'm looking at the moment. I've been looking at a few of them. There's
and-
one based around Julius Caesar. There was Adian Abyss, and there's one on Vietnam, Lake in the Fire, I think it's called. That's one I'm really interested in because I love the Vietnam history, so I'm curious to see what that could be like. But the one on Julius Caesar, whichever one's probably the better one to start with, I'll start with that and go from there. But I'm very interested in that because that sort of happened just as I was getting out of the hobby, the coin. What would you call it? Mechanic, I suppose.
Yeah.
The way the game drives.
I mean, with
cool.
coin, I mean, you can't really go much better than Lake of Fire, though. In my opinion,
I haven't played that one.
Yeah.
Distant Plane is pretty good too.
I played the American Revolution one. I can't remember that one. And Labyrinth.
That one wasn't as good. I don't know what it was about that one. But no, I mean, Lake of Fire is
so hard to get here.
Yeah, Lake of Fire is as good as it gets as far as that goes, though.
I'm curious, is Australia like European states where they pay like a VAT or a tax, or is it?
Yeah, so I think we've got what's called a GST, like goods and services tax. But are you talking about when we are ordering it from overseas, or?
Yeah, in general, where you got to claim a percentage of it and stuff like that.
So we've got the GST, which is basically it's a 10% service tax on any goods and services. So, but VAT, I think, I don't understand it fully, but I know eBay charges us VAT, I think, from memory, if we order something from overseas, but that might be because they have to pay it. I'm not sure, but we have GST, so any goods and services, there's a 10% tax that you have to register for. There's a whole procedure and there's limits. You know, if you're only a small income earner, you don't have to register for GST, but then you can't also claim it.
Right.
It's pretty convoluted and strange. But I do know here, I was looking at Fire in the Lake, and from memory, it's not cheap. I can't remember what there's a game called Nevsky, and there's a sequel coming out by GMT. It's a game by GMT. It seems pretty small time, but I ordered it the other day. But the sequel here retails for about $170.
Wow.
So, and that's a GMT title. So that's where I've got to be really picky and choosy with games. But and I think Fire in the Lake is similar. They're just expensive. It's just, all Australians are used to it.
Yeah.
But that's where I spend a lot of. I'm annoyed that just as Aldi was getting out of this conversation, but somebody said that the Board Game Geek marketplace is going to stop international.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard? Is that? No, I don't know. Somebody just said, it's going to stop. It might be advertising or something. And I could be completely wrong. Somebody just mentioned it to me and I was like, because I've picked up a couple of games in the last few weeks off the Board Game Geek marketplace because it just seems it's a lot cheaper and it's easier because we've got no stock. Like there's none of these. Every game you type no stock. Like this one here, I just typed in Nevsky and it says back order. So it's just hard to get stuff here. It's always been a problem. Everyone's used to it. There's a huge delay.
Yeah.
So Barry, you have a background in trains, is that correct?
Yes, light passenger.
Okay, right.
Light rail.
Do you play train games at all?
Yeah. It depends on the game. I haven't played like one of them XX games.
Yeah, that's I never have either, but I've been curious. Has anyone played any of the 18XX?
Oh, I've played
No.
several. I really like them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. That's one thing that I've got to venture out and try. What's a good one to start with, you reckon, Lance?
1801.
1801?
1801?
No, I don't. I was
No,
just being a dork.
I mean,
Getcha. Yeah. you got me good there. I like it.
I'm trying to remember the one that
I'll scribble that off.
I played later things like Brace,
Oh yeah.
Birmingham. Yeah, I played both of them.
Never played it, but I've heard really good things.
I played both of them. Stuff, Ticket to Ride, stuff like that. But yeah, it was as far as training games. For a while, it was you don't take your craft. You don't want to work over your home. Part of it was I had a very bad derailment.
Yeah, getcha.
Trains.
Yeah.
I've gotten a hold for the most part on that. Certain things trigger, like the cruise, which surprised me. But yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but trains weren't my passion. It was just a job. I loved what I did, the technical end of it, the mechanical end of it. I was basically a glorified mechanic. But it wasn't my passion. Yeah. I've had we were next door to a trolley barn, and I've had these nerds come in on tours at like midnight, to get these trolleys, take pictures of it, and they do a walk around. I wasn't one of them guys. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. No, fair enough.
One of them guys.
No, I'm just saying I think it's a little even like mechanics that I talk to. After a while, it's a machine. It's not even. They're not thrilled about it much. It just becomes,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same me with motorbikes. All my new customers come over and, so what do you ride? And I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I just work on them. I love working on them. I love what I do. I'm passionate about the engines and that sort of thing, but riding them, I'm like, yeah, I'm all right. I've got a few, but they're all projects. But yeah, it's just I can relate to that definitely.
Yeah, I don't regret it. I enjoy
it. It is 2:10. It's time for this tired old Viking to go to bed.
All righty. Well, it's been real. Thank you very much for having me.
I will shoot you the invite. I will, and also, are you on the Facebooks or no?
I can be. I'm not.
No, don't worry about it. I'll just put you on the email list.
I'm not real. Yeah.
Put
me on the email list, man. I'd love to do it again.
We have a Facebook group that we somewhat kind of.
You can.
It's a secret little group where we sometimes post and talk about stuff that annoys us, or I just put the
Sasquatch.
Freemasons of board gaming.
By the way, I was gonna say you've got the Bigfoot down in Australia too, right?
Yeah, everyone's talking about it at the moment. Yeah,
at the moment.
Yeah, we call them the
dingo.
It just seems to be really popular. Something happened. We call them something else though. We don't call them. I think it's Sasquatch or something like that. We call them
the Squatch.
There's another name.
We call them that here.
Yeah,
we call them that.
Yeah, there's another name as well, I think. But yeah, they do talk. I spend a lot of I live near the bush. I love going out there and seeing wildlife and stuff. So I do camping out there, and that it's I love it. So I'm always I'm a bit into that sort of thing. It's pretty cool. Why? What do you got with the Bigfoot?
He's real.
He's a believer.
Oh yeah. Why not?
Yeah. See, there's another one. There's another one that believes the exact same thing.
Well, supposedly he lives in.
That's
Oregon.
2 of us. Eventually, it'll be the rest.
Yeah,
we'll know.
Well, we know it's not you, Evan.
It's not me.
But kid, I wish you your mother the absolute best. I'm sorry that she's got the COVID. That sucks.
That does suck.
Positive thoughts. You're right.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. I gotta go to a funeral on Friday. I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah.
Well, they don't throw you in with the body. Just don't worry.
No, she was in intensive care for and I don't know what they're exposed to. Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
No, seriously, I am dragging butt. I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go bed. No, James, I'll send you an email every Wednesday. So like when
Yeah,
you get
sure,
in,
mate.
maybe
yeah.
Scott will be on next time.
All right, everybody. Thanks for
Yeah,
tuning
no,
in,
man.
James.
Yeah,
Thanks
man.
for
Very
joining
excited
us.
this worked out.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have you come back because it's nice to have somebody who was interested in what I have to say.
None of us are.
Excellent. He sounds good.
Have a great
Awesome.
week, everybody.